Chapter 5095. This situation was like immigration. From a country. Immigrating to another country. However, those who immigrated to the past were often ostracized. In fact, not to mention the migration between countries. Even if they lived from one city to another, they might be ostracized and looked down upon. For example, if they lived from a small city to a big city, they would be despised by the people of the big city. In any corner of the world. Every moment. Such things were happening all over the world. But when the people of the big city found out that these people from the small city were actually richer than them, at this moment, jealousy began to grow. In the world of cultivators, it was naturally the same situation. Jin Zichong, don't go too far. Little Rock King clenched his fists and said coldly, "You reckless fool. Is my name something you can call out? Now, a simple slap is no longer enough for me to forgive you. You need to kneel on the ground and slap yourself. My patience is limited. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, I don't mind doing it myself. When the time comes, fists and feet have no eyes. If you are beaten half to death, don't blame me for not reminding you." Jin Zichong looked at Little Rock King indifferently. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Little Rock King's face was extremely gloomy. The rock race's status in the demon realm was too high, so he did not want to offend the rock race. But now, Jin Zichong was going too far. This made Little Rock King quite angry. Bullied by others. Being humiliated by others. Couldn't he fight back? He was really aggrieved. F***ck, I didn't want to tolerate you for a long time. The fire Chalene had unknowingly circled behind Jin Zichong and directly smashed a brick towards the back of Jin Zichong's head. That was not an ordinary brick. It was actually a powerful treasure forged by the fire Chalene from the 9 heavenly stars. The power of this brick was quite fierce. Bang! The fire Chalene smashed the brick on the back of Jin Zichong's head. Jin Zichong screamed and then reached out to touch the back of his head. It was wet and sticky. Jin Zichong took a look. His eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Blood. Blood. His hands were covered in blood. Jin Zichong was injured. "I'm going to kill you," Kim Zichong roared angrily. "Come, let's spar again." The fire Chalene grinned and smashed another brick at Jin Zichong. The brick was aimed at the back of Kim Zichong's head. The brick was aimed at Kim Zichong's head. There was a loud bang. The brick hit Kim Zichong hard. Blood immediately flowed down from his head. "Ah!" Kim Zichong covered his bleeding head and let out a shrill scream. His body. Then, he crashed to the ground. Kim Jong Chong remained motionless. This guy was knocked unconscious by the fire Chalene's 2 bricks. Damn! What's going on? Everyone was looking at each other in dismay. None of them had recovered from the shock. Kim Jong Chong had already fainted. Kim Zichong was truly too pitiful. Moreover, it was too sullen. He didn't even understand what was going on before he was knocked unconscious by a few consecutive bricks. Kim Zichong had never been so sullen before. The fire Chalene said, "Everyone, please bear witness to this. We were just exchanging pointers, but this guy couldn't defeat me, so I knocked him unconscious with a brick." Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard the fire Chalene. Could the fire Chalene be any more shameless? How could the fire Chalene be so shameless? It was the fire Chalene who had attacked Kim Zichong when he wasn't paying attention. Despicable. Fire Unicorn, you're despicable. No matter what, you're a member of the Holy Beasts clan, and you're attacking people by surprise. You're a disgrace to your ancestors. We're all bestial beasts. You're a disgrace. It's a disgrace to the fire Chalene, said one of Kim Zichong's followers coldly. The fire Chalene didn't care about their provocation. He said indifferently, "If you can't defeat me, just admit it. Don't try to find excuses." How ridiculous. Lin Feng knew how shameless the fire Chalene was. When the fire Chalene was shameless, it was infuriating. Just like now. Kim Zichong's followers were trembling with anger, but they didn't dare to attack the fire Chalene and the others. After all, the fire Chalene and the others were very strong. "Fine, just you wait. When young Master Kim wakes up, you won't be able to bear the consequences. One of Kim Zichong's followers said coldly. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a sinister glint. Following which, Jin Zichong's followers carried him away. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay either. They quickly left. Kim Zichong and the others have been bullying the 9 provinces' Great World's monster cultivators. Before this, the monster cultivators had been swallowing their anger and didn't resist. Now that they dare to resist, they won't let this matter rest. Just wait and see, there will be a good show. At this time, a cultivator said. This cultivator's words gained the approval of many people. Another person said, it shouldn't be too bad. After all, they're all monster cultivators. They'll see each other all the time. A middle-aged cultivator said, that's not necessarily the case. These people from the 9 provinces' Great World are very talented and have aroused the jealousy of many people. Also, I heard that when these people went to the heavenly illusionary land, many of them obtained great opportunities. For example, the little Peng King obtained a heavenly illusionary mirror. There are 7 heavenly illusionary mirrors in total. As long as one can obtain one can obtain the other heavenly illusionary mirrors. When the heavenly illusionary mirrors are combined, one can obtain an ancient weapon. Just imagine what an amazing opportunity this is. Many people's eyes have already turned red from jealousy. So, today's matter is actually just a fuse. Perhaps there will be even more intense conflicts in the future. That's right. I agree with this brother. If the Great Peng King and the Peacock King hadn't received some guidance from the 3 great ancestors, many people would have attacked them long ago. An old man said. The 3 great ancestors referred to the 3 monster immortals who had once guided the Great Peng King and the Peacock King in their cultivation. Although they weren't master and disciple, there was still some affection between them. This was also the reason why the other monster forces didn't dare to attack. However, Chapter 5096. Lin Feng and the others found an inn to stay in. They rented one of the courtyards in the inn. They rented it for a total of 10 days. After arriving at the living room, Lin Feng said, now that things have turned out like this, I'm afraid that the situation in the demon clan's ancestral land will be even more difficult in the future. The fire Chelene said, if this place doesn't want me, there will naturally be a place for me. Actually, we already had a discussion before, and we planned to wait for the Great Rock King and the Peacock King to come out before following you to the Sin Realm. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He naturally hoped that the Great Rock King, the Peacock King, the Fire Chelene, and the others would go to the Sin Realm. They were the people closest to him. If he went to the Sin Realm, he would be able to see them often, and he would also be able to increase the strength of the Sin Realm. Naturally, this was something that he was looking forward to. Lin Feng said, that's good. Then let's go to the Sin Realm. That's our own territory. The Little Rock King said, we need to wait until Uncle and the others come out. Lin Feng asked, do the people of the Demon Clan's ancestral land know that they have entered the world of time reversal? The Little Rock King shook his head and said, I don't know, only the few of us know about this. The people of the Demon Clan's ancestral land were already very ostracized by us. If they knew that Uncle and the others had entered the world of time reversal, who knows what those people would do? The Little Rock King's words were actually very reasonable. To put it bluntly, this world, everything was dominated by benefits. It was an incomparably realistic world. In the eyes of countless cultivators, benefits were paramount. Therefore, for the sake of benefits, these cultivators would do all sorts of things. After resting for a day, Lin Feng followed the Fire Chelene and the others to pay their respects to the 3 demon gods. Lin Feng really wanted to see the 3 bestial beasts. After all, they were experts from the ancient era. Being able to meet such an ancient expert was not an easy thing to do. Of course, not everyone was qualified to meet the 3 demon gods. Thus, Lin Feng's invitation clearly stated his identity. Sin Realm's master, Lin Feng. This was the identity that Lin Feng had written. He believed that the 3 Yarrow gods had heard of his name. Lin Feng's invitation was presented to the 3 Yarrow gods. Soon after, an old man from the bestial clan came and invited Lin Feng to see the 3 bestial gods. This old man was a supreme elder of the demon race's ancestral ground. His status was also extraordinary, but he was nothing in front of the three ancestors. Lin Feng saw the three bestial beasts in a palace in the starry sky. Lin Feng originally thought that the three demon gods would have white hair. However, Lin Feng was slightly surprised to see them. Although they were ancient existences, they weren't old. They looked like middle-aged men with exuberant blood energy. This was a clear difference from the old men. After the old experts came into being, their bloodlines would collapse. It would be very difficult for them to reverse the heaven's will. However, the three Yarrow gods were in their prime. Even though their cultivation levels had already dropped. Their lifespans were slipping away quickly, but their powerful blood energy was enough to support their transformation. The three bestial beasts were also observing Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what they were thinking. "Greetings, masters," said Lin Feng, bowing respectfully. Lin Feng cupped his fists and bowed to the three. The golden-robed cultivator was Da Peng. He smiled and said, "Young friend, there's no need to be so courteous." Lin Feng stood up. The grey-robed Yarrow god was the heaven-devouring python demon god. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. His face was somewhat sinister. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "The Imperial Clan of Sovereigns is an extraordinary clan. In the past, it was extremely prosperous. During the Primordial era, Jishu's name shook the entire Primordial era. Later on, many people thought that your clan's inheritance had been lost. Many people sighed. Today, I'm very happy to see a descendant of the Imperial Clan of Sovereigns." Lin Feng said, "Thank you for your concern, senior." The heaven-devouring python demon god smiled and didn't say anything else. The third Yarrow god was from the white peacock demon god. The celestial emperor's mother was a cultivator from the white peacock demon god. The white peacock demon god had been very powerful in the past, but the celestial race and the immortal race still looked down on them. Because of this, the celestial emperor had been ridiculed in his youth. Of course, the white peacock demon god was divided into many branches. The branch of the undying realm might not have much relation to the white peacock demon god in the celestial realm. "Do any of your ancestors still exist in this world?" the white peacock demon god asked. The great Peng demon god and the heaven-devouring python demon god were clearly very interested in this question, and they both looked at Lin Feng. They wanted to get an answer from Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "There are still a few ancestors who are in deep slumber in the ancestral lands." "Oh, there's actually such a thing?" The three Yarrow gods were very surprised. They couldn't tell if Lin Feng was telling the truth or not. Actually, they felt that Lin Feng was lying. This was because the Sovereign Emperor clan was too heaven-defying. It was very difficult for several of their clansmen to live in the same era. Thus, deep in their hearts, they didn't really believe Lin Feng's words. However, the Sovereign Emperor clan was too extraordinary, and they possessed many unimaginable methods. Was there a way to deceive the heavens and avoid the punishment of the heavenly Tao? Was there a way for several of their clansmen to survive in the same era? This was also something that was very difficult to say. Lin Feng said that because he hadn't seen any other cultivators from the Sovereign Imperial clan. Lin Feng didn't care about the Sovereign Imperial clan. Those powerful ancestors. Perhaps they had all died long ago. What a sorrowful thing. But in front of outsiders, he naturally couldn't reveal all of his clan's secrets, could he? Moreover, perhaps, the Sovereign Emperor clan, were there really still some of their ancestors alive? This was also very likely. "If you have the chance, please send our greetings to the seniors," said the great Peng demon god. The great Peng demon god said, "This junior will remember." Lin Feng said. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "This time, apart from paying respects to the three seniors, this junior also wants to go to Suru Lake to take a look. I hope that the three seniors can help me." Chapter 5097. "Junior will remember this," Lin Feng replied. The white peacock demon god flicked his finger, and a jade talisman flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the jade talisman in his hand. The white peacock king said, "You can go with this jade talisman." "All right, then this junior will not disturb the three seniors' cultivation. This junior will take his leave," Lin Feng said. The three demon gods nodded. Lin Feng did not stay any longer and quickly left. Outside, he met up with the Fire Chelin and the others. "How is it?" the Fire Chelin asked. Lin Feng took out the jade talisman and said, "I've already obtained the token. We can go to the Shuyu Lake now." "Excellent," the Fire Chelin said with a smile. Lin Feng and the others did not stay any longer and directly left the ancient city. They did not check out either. The remaining rent for the next few days would be considered a gift to the inn. The Shuyu Lake was 3 days away from the ancient city. Not long after Lin Feng and the others left, Jin Zicheng, who had been knocked unconscious by the Fire Chelin with a brick, finally woke up. Actually, Jin Zicheng should have woken up earlier. But after suffering such a great humiliation, in Jin Zicheng's subconscious, he did not want to wake up. Thus, Jin Zicheng did not wake up for a long time. After waking up, Jin Zicheng still felt waves of intense pain coming from the back of his head and forehead. The current Jin Zicheng simply wanted to cut the Fire Chelin into 1,000 pieces. Even Lin Feng, Little Rock King, Feng Yaoao, and the others were hated by Jin Zicheng. He had never suffered such a great humiliation. Thus, today's matter was absolutely intolerable. Jin Zicheng stood up and went outside. "Young master, you're awake." Seeing Jin Zicheng come out, the servant outside hurriedly bowed to Jin Zicheng. "Where are the Fire Chelin and the others?" Jin Zicheng asked with a gloomy expression. The servant said, 2 hours ago, these people left the city. It is said that they accompanied that human cultivator to the Shuyu Lake." "Oh, they're heading towards Shuyu Lake. That's great. It's not easy to deal with those guys in the center of the city, but if they leave the city, it'll be much easier." Jin Zicheng's eyes flashed, and he ordered coldly, "Go and gather some strong cultivators, I want to destroy those bastards." As a servant, he naturally did not dare to disobey Kim Zicheng's orders. Therefore, after hearing Jin Zicheng's order, the servant complied. Then, he quickly went to gather the experts. Lin Feng and the others ran into Hua Lingxian when they were heading towards Shuyu Lake. Lin Feng and Hua Lingxian had known each other for a long time. Hua Lingxian was Demon Empress Feng Shi's disciple. Before those experts were born, Demon Empress Feng Shi was the top expert of the demon clan. Her cultivation was at the true immortal realm, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Even many experts with strong backgrounds didn't dare to underestimate Demon Empress Phoenix Creek. However, Demon Empress Phoenix Creek was rather low profile. She rarely asked about the matters of the demon clan's ancestral land, and she seemed to be focused on cultivation. After seeing Lin Feng, Hua Lingxian seemed to be quite happy. She said, "I didn't think that Lin Gongzi would come to the demon clan's ancestral land at this time. Fortunately, I rushed back, or else I would have missed Lin Gongzi. Now, where are Lin Gongzi and Yaoao planning to go? Why don't you come to my place to rest?" Hua Lingxian lived on Phoenix Creek Mountain, which was a cultivation paradise. It was where Demon Empress Feng Shi cultivated. Lin Feng had learned that Hua Lingxian and Feng Yaoao had a very good relationship. Perhaps, beautiful women would always admire each other. Therefore, although they hadn't known each other for a long time, their relationship was like that of sisters. Lin Feng said, "We're planning to go to Shuyu Lake to take a look. When we return from there, we'll go and visit you." Hua Lingxian said, "I don't have anything to do anyway, so I'll go to Shuyu Lake with you." Since Hua Lingxian had said so, Lin Feng and the others naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, Hua Lingxian, a delicate beauty, was among the people traveling with them. Naturally, it was pleasing to the eye. Thus, Hua Lingxian joined the group. Everyone continued to walk in the direction of Shuyu Lake. Another 2 days passed. Lin Feng and the others arrived at Shuyu Lake. Shuyu Lake was enveloped by a huge restriction. In that area, white fog rolled. The restriction hidden in the white fog was very powerful. If one wanted to smoothly pass through the area covered by the white fog to reach Shuyu Lake, they would need to take a special passage. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would die under the attack of those restrictions. Don't underestimate those powerful restrictions. Those restrictions were set up by many demon gods at their peak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist those restrictions at all. However, there was a special passage that was very safe. One just had to hand the token over to the guardian. The fire Chileen and the others couldn't pass without the token, so they waited outside for Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng, he took the jade talisman and headed to the entrance of the passage. There were dozens of cultivators guarding there. Lin Feng handed the jade talisman to a cultivator. After the cultivator looked at the jade talisman, he let them pass. Lin Feng entered the passage. The passage was enveloped by a powerful array formation and would not be attacked by the restrictions in the white fog area. The passage was about 10 miles long. It wasn't too far. After Lin Feng passed through the passage, he finally arrived at Shuyu Lake. The area of Shuyu Lake wasn't very big. It was only about 100 mu of land. Lin Feng flew to the middle of Shuyu Lake. On the way here, the fire Chileen and the others had already told Lin Feng a lot about Shuyu Lake. When he arrived at Shuyu Lake, he floated in the middle of Shuyu Lake. Then, he carefully looked at the surface of Shuyu Lake. When the time came, he would be able to sense the specific situation inside. Lin Feng followed the method described by the fire Chileen and the others. He looked at the surface of Shuyu Lake. The surface of Shuyu Lake was like a mirror. At the very beginning, Lin Feng didn't see anything, but as time passed, Lin Feng realized that in a flash, there were some images in the lake. It was a mountain range. It was a very ancient mountain range. It was shaped like a huge dragon that lived on the ground. He didn't know where it was. Looking into the distance, he could see endless forests, lakes, plains, deserts, and ancient cities. Is this a mysterious world? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chapter 5098. Lin Feng didn't dare to rashly jump to a conclusion. Because he had heard Fire Chileen, Feng Yaroreo, and the others talk about the illusory world that appeared in the lake. If it was a real world, it would be fine. If it was an illusory world, once he communicated with it and entered that world, it would be a disastrous thing. Lin Feng didn't try to communicate with that world. He was still observing that world, hoping to find some clues. Lin Feng saw the first ancient city, but the ancient city was a little far from him. Therefore, he couldn't see the specific situation of the ancient city clearly. However, the ancient city was getting closer and closer. Not long after, he could see the full appearance of the ancient city. Everything in this world was like a landscape painting, slowly unfolding and then showing Lin Feng. A dilapidated ancient city. When Lin Feng saw the full appearance of the ancient city, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He frowned slightly. It was actually a dilapidated ancient city. This was something that Lin Feng didn't expect. Looking from the outside, the ancient city was perfect, without any signs of dilapidation. But looking from the inside, the streets and houses in the ancient city had long been destroyed. There were even many skeletons on the ground. The scene changed quickly. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the second ancient city, which was still a dilapidated ancient city. In the following scenes, Lin Feng saw a world full of death aura. The various ancient cities were already dilapidated, and there were countless skeletons. Although there were still some creatures in the mountains, grasslands, deserts, lakes, and other places, they were only some low-level creatures, not powerful cultivators. A destroyed world. Lin Feng muttered to himself. This world was huge, but it was destroyed. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a series of dull collision sounds coming from the depths of this world. Then, a huge figure appeared. When he saw that huge figure, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Here, it wasn't that there was no one. That mysterious existence was at the end of the world. Due to the distance, they couldn't see his face. He held a huge hammer and seemed to be hammering something. Lin Feng tried to reach the end of this world. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he couldn't reach it. This left Lin Feng quite speechless. It also made Lin Feng feel very helpless. However, not long after, Lin Feng saw an ancient demonic pagoda flying out from the end of the world. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the Devil Pagoda before it was split into two, it was still complete. Now, he actually saw the figure of the demonic tower in this world. What did this mean? Could it be? Was that mysterious existence forging the Devil Pagoda? The origin of the Devil Pagoda was very mysterious. No one knew the origin of the Devil Pagoda. Of course. It was also possible that someone knew the origin of the demonic tower, but Lin Feng didn't know who knew the origin of the demonic tower. Devil Pagoda. It exuded a terrifying aura. Even though it had only just been forged, it was already unimaginably powerful. A world created by the Devil Pagoda. Just who is the existence at the end of the world? Lin Feng could not stop himself from mumbling. He was very interested in the mysterious existence at the end of the world. He wanted to know the identity of the mysterious existence. Unfortunately, the mysterious existence had never appeared. Lin Feng knew. The world within the lake must be a real world. However, he did not know where it was. Lin Feng had no intentions of entering the world. It hadn't been easy for him to reach the Undying Plane. Lin Feng did not know what would happen after entering the world. If he could not return to the Undying Plane, wouldn't that be a tragedy? Lin Feng did not want that to happen. The Devil Pagoda flew through the void. Next, it furiously devoured all the powers within the world. The power of death, the power of darkness, the power of light, and so on. All the powers. The Devil Pagoda furiously devoured them all. As the demonic tower absorbed all kinds of energy, its power continued to increase. By devouring the various powers, the Devil Pagoda completed its transformation. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and an item flew out from the ground. The item furiously slammed against the Devil Pagoda. Lin Feng turned to look at the item and a look of shock appeared on his face. The item that had flown out from the ground was actually a beast claw. The beast claw was very special and strange. It was covered in golden scales. Seeing the beast claw, Lin Feng could not stop himself from revealing a puzzled look. That beast claw. Just what kind of creature did it belong to? Why was there only one claw left? Had that living being died? Was there only one claw left in this world? Perhaps, that was a real possibility. The beast claw fought against the Devil Pagoda. The beast claw wanted to destroy the Devil Pagoda but failed. The Devil Pagoda wanted to destroy the beast claw and devour it. However, the Devil Pagoda failed as well. Neither the Devil Pagoda nor the beast claw could do anything to the other party. It's Li Jianli's beast claw. I never thought that Li Jianli's beast claw would still exist in this world. I wonder if this scene in front of me is something from this era? Perhaps it's something from a previous era. I've never heard of a creature like Li Jianli appearing in this era. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Li Jianli? What the hell is that? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. This was the first time he had heard of a creature like Li Jianli. However, from the tone of the Demon Lord's voice, it could be deduced. Li Jianli was a creature like that. It should be an extremely terrifying existence. But what kind of existence was it? Lin Feng did not know for the time being. Yarrow Jun said, Li Jianli is said to be a creature born in thunder and lightning. It is born to control the power of thunder and lightning, and the power of thunder and lightning is almost the most destructive power. Therefore, Li Jianli's attack power is very strong. Moreover, Li Jianli's life force is incomparably tenacious, almost unkillable. This kind of creature is not particularly big in appearance, about the size of an ordinary leopard. It does not have a specific shape, and it is said that it can change into any shape at will. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, since he doesn't have a specific form, how can you tell that the claw is Li Jianli's? Chapter 5099. After hearing the Demon Lord's explanation, Lin Feng could basically confirm that the claw was left behind by Li Jianrong. However, no matter who left it behind, it was something that happened countless years ago. It wasn't something that happened in the present, so it was impossible for the claw to come to this space-time. In fact, Lin Feng was a little disappointed because he was still hoping to see the time reversal world in the lake. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Lin Feng wasn't able to see the time reversal world in the virtual world. It was just his wishful thinking, so he could only sigh. It seemed that it was impossible to enter the time reversal world from the first ancestral land of the demon race. As for the scenes he saw, he would just treat it as a show. Lin Feng couldn't enter that world, and it was most likely destroyed. What was the difference between entering that world and seeking death? Lin Feng was about to leave, but at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice. "Take me out, take me out, take me out," the voice said. After hearing the voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. That voice. Where did it come from? Why was it ringing in his mind? Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, did you hear a voice?" "Voice? What voice?" The Demon Lord asked, puzzled. "Take me out, that voice is repeating those words," said Lin Feng. The Demon Lord frowned slightly, then said, "Could it be related to what you saw in the lake?" That, Lin Feng frowned, because what the Demon Lord said was very possible. If that was the case, who was transmitting the voice to him? And who could transmit the voice to him through that illusory world? Why did it sound so unbelievable? However, that voice did exist, and Lin Feng heard it very clearly. "How do I take you out?" Lin Feng asked. The voice didn't answer Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng speechless. "You asked me to take you out, but you're not saying anything now. What the hell are you trying to do? If you don't say anything, I'm leaving," Lin Feng said. "Take me out, take me out, take me out." The voice once again rang in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng said, "How do I take you out? You should tell me. If you don't say anything, how do I take you out? Take me out, take me out, take me out." The voice was still repeating those 4 words. Fuck is not a brand, right? It's not transmitting voice at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Otherwise, why would the voice keep repeating the same sentence? It was too suspicious. Lin Feng decided to leave, but as he was leaving, the voice resonated in Lin Feng's head again. "You're right. You're right. You're right." Lin Feng decided to leave, but as he was leaving, the voice resonated in his head again. "Don't go, take me out, take me out, take me out." This time, the words spoken by the voice were slightly different from before. That was because the voice had added the words, "Don't go." It's not a brand. Lin Feng was surprised. The voice didn't seem to be a brand, and it was really talking to him. For some reason, it didn't tell him how to take the voice out. The situation in front of him was really strange, and it made his hair stand on end. However, Lin Feng wasn't frightened. He thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll take you out. You can come out now." After Lin Feng said that, the surface of the lake started to ripple violently. The world that appeared on the surface of the lake started to distort, and an illusory space-time gate was constructed in that world. At that moment, Lin Feng saw it. The claw of Li Dian had actually rushed into the space-time gate and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the world that appeared on the surface of the lake disappeared as well. Above the lake, a space-time gate was formed. The space-time gate was emitting violent waves as it opened bit by bit. This space-time gate can't be the gate that appeared in that world, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. He felt like he was going crazy. That world, it was a world from countless years ago, or even several epochs ago. Logically speaking, that world belonged to the past spacetime, and it didn't have any intersection with the present spacetime. Therefore, the spacetime gate condensed from the past spacetime couldn't be connected to the present spacetime. However, what was the actual situation? It was a spacetime gate that was constructed between 2 different spacetime worlds. It was normal for something like this to happen in a dream. However, something like this had happened in reality. It was really, he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. Perhaps it was because he wasn't strong enough. Only when one's strength reached a certain level would one be able to understand some things that seemed inconceivable. However, Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't reached that level yet. Therefore, there were some things that Lin Feng couldn't understand. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the void. The bolt of lightning directly struck towards the spacetime gate. Bang! The bolt of lightning struck the spacetime gate fiercely. The spacetime gate trembled violently, and it seemed like it was about to dissipate. Boom! 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 At that moment, bolts of lightning fell from the sky one after another, heading straight for the gate of time and space. The bolts of lightning struck the space-time gate, and the space-time gate was about to be completely destroyed. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that the way of heaven didn't allow the space-time gate to appear? Thinking about it, that might be the reason. After all, the space-time gate was a space-time gate that appeared countless years ago, or even several epochs ago. It shouldn't appear in the present space-time. Therefore, the way of heaven wanted to destroy the space-time gate. Just when Lin Feng thought that the space-time gate was about to be destroyed by the way of heaven, suddenly, something shocking happened. The space-time gate actually solidified again. The way of heaven seemed to have sensed all of this, so it descended an even more powerful bolt of lightning. However, it still couldn't destroy the space-time gate. The space-time gate. It opened quickly. Swoosh. The next moment. Chapter 5100. That golden light turned into a claw. It was Li Jianli's claw. When he saw Li Jianli's claw, Lin Feng's face showed an incomparably moved expression. Li Jianli's claw actually appeared in this space-time. It was really incredible, but everything was true. After Li Jianli's claw appeared, it directly swept towards the void. The power of thunder and lightning that had just condensed in the void was instantly shattered by Li Jianli's claw. And at this time, Lin Feng clearly felt that there seemed to be a more powerful attack brewing. Although that attack had not yet condensed, Lin Feng hurriedly flew towards the shore, so as not to be implicated. At this time, beams of death light condensed in the void one after another. The dense beams of death light all slashed towards Li Jianli's claw. Each beam of death light contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao was determined to destroy Li Jianli's claw. Li Jianli's claw violated the laws of heaven and earth, coming from the past to the present. If it could really withstand the attack of the heavenly Tao and continue to live in this space-time, it would be really terrifying. Facing the attack of the death beams, Li Jianli's claws swept towards the death beams. One after another, the sound of collision rang out. Li Jianli's claws collided with the death beams one after another. Every time they collided, a terrifying shockwave that was enough to destroy the world was sent out. Even the void was shattered by the impact. The deathlight beams could not do anything to Li Jianli's claw. Then, all kinds of attacks were brewed, all slashing towards Li Jianli's claw. Li Jianli's claw collided with the various attacks condensed by the heavenly Tao. The attacks condensed by the heavenly Tao were strong. But they could not destroy Li Jianli's claw. I travel through time and space. Heaven and earth decay, but I am immortal. Heaven and earth perish, but I am immortal. At this time, a low voice resounded between heaven and earth. This was the voice of Li Jianli's claw. It was really strange that a claw could speak. But the world of cultivators was like this. Strange things of every description emerged one after another. So it was acceptable for such a thing to happen. In the end, Li Jianho's claws blocked all the attacks of the heavenly Tao. The invisible pressure that lingered in the void dissipated. Tian Dao no longer attacked Li Dianu's claws. This was similar to a cultivator's tribulation. The lightning tribulation condensed by the heavenly Tao attempted to destroy the cultivators. Some cultivators died in the lightning tribulation. However, some cultivators managed to successfully overcome their lightning tribulations. Right now, Li Jianho's claws had resisted the attack of the heavenly Tao, which was similar to the tribulation. Li Jianli's claws quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Then, a voice came from Li Jianli's claws. Kid, you have the aura of the Devil Tower on you. Could it be that you have some connection with the Devil Tower? Let me search your soul and see if there are any memories related to the Demon Tower. Hearing Li Jiansu's words, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. I helped you come from that world to this space-time, and you want to search my soul? Wasn't this a classic case of biting the hand that fed him? Lin Feng had the urge to slap Li Jianho to death. However, Lin Feng didn't dare to show his true thoughts. Li Jianho was simply too strong. He couldn't compete with Li Jianho. I can tell you whatever you want to know. Don't search my soul. Have you forgotten? I played an extremely important role in the reason you were able to come from that world to this spacetime. A powerful existence like you shouldn't do something like biting the hand that fed you, right? Lin Feng hurriedly said. Li Jianhou said, don't you know that Li Jianhou only cares about benefits and not friendship? That's why I've long since forgotten about your kindness to me. That's possible. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. As the saying goes, shameless people are invincible. The current Li Jianhou. He gave off such a feeling. However, this guy only had one claw left. He didn't even have a face. What face did he have? Li Jianhou quickly flew towards Lin Feng, as if he really wanted to search Lin Feng's soul. If Li Jianhou were to do so, it would be an extremely bad thing. First, when Li Jianhou's soul was searched, his soul would suffer irreparable damage. Second, Lin Feng had too many secrets. If Li Jianhou were to search his soul and find out about Lin Feng's many secrets, he might kill Lin Feng and take all of Lin Feng's secrets for himself. This was something that could happen. Therefore, he had to guard against Li Jianhou's soul search. Lin Feng hurriedly said, the demon pagoda is now divided into two, and both of them have given birth to their own gods. Right now, the two demon pagodas are spying on each other. They want to devour each other and merge into one. However, neither of the two demon pagodas can do anything to each other. Therefore, for now, the two demon pagodas are in a situation where they are evenly matched. And I do have some connections with the demon pagodas. My two ancestors controlled the demon pagodas one after another. Later, it was said that the fall of my two ancestors was greatly related to the demon pagodas. Back then, I helped the Snow Clan suppress the first demon pagoda. So, if you really want to talk about it, there is only resentment and hatred between me and the demon pagodas. That's all there is between me and the demon pagodas. I've told you everything I know. You won't search my soul again, right? After he finished speaking, Lin Feng looked at Li Jianhou's claw with some apprehension. If this guy really bit the hand that fed him, then he would join forces with the demon lord to deal with this guy. Although he still might not be a match for this guy, it shouldn't be too difficult to escape, right? Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. After hearing his words, Li Jianhou's claw stopped in midair. It didn't target Lin Feng anymore. It seemed to believe what Lin Feng had said a moment before. And Lin Feng really hadn't lied to this guy. Everything he said was true. Do you know where the demon pagodas are? Li Jianhou asked. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Jianhou wouldn't attack him. Lin Feng adjusted his emotions and said, I really don't know where the two demon pagodas are, but I do know that they are in the Undying World. I saw them last time in the Little Western Horizon region. Okay. Li Jianhou's claw said. Then, it tore through the void and disappeared. Chapter 5101. Li Jianli's claw left. Although they were in the first ancestral land of the demon race, Lin Feng believed that if it wanted to leave, it would have its own way. It was hard to imagine how powerful Li Jianli's claw was. It was definitely a terrifying existence. Now that it had left, Lin Feng could finally relax. This time, when he came to the Shuyu Lake, he didn't see the time reversal world. He had actually brought Li Jianli's claw to this world. It was really strange. Li Jianli's claw didn't attack Lin Feng, which meant that there was some connection between them. In fact, Lin Feng was very curious. What kind of existence could kill Li Jianli? This was destined to be a secret unless Li Jianli's claw told him what had happened. Lin Feng didn't need to stay here any longer. He went back the way he came and met up with the Fire Chelin and the others outside. How was it? Did you find anything? The Fire Chelin asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I saw a world, but I didn't enter it. Lin Feng didn't tell them about Li Jianli's claw. There was no need to let the Fire Chelin and the others know about it. If they didn't know, they could just pretend that nothing had happened. If they knew, who knew what kind of disaster it would bring to them? Of course, this kind of thing could happen. Who knew what kind of personality Li Jianli's claw had? Then let's go back, Hua Xianxian said with a smile. She had invited Lin Feng and the others to go to Fengshi Mountain. Now that things here were over, They could go to Fengshi Mountain with Hua Xianxian and visit the Demon Empress. The group left. They talked and laughed along the way. However, when he was halfway there, he was surrounded by people. There were about 100 cultivators surrounding Lin Feng and the others. They were aggressive and looked at Lin Feng and the others indifferently. The leader was none other than Jin Zicheng, who had been knocked unconscious by the fire Chilean's brick. This guy was obviously here for revenge. Jin Zicheng, what is the meaning of this? Hua Lingxian asked. Jin Zicheng said coldly, Hua Lingxian, this is between me and this group of Jojo cultivators. It has nothing to do with you, so you better get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Hua Lingxian actually knew that Jin Zicheng had always rejected the demon cultivators of the 9 regions. Therefore, she said, don't go too far. Even if you have an extraordinary status, if you go too far, you won't be able to explain yourself. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Jin Zicheng said with a cold smile. Clearly, he did not want to give Hua Lingxian any face. Jin Zicheng no longer had any scruples. He only wanted to teach these cultivators a lesson. At the very least, he wanted to cripple their limbs. Otherwise, how could he vent the hatred in his heart? Feng Yareo said, Lingxian, don't get involved in this matter. This is between us and Jin Zicheng. That's right. We should have settled this dispute long ago. Do you really think that we're easy to bully? The world is so big, and if we don't stay here, we'll have to find somewhere else to go. The fire Chilean said with a cold smile. Jin Zicheng said mockingly, you're really a group of ingrates. Have you forgotten the kindness of the demon ancestral land so quickly? You actually said such heartless words. The demon ancestral land shouldn't have taken in you ingrates. Little Peng King said indifferently, of course, we're very grateful to the higher-ups of the demon ancestral land for taking us in. However, there are some things that don't need to be said too clearly. If you say it too clearly, it won't be good for anyone's face. Ingrates can always find a lot of reasons to defend themselves. Jin Zicheng continued to sneer. Ingrate was naturally an extremely unpleasant description. This fellow used the word ingrate to describe Little Rock King and the others. This was simply a great humiliation to Little Rock King and the others. Therefore, Little Rock King and the others' expressions were incomparably ugly. Little Peng King said, don't make the demon ancestral land sound too noble. There are so many demon cultivators from the lower realms who came to the Undying Realm. How many people did the demon ancestral land take in? Back then, we were only able to join the first ancestral land because my uncle gave us a primal chaos sacred stone. That's why the first ancestral land took us in. The first ancestral land of the demon race is only SOSO. Don't try to fish for fame. Sure enough, there was something fishy about this matter. Little Peng King said that if this matter was said too clearly, it wouldn't be good for anyone's face. Now that Little Peng King said this matter, it was obvious that he was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality. Jin Zicheng knew about the rules of the demon ancestral land, but he hadn't thought that Great Peng King would take out something as precious as the primal chaos sacred stone. Unfortunately, he wasn't fated to have such a treasure. Jin Zicheng was a bit depressed. Jin Zicheng wondered if Little Peng King also had such a treasure. After crippling Little Peng King, he would be able to rob him of all his treasures. Thinking about this, Jin Zicheng suddenly smiled coldly and said, isn't it normal for you to contribute some treasures? You have to pay immortal stones to stay outside. Do you think the Demon Ancestral Land is a charity organization? What kind of riffraff is allowed to stay in our number 1 ancestral land? Little Peng King smiled coldly and said, I didn't say that. This is a matter of mutual benefit. It's good for both sides. Therefore, we're not as bad as you say. Wait until my uncle and the Peacock King come out of seclusion. We'll leave the first ancestral land and we won't contact each other anymore. What kind of place do you think the first ancestral land is? You think it's a place where you can come and go as you please? If you want to leave, you have to cripple your own cultivation and I'll let you go. Jin Zicheng looked at Little Peng King and the others indifferently. This guy was quite ruthless. He was actually asking Little Peng King and the others to cripple their cultivation. Jin Zicheng, Do you really think we're easy to bully? We tolerated you before not because we were afraid of you. Little Peng King said coldly. Chapter 5102. Since Jin Zicheng had put it this way, there was only one way left to fight. The Fire Qilin said, "Last time, I should have crippled a coward like you. If I had crippled a coward like you, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. I really regret it. If the heavens gave me another chance, I would have used a brick to turn you into an idiot." After hearing the Fire Qilin's words, Jin Zicheng felt his forehead and the back of his head begin to hurt again. He didn't know if it was caused by psychological factors, but a burst of pain came from Jin Zicheng's forehead and the back of his head. Jin Zicheng regarded this as a great humiliation. He tried hard not to think about being knocked out by the Fire Qilin with a brick, but now, the Fire Qilin brought it up again. Jin Zicheng couldn't help but think about what happened before. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Now, in the first ancestral land of the demon race, there must be many people talking behind his back and mocking him. Thinking of this, Jin Zicheng had an impulse to cut the Fire Qilin into pieces. He could just cripple the rest of the people in 9 regions. But the Fire Qilin. It must die. Do it. No need to be polite. Cripple all of them. Jin Zicheng waved his hand and said, "Yes." After receiving the order, the experts brought by Jin Zicheng rushed toward Lin Feng and the others like wolves and tigers. When Jin Zicheng and the others came out of the central ancient city, such a large group naturally attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, many cultivators followed them out and wanted to see what was going on. These cultivators stood in the distance to watch the show. They had heard that Jin Zicheng was knocked out by the Fire Qilin with a brick, and this matter had become a joke. Jin Zicheng was a narrow-minded person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In the eyes of the onlookers, since Jin Zicheng had decided to take action, the cultivators of the 9 states macro world would suffer today. Isn't Jin Zicheng too brazen? Does he really dare to cripple the cultivators of 9 regions world? Isn't he afraid of being punished by the higher-ups? A cultivator said. Even now, he still didn't understand what Jin Zicheng was thinking. A cultivator said, "What is Jin Zicheng afraid of? His talent was great, his cultivation was powerful, and he was of noble birth. The rock demon deity, one of the 3 great demon deities, was his ancestor. If the practitioners of the 9 states macro world were destroyed, what was done could not be undone. At that time, the higher-ups would probably turn a blind eye to it. After all, they would not destroy Jin Zicheng for a few useless people. Of course, when the time comes, Jin Zicheng may be punished, but this punishment will definitely not be too heavy. And at that time, the punishment will only be to block the public's mouth. When the heat of this matter dies down, Jin Zicheng will be able to swagger out again." Another cultivator said, "To put it bluntly, the first ancestral land of the demon race is still the world dominated by the demon race of the Undying Realm. The demon race cultivators from other worlds are just living under someone else's roof here, and their status is not high. If the people of 9 regions are really reduced to such a miserable state, they can only blame it on natural selection. The law of heaven and earth is the law of survival of the fittest. Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. If you are eliminated, you will be eliminated." This cultivator's words received the approval of many people, so many cultivators nodded in agreement. At this time, a young demon race cultivator said, "I heard that the Rock King and the Peacock King have extraordinary cultivation. If they come out of seclusion and know that the people of 9 regions have been crippled, I wonder what they will do." Someone else said, "With the 3 great demon deities in charge, who would dare to cause trouble? Unless they don't want to live anymore. The Rock King and the Peacock King are smart people, so they should know what to do." While the surrounding cultivators were discussing spiritedly, the cultivators brought by Jin Zicheng had already surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Hua Lingxian was very worried about Lin Feng and the others, but she couldn't stop Jin Zicheng. Hua Lingxian was a good person, so she chose to fight alongside Lin Feng and the others. Who's afraid of who? There's only one word, and that's fight. The Fire Qilin sneered and directly rushed out. Then, the Fire Qilin's body transformed into its true body. Endless flames curled around it. The fire Chilene's fighting strength immediately increased by more than 3 times. A human body was a great restriction for the fire Chilene. The fire Chilene rushed into the crowd and fought with a group of demon race cultivators. The fire Chilene could send a powerful demon race cultivator flying with a single claw. Use magic treasures to kill him, Jin Zicheng said coldly. The cultivators quickly took out their magic treasures and controlled them to attack the fire Chilene. The magic treasures were very powerful. Naturally, everyone couldn't help but worry for the fire Chilene. However, at this time, the flames around the fire Chilene's body twisted and turned into 4 shields. Chilene Shield. This was an extremely powerful defensive technique mastered by the fire Chilene clan. When the Chilene Shield was used, it could condense 4 shields. Every single one of the shields. The defensive power was very shocking. When everyone's magic treasures attacked, they were all blocked by the fire Chilene's Chilene Shield. Under the protection of the Chilene Shield, the fire Chilene's ferocity was monstrous. It continued to attack the demon race cultivators. The fire Chilene had the bloodline of a holy beast. Moreover, it was in existence from the 9 states. Naturally, its fighting strength was extremely heaven-defying. Swoosh. Jin Zicheng looked at the scene in front of him with a gloomy expression. He took out a silver flying sword, planning to launch a sneak attack on the fire Chilene at any time. The silver flying sword's aura was abnormally terrifying. It seemed to be a holy weapon. He didn't expect this person to have such a treasure. If the fire Chilene was ambushed, the fire Chilene would be in trouble. After Little Rock King saw the situation, he immediately took out the divine mirror. He held the divine mirror in his hand. Powerful dharmic powers flowed into the divine mirror. With the influx of dharmic powers, the divine mirror was activated by Little Rock King. Hum. A beam of light shot out from the divine mirror. The beam of light swept towards Jin Zicheng, who was preparing to ambush the fire Chilene. After seeing the beam of light sweeping towards him, Jin Zicheng's expression changed abruptly. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from the beam of light. That aura made his expression change slightly. Chapter 5103. Clang. Jin Zicheng's silver flying sword collided with the attack of the Empyrean mirror. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound. The silver flying sword was so powerful that it blocked the attack of the Empyrean mirror. These 2 treasures were both sacred artifacts. Thus, it would not be easy to use treasures to restrain the other party. Jin Zicheng, I would like to experience your divine ability, Little Rock King said coldly. You? Trash like you dares to challenge me? Are you worthy? Jin Zicheng looked at Little Rock King mockingly. Although he was jealous of Little Rock King's talent and luck, Jin Zicheng was very disdainful of Little Rock King's strength. It was no wonder that Jin Zicheng was so disdainful. It was mainly because, when Little Rock King came to the Undying Realm, his realm was indeed far from Jin Zicheng's. Although Little Rock King's improvement was very fast, Jin Zicheng's strength was also constantly increasing, so Jin Zicheng naturally looked down on Little Rock King's strength. After the battle, we'll know if you're qualified to say such words. Little Rock King looked at Jin Zicheng indifferently. His battle intent continued to rise. Many people were very surprised. Little Rock King wanted to challenge Jin Zicheng. They were both cultivators of the rock race, but the difference in their cultivation time was too great. Compared to Jin Zicheng, Little Rock King's only advantage was that he came from the 9 provinces. In fact, many people said that the cultivators of the 9 provinces were different from the cultivators of other worlds, but even Little Rock King himself did not know what this difference was. Not only did Little Rock King not know, Lin Feng also did not know. But regardless of whether he knew or not, there were definitely many differences. Perhaps this difference could be of help to Little Rock King. Not far away, a group of cultivators was attacking the fire Chilene. After the fire Chilene transformed into a sacred beast, its battle strength was really powerful. It wandered in the crowd and one cultivator after another was beaten half to death by the fire Chilene. As for Lin Feng, he did not make a move at all. He was watching the show. Feng Yarao, Princess Shui Yarao, Little Moon, and Hua Lingxian did not make a move either. Women should live beautifully. Therefore, It was better to stand aside and watch the show. Now, everyone's eyes were on the Little Rock King. The Fire Chalene should have no problem dealing with the demon clan cultivators who were besieging it. The main thing was that the situation on Little Rock King's side made everyone quite uncertain. Jin Zichong had been famous for a long time and was very powerful. Little Rock King was a rising star. Although they came from the same race, there were probably many aspects that were different. For example, bloodline, talent, cultivation techniques, mentality, and combat experience. Many intangible aspects could often seriously affect the specific situation of this battle. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Jin Zichong looked at Little Rock King with an indifferent expression, then unleashed a series of incantation gestures. Those spells all flew into the silver flying sword. As a sacred level treasure, there should be a set of sword control techniques passed down. In fact, the Epoch War spear that Lin Feng had obtained previously had a matching spear technique. Every top-grade treasure had its own set of incantations. For example, Lin Feng's Hell King's Bell also had a matching spell to activate it. This way, the treasure's strongest power could be unleashed. Lin Feng really wanted to learn a spear skill that was compatible with the time spear. That way, he would be able to use the time spear as much as possible. But for now, Lin Feng hadn't obtained a matching spear technique for the Epoch War spear. At this moment, after Jin Zichong used the sword control technique, the silver flying sword actually split into 8. The 8 silver flying swords split into 8 directions and surrounded Little Rock King in the middle. Each of the silver flying swords vibrated with extremely terrifying power, and each of the silver flying swords seemed to be real. It was very difficult to distinguish which of the 8 silver flying swords were real and which were fake. Slash. Jin Zichong sneered and the 8 silver flying swords all slashed towards Little Rock King. That silver flying sword is called the 8 Extreme Sword. It's rumored that it's an ultimate treasure passed down by the 8 Extreme Sacred Master. The 8 Extreme Sacred Master was a titled god. The top expert of this era, Jin Zichong, seemed to be able to rise because he obtained the legacy of the 8 Extreme Sacred Master. At this moment, a cultivator on the outside said. Obviously. That cultivator recognized the origin of the silver flying sword. No wonder this Jin Zichong knows so many powerful techniques. He actually had such a fortuitous encounter, someone exclaimed. Then, someone said, I wonder if Little Rock King can last 10 rounds. 10 rounds? I think 3 rounds will be enough. A cultivator shook his head and said. His tone was full of contempt for Little Rock King. There weren't many cultivators who thought highly of Little Rock King. However, Lin Feng thought highly of Little Rock King. He felt that Little Rock King wasn't an arrogant person. On the contrary, Little Rock King had always been humble. Since he dared to challenge the famous Jin Zichong, he must have some terrifying techniques. Just as the 8 silver flying swords were about to strike the Little Rock King, the space around the Little Rock King suddenly distorted. The flying swords were blocked by the distorted space. Hey! It's the use of the Tao of space. It seems that Little Rock King's fortuitous encounter over the years is quite good. He actually obtained the legacy of the Tao of space. Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The strongest Tao of space was the Tao of space passed down by the God of space. However, it was too difficult to obtain the Tao of space passed down by the God of space. Other than the God of space, there were many experts who created the Tao of space. Then, some of the Tao of space disappeared, while others were passed down. The Tao of space that Little Rock King obtained was a rather powerful Tao of space. After the distorted space blocked the attacks of the 8 flying swords, Little Rock King shook the Empyrean mirror in his hand. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. A mysterious world appeared in the Empyrean mirror. Next, a lot of white fog escaped from the mysterious world in the Empyrean mirror. The white fog was quite special. When the white fog escaped, it directly wrapped around the 8 flying swords. Then, the white fog wanted to pull the 8 flying swords into the world inside the Empyrean mirror. Jin Zichong's face couldn't help but sink when he saw this. Chapter 5104. What a powerful mirror! It wants to devour Jin Zichong's flying swords, I wonder if they'll actually be devoured in the end. A cultivator said. Jin Zicheng's flying sword was naturally extremely powerful, but as the saying goes, everything has its nemesis. Now, Jin Zicheng's flying sword seemed to be suppressed. Once it was devoured by the Empyrean mirror, it was very likely that he would no longer be able to control his flying sword. Many cultivators could see this, including Jin Zicheng himself. Therefore, at this moment, Jin Zicheng's expression was very ugly. Jin Zicheng shot out runes one after another. These runes entered the 8 flying swords. Suddenly, something amazing happened. The 8 flying swords tore through the shackles of the white mist and quickly flew together. The 8 flying swords rotated fiercely in the void. When Lin Feng saw the 8 swords, he couldn't help but be astonished. The 8 swords could turn into 8 trigrams. It seemed like they had fused with the strength of the 8 trigrams. They were much more powerful than before. Apart from that, they were even more mysterious and unfathomable. The 8 flying swords attacked Little Peng again. Little Rock King snorted coldly and took out the Tianshu mirror. The Tianshu mirror floated in the air. Next, the Empyrean mirror shot out one light beam after another, which collided with the 8 flying swords one after another. It immediately blocked the attacks of the 8 flying swords. The 8 flying swords were suppressed by the heavenly void mirror. The void mirror's level is clearly higher than Jin Zicheng's flying swords. A cultivator said. That's right. If the 7 mirrors fuse into one, they can transform into an ancient weapon. Therefore, a single mirror is already a top-tier saint weapon. Saint weapons are also divided into different grades. Some are strong, some are weak. However, the silver flying sword is clearly much weaker than the void mirror. Little Peng King hasn't had the void mirror for long, so he hasn't been able to fully unleash the power of the void mirror. If Little Peng King truly grasps the void mirror and can gradually unleash the power of the void mirror, the state of fusing with the mirror will be terrifying, another cultivator said. At this moment, Little Peng himself quickly charged at Jin Zicheng. Rock spreading wings. Little Peng shouted and a pair of rock wings appeared on his back. The rock wings directly attacked Jin Zicheng. You can, so can I. Jin Zicheng looked at Little Peng with disdain. A pair of rock wings also appeared on his back. Jin Zicheng's rock wings also flapped. Bang! 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 Little Rock King and Jin Zicheng's rock wings collided. Jin Zicheng's spiritual power was stronger than Little Rock King's, so Little Rock King was at a disadvantage. After a dozen rounds, Little Rock King was blown away by Jin Zicheng's wings. Goldwing slash. Jin Zicheng's expression was indifferent. He quickly caught up with Little Rock King, his wings flapping loudly. The pair of wings quickly slashed towards the Little Rock King like 2 invincible swords. When Little Peng retreated, he used the wings to protect his body. Actually, these were only energy wings. Little Peng and Jin Zicheng's race had evolved to the point where they didn't have real rock wings anymore. The technique they were using now was called energy wings. Although they were only energy wings, they weren't very different from real wings. Jin Zicheng's wings continuously attacked Little Peng's body. Little Peng was blown away again. He couldn't help but cough up blood in midair. When they saw this, Feng Yaoreo and the others' expressions suddenly changed. Little Peng had only cultivated for a short period of time. Therefore, if they really fought, there was still a gap between him and Jin Zicheng. They couldn't help but worry about Little Peng. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. When he saw Little Peng injured, Lin Feng was naturally very worried. However, Lin Feng felt that Little Peng definitely had some powerful techniques that he hadn't used yet. Little Peng is going to lose, one of the cultivators who were watching from afar said. Many people nodded. Little Peng was being suppressed too much. Therefore, it seemed that Little Peng's defeat was irreversible. Jin Zicheng looked at Little Rock King with an indifferent expression. He quickly flew towards the Little Rock King and continued attacking him with his wings. The Little Rock King was blown away again. This time, the Little Rock King's wings were about to break. The situation wasn't looking good for the Little Rock King. Lin Feng and the others looked glum. If this continued, things would get troublesome. It's time to end this, Jin Zicheng said coldly. He was like a shadow, not giving the Little Rock King any chance to retaliate. He quickly arrived beside the Little Rock King and his wings attacked the Little Rock King once again. This attack was even more powerful than the previous one. Jin Zicheng looked at the Little Rock King with disdain. In his opinion, the Little Rock King would not be able to withstand his attack. However, at that moment, 6 pairs of wings appeared on Little Peng's back. "Cloud 90,000! Shouted Little Peng coldly. The 6 pairs of wings flapped at the same time. The 6 pairs of wings unleashed their power and collided with Jin Zicheng's pair of wings. Jin Zicheng couldn't defeat Little Peng and was blown away. "Cloud 90,000? How is that possible? How is that possible? How did you manage to learn that technique? That's impossible, it's already incomplete. Even if it's complete, very few people can learn it successfully. Even the ancestor of the bestial god clan didn't manage to learn it." Kim Zicheng roared in disbelief after he was sent flying by the explosion. From his shocked expression, one could tell how powerful the Cloud Journey 90,000 was. Lin Feng had the impression that the Little Rock King's 6 pairs of wings were different from the Great Rock wings he had used at the beginning. That pair of wings seemed to contain a very special and very high level of energy. As one of the best techniques of the Great Peng clan, Cloud 90,000 was different. The Little Peng King has even learned the Great Peng clan's long-lost innate techniques. How incredible! The cultivators in the distance couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "We're different," said Little Peng indifferently. The Little Rock King said with an indifferent expression. The 6 pairs of wings on his back flapped as if he had teleported. In a flash. Chapter 5105. Little Rock Kings We Are Different made Jin Zicheng's face turn extremely gloomy, causing countless people to ponder. Could the reason why Little Rock King was able to cultivate the Cloudy 90,000 be related to Little Rock King's background? After all, it had always been said that cultivators from the 9 provinces' Great World were different from cultivators from other worlds. However, no one knew exactly what was different about them. However, Little Rock King's words made many people feel that this might be the difference. Right now, Jin Zicheng was simply envious of Little Rock King. However, Jin Zicheng also knew that now was not the time to be envious, jealous, and hateful. This was because he had to block Little Rock King's attack. If he could not block Little Rock King's attack, it would be bad later. Jin Zicheng wanted to dodge Little Rock King's attack, so he executed Cloud Journey 90,000. Little Rock King's speed increased explosively, making it impossible for him to escape. This was one of the enhancements brought by Cloud Journey 90,000. Cloud Journey 90,000 could greatly enhance the user's speed. Jin Zicheng could only use his wings to protect his body. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sounds of violent collisions one after another. Little Rock King's wings swept fiercely onto Jin Zicheng's body. The pair of wings that Jin Zicheng had conjured exploded. Jin Zicheng was even sent flying. Little Rock King quickly chased after Jin Zicheng. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jin Zicheng. 6 pairs of wings swept towards Jin Zicheng. This time, Jin Zicheng did not even have time to resist. 6 pairs of wings landed on Jin Zicheng's body. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Who knew how many bones in Jin Zicheng's body were broken? With a plop, Jin Zicheng fell to the ground and his body began to twitch violently. "Ah! This is impossible!" Jin Zicheng roared loudly, unable to accept what was happening. He had always been a high and mighty existence. Now, he was actually defeated by a cultivator that he looked down on. Moreover, he was seriously injured. This time, Jin Zicheng had injured his origin and meridians. Even if the undying world had a lot of treasures, it was still not an easy thing for Jin Zicheng to fully recover. It would take many years. Most importantly, the injury to his heart was impossible to recover. Everyone knew. Kim Zicheng was probably crippled this time. Even if he recovered in the future, he might not be able to return to his peak. As for breaking through and reaching new heights, that would be even more difficult. Everyone was very clear about this. Goldie Chong Hen. He wished he could tear Little Rock King into pieces. But now, he could only think about it in his mind. You're still far from it. Facts have proven that people who talk big may not be really powerful. Little Rock King said indifferently. Wow. After being mocked by the Little Rock King, Jin Zichong could not take it anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. This guy spat out 5 or 6 mouthfuls of blood in a row, and then directly fainted. His mental fortitude isn't up to standard. Lin Feng said. When some of the cultivators in the distance heard Lin Feng's words, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. No matter who was seriously injured. Moreover, it was an injury to their meridians and origin. After hearing the ridicule of others, they wouldn't be able to take it, right? How many people could calmly accept this kind of thing? There might be such people in the world, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The battle on the Fire Qilin's side had also ended. When Jin Zichong was injured by the Little Rock King, the battle on the other side had already ended. More than 100 cultivators surrounded the Fire Qilin. But now, there were already 40 to 50 people lying on the ground. The Fire Qilin was really fierce, to actually injure so many cultivators. This was the Fire Qilin, its methods were indeed very powerful. What a good Yuncheng 90,000, powerful, powerful. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to leave, a gloomy voice sounded out. Following that, a cultivator stepped out from the void. This was a middle-aged cultivator. When they saw this cultivator, many people revealed shocked expressions. This cultivator was called Jin Wuxia. This person was a true immortal realm expert, one of the strongest experts of the Great Rock Race. After seeing this person, many people fell silent. This was the upper echelon of the demon race's ancestral land. At this time, they naturally couldn't say anything. If they said something wrong, it wouldn't end well. Everyone was very clear about this. So, the cultivators who were watching the show from afar didn't dare to say anything. Senior. Little Rock King cupped his fists. Jin Wuxia laughed coldly and said, "Don't bow to me, I can't stand your bow." After hearing Jin Wuxia's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Jin Wuxia's attitude on this matter was already clear. But thinking about it carefully, Jin Wuxia was someone on Jin Zichong's side after all. Wasn't it normal for him to side with Jin Zichong? Could it be that he had to side with Little Rock King? Obviously, this was impossible. Little Rock King naturally wouldn't do something like sticking his warm face to someone else's cold butt. Little Rock King looked at Lin Feng and the others and said, "Let's go." The few of them nodded. But at this time, Jin Wuxia said coldly, "You injured people to this extent and you're just going to leave like this?" Little Rock King asked, "Then what does Senior want to do?" Jin Wuxia said, "I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me the cultivation technique of Cloud Journey 90,000 and I can let bygones be bygones and let you go." After hearing Jin Wuxia's words, many people despised Jin Wuxia. This guy wanted to snatch someone else's top-notch absolute art, yet he said it in such a dignified manner. His skin was really too thick. However, sometimes, when these top-notch experts were really shameless, even ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to them. Little Rock King was naturally someone with a temper. He had been humiliated, bullied, and oppressed. Now that he had resisted, in the eyes of countless people, it was a battle of an egg striking a rock. But he had won. This was a battle of dignity. Now that he had won, this kind of true immortal expert actually interfered. The various great powers had a rule that true immortals couldn't interfere with the grudges between the younger generation of cultivators or between the younger generation of cultivators. The various great powers abided by this rule. But now, a true immortal from the Yarrow clan's ancestral land wanted to interfere in the dispute between the disciples of the Yarrow clan. It was truly shameless. However, if the other party really insisted on interfering in this matter, it would be something that made others feel helpless. After all, no one could restrain the other party's actions. Chapter 5106. Are you trying to force me to hand over the Cloud Journey 90,000? Little Rock King asked. Jin Wuxia said, "If you make a mistake, you need to be punished. And there are many ways to punish. I didn't punish you physically because you are a descendant of the great rock race. You should be grateful for this. Asking you to hand over the cloudy 90,000 is also for the sake of our great rock race. After hearing Jin Wuxia's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng thought that his skin was thick enough. But compared to Jin Wuxia, the difference was like heaven and earth. How shameless must one be to be able to say what Jin Wuxia just said? Many people muttered in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. Who would dare to offend the higher-ups of the demon race's first ancestral land? Wouldn't that be courting death? Little Rock King said, if it was any other time, you want to cultivate the cloudy 90,000. Naturally, I can tell you, because I'm not a selfish person. But today, I won't take out the cloudy 90,000 because your words just now really disgusted me. Hearing this, Jin Wuxia's face immediately darkened, and he looked at Little Rock King with a cold gaze. If it wasn't for your uncle's face, do you think you can still stand and talk to me? But back then, when I said those words just now, your uncle's face was no longer enough. Jin Wuxia looked at Little Rock King coldly, then shouted, kneel down. After his voice fell, a terrifying pressure was emitted from Jin Wuxia's body. That terrifying pressure directly suppressed Little Rock King. Little Rock King is in for it. Although his cultivation is not bad, in front of an expert like Jin Wuxia, it's nothing. He can't resist the pressure released by Jin Wuxia at all. After seeing Jin Wuxia release a powerful pressure to suppress Little Rock King, a cultivator immediately said. The others nodded. It was indeed as the cultivator had said. The pressure released by a true immortal was very difficult to resist. Moreover, it was said that Jin Wuxia was no ordinary true immortal. He was an expert in the second major realm of the true immortal realm, the Dao immortal realm. Such a cultivation level was simply too terrifying. In the eyes of many cultivators, such a cultivator did not even need to make a move. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress Little Rock King. In fact, even some virtual immortal realm cultivators would not be able to do so, let alone Little Rock King. Facing the suppression of a Dao immortal expert's aura, it was also unbearable. Little Peng King's expression became extremely ugly. The other party was a Dao immortal expert, yet he was so shameless. This made Little Peng King feel very helpless. In fact, in the world of cultivators, the most terrifying thing was those powerful and thick-skinned cultivators. They often did things without any scruples. Those who were strong and wanted to save face were much less threatening. Because of their desire to save face, most of the time, these cultivators would not make a move. It was a pity. Jin Wuxia was not a person who cared about his reputation. Just as the terrifying pressure was about to suppress Little Peng King's body, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and placed it on Little Peng King's shoulder. Instantly, all the oppressive aura dissipated. The pressure disappeared. Someone said in surprise. What's going on? Why did the pressure suddenly disappear? Then, someone asked doubtfully. Everyone revealed an incomparably surprised expression. They did not know why the pressure had disappeared. Naturally, they did not associate it with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was too young. Moreover, his cultivation level did not seem to be very high either. So, many people naturally looked down on Lin Feng. Only those who knew Lin Feng knew why the pressure that filled the world and suppressed Little Peng King suddenly disappeared. However, they did not make a sound. Instead, they waited and watched. You must be very tired after a big battle. Rest, Lin Feng said. Little Peng King nodded and then retreated. Jin Wuxia's face could not help but darken slightly. The pressure he released suddenly disappeared, and he actually did not notice what was going on. Now that he saw Lin Feng walk out, Jin Wuxia could not help but think in his heart. Could it be? The pressure disappeared. Could it be related to this young human cultivator in front of him? After this thought was born, it was quickly rejected by Jin Wuxia. Because this was too inconceivable, too inconceivable. He could not believe the reason in his heart. As a Dao Immortal level expert, you should have the dignity of a Dao Immortal level expert. As a Dao Immortal level expert, you actually attacked a junior. Isn't that too degrading? No matter what, the Great Peng clan still has a demon god level expert. You are not only embarrassing yourself, but also the reputation of the demon god and the Great Peng clan. Lin Feng said indifferently. As soon as he said these words, everyone's expression could not help but change slightly. A young cultivator like Lin Feng actually dared to use such a tone to speak to a Dao Immortal level expert. It was completely as if he was teaching the other party a lesson. This made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. Everyone could not help but have the same thought in their hearts. This guy. Where did he get the courage to say such words? Wasn't he thinking that he was dying too slowly? Did he want to reincarnate as soon as possible? And when he heard Lin Feng's words, Jin Wuxi's face immediately revealed an angry gaze. A young junior was actually teaching him a lesson in front of everyone. This was really preposterous. This was completely not putting him in his eyes. This infuriated Jin Wuxi. Jin Wuxi was arrogant. He even looked down on the demon race cultivators who had ascended to the undying realm. Not to mention the human race cultivators. In his eyes, the human race cultivators seemed to always be associated with the word weak and could not be separated. Although there would occasionally be a few experts in the human race, it was only occasionally and not universally. In his eyes, Lin Feng was equivalent to a low-level cultivator from a low-level race. So, Lin Feng's behavior was something that Jin Wuxi absolutely could not tolerate. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you make irresponsible remarks here? Jin Wuxi looked at Lin Feng indifferently. In his eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Jin Wuxi raised his right hand. A palm struck towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm formed a powerful palm wind that directly enveloped Lin Feng. Chapter 5107. That kid has angered Jin Wuxi. He's dead for sure. Some cultivators exclaimed when they saw Jin Wuxi attack. Other than Little Peng Emperor and the others, almost everyone thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. Taking the attack of a Dao Immortal expert like Jin Wuxi. It was indeed something that made people feel despair. Jin Wuxi's punch was about to reach Lin Feng's body. But at that moment, everybody saw that Lin Feng had suddenly attacked. The moment Lin Feng attacked, many people couldn't help but have a thought. Facing the attack of an expert like Jin Wuxi, how could Lin Feng still attack? It was truly a little inconceivable. Everyone's thoughts had yet to dissipate. In the next moment, Lin Feng and Jin Wuxi collided. Bang! Accompanied by the violent sound of collision. Everyone saw Lin Feng and Jin Wuxi. They were actually evenly matched. Both sides took 3 steps back. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Because Lin Feng, such a young cultivator, was actually able to take on a powerful existence like Jin Wuxi without being defeated. Wasn't this too unbelievable? How was this possible? This was the thought that appeared in every cultivator's mind. Who exactly are you? Jin Wuxi's face revealed a solemn expression. Such a young cultivator was actually able to take on a palm strike without being defeated. What kind of cultivation did he have to be able to do this? But the key point was that Lin Feng was too young. He was a little too young. You don't need to know who I am. I'll give Dopeng Demon Godface and won't lower myself to your level today. You can leave now. Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Jin Wuxi's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Because Lin Feng's words were filled with disdain towards him. This infuriated Jin Wuxi. He naturally wouldn't retreat just like that. Although Lin Feng's combat power was extraordinary, Jin Wuxi wasn't necessarily afraid of Lin Feng. This was because Jin Wuxi's cultivation was also very strong. In addition to his own cultivation, Jin Wuxi's accumulation was also very strong. His battle experience was also very rich. In Jin Wuxi's opinion, the reason why Lin Feng was able to display such strength was not because of Lin Feng's own strength. It was very likely that Lin Feng had used some kind of powerful treasure to display such strength. It was mainly because Lin Feng was too young. Therefore, it was hard for people to believe that he had such combat strength. One had to know. Even the Undying Realm's 8 young masters were much older than Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had relied on a magic treasure to have such strength, then it was nothing at all. Because to activate such a magic treasure, the consumption of magic power would definitely be incomparably shocking. From Jin Wuxi's point of view, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Jin Wuxi sneered and said, "Kid, you're just a young human cultivator, yet you dare to be so arrogant in my demon clan's ancestral land. Who gave you such guts? Don't you know that there's always someone better than you?" said Lin Feng. "There's always someone stronger than you. You should be happy that you're in the ancestral land of the animal clan. If you were in the outside world, you'd be a dead man already," said Lin Feng. Many people exclaimed because Lin Feng's words were really arrogant. It was as if he didn't put Jin Wuxi in his eyes at all. This made everyone couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Jin Wuxi was such a strong existence, but in Lin Feng's eyes, was he really so unbearable? In fact, many people thought that Lin Feng had relied on some powerful magic treasure or some special method to increase his battle strength, but after all, this wasn't his own strength. Therefore, if he thought that he could rely on these methods to show off in front of Jin Wuxi, then he was gravely mistaken. A Dao Immortal's dignity was absolutely not to be violated, and a Dao Immortal's cultivation level was not something that could be resisted by relying on magic treasures or special methods. Even if you could resist for a short period of time, how long would you be able to hold on in a real battle? When the time came, you would still end up in a rather miserable state. Jin Wuxi was so angry that he laughed and said, "What kind of genius haven't I seen before? But it's really the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. Today, I'll let you know that if you want to rely on external strength to fight against a Dao Immortal, it's simply a fool's dream. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will take away your magic treasure. With your cultivation level, such a powerful magic treasure won't do you any good, so I'll keep it for you for a while." Jin Wuxi was definitely a hypocrite. He always liked to find excuses for the things he did. After Jin Wuxi finished speaking, he walked towards Lin Feng. A powerful spiritual energy surged out of his palm, and that spiritual energy instantly transformed into an ancient sacred mountain. Jin Wuxi flipped his hand, and that sacred mountain flew out and suppressed Lin Feng. This sacred art was called the Sacred Mountain in the Palm, and it was a type of suppressive sacred art. In the hands of a strong cultivator like Jin Wuxi, this sacred art displayed a terrifying power. Stupid and ignorant. Facing Jin Wuxi's attack, Lin Feng said coldly. He only said 5 words, but when everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they all laughed bitterly. Until now, Lin Feng still didn't know the difference between him and Jin Wuxi. He was still so contemptuous and disdainful towards Jin Wuxi. He was too arrogant. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was an arrogant person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because he had some strength. And such a person, if he didn't meet a top expert, he would naturally be safe and sound. And if he acted tough, no one would be able to do anything to him. If he met a top expert, he would kick an iron plate. For example, now that Lin Feng had kicked an iron plate, one could imagine how miserable his ending would be. At this moment, Lin Feng's hands formed a seal, and he displayed the sacred art, emptiness of all ages. This sacred art. As a top sacred art of the human race in the previous era, it was naturally extremely powerful. After Lin Feng displayed this sacred art, a terrifying power that spanned across time and space surged out from the void. That terrifying power seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and 10,000 worlds. That terrifying power collided with Jin Wuxi's attack. The sacred mountain that Jin Wuxi condensed was instantly destroyed. Next, that terrifying power struck Jin Wuxi's body, and Jin Wuxi was instantly sent flying. Wow! In mid-air, Jin Wuxi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 5108. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Dao Immortal Realm expert Jin Wuxi. He was actually sent flying by a young cultivator. Many people even thought that this was a dream and then asked their friends to slap them awake. But when their friends slapped them, those cultivators were dizzy and blood flowed out of their mouths. Who asked cultivators to be so strong? The power of a casual slap was not to be underestimated. So, Those cultivators who were slapped all looked pitiful and then started to fight with their friends. As they fought, they scolded their friends for slapping them with such strength. Was he trying to use his power to avenge a personal grudge? But more people looked at Lin Feng. Shock, disbelief, horror, respect. There were all kinds of gazes. But there was no jealousy. When the gap between two parties was too big, there was no way to be jealous. Usually, when the gap between two parties wasn't too big, the one who was slightly behind would be jealous of the one who was better. This world. It was just so magical. With a plop, Jin Wuxia fell to the ground. His hair was disheveled. For a Dao Immortal Realm expert, he was really in a sorry state. Jin Wuxia was a proud person. From the moment he appeared, he had always had a high and mighty attitude. Today, Jin Wuxia ended up like this. In his heart. Naturally, he couldn't accept it. This is definitely not true. How can I lose to a young human cultivator? Jin Wuxia roared in anger. His eyes had turned blood red. Jin Wuxia jumped up and pounced towards Lin Feng. He wasn't convinced. How could he possibly lose to a young human cultivator? So, Jin Wuxia wanted to regain his face. At this moment, Lin Feng waved his sleeves and a terrifying power surged out and struck Jin Wuxia's body. Jin Wuxia, as though he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying again. Wah! Jin Wuxia spat out another mouthful of blood. His face became even paler and uglier. Kneel down and talk to me. Lin Feng looked at Jin Wuxia indifferently. He waved his hand and a terrifying power surged out. That power. It headed straight for Jin Wuxia. Jin Wuxia roared in anger. He began to struggle. But he couldn't break free from Lin Feng's suppression. With a plop, Jin Wuxia knelt on the ground. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Jin Wuxia roared like a madman. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Surprisingly, he had knelt down in front of so many people, a young human cultivator. Jin Wuxia ground his teeth. He hated Lin Feng so much that even the water of the 5 lakes and 4 oceans couldn't wash away his hatred. And the surrounding cultivators. They were all dumbfounded. Wasn't Lin Feng a bit too strong? Jin Wuxia was a Dao Immortal expert. Moreover, this was the ancestral land of the demon race. He actually asked Jin Wuxia to kneel. He was unimaginably strong. Wasn't he afraid of offending the #1 ancestral land of the demon race? But thinking about how Lin Feng was so young and so strong, he must have something to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so bold. Who is this young master? He's too strong, someone said. They were extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. To be so strong, it means that his bloodline must be terrifying. I wonder which human race he is from. Someone continued. The human race was once glorious. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Human demon, human ancestor, and other experts. They were all peak existences in the history of the human race. There were also many innate humans. Although it had declined, it had once flourished for a period of time. Perhaps. Lin Feng was a top genius at that time. He sealed himself in the divine stone. Now that he was born, many people felt that there was a possibility. Or else. It was hard to explain how Lin Feng could be so strong at such a young age. If it was someone from this era, it would be very difficult to have such battle strength at his age. One had to know. The 8 young masters were much older than Lin Feng. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked at Jin Wuxia. Everyone felt a little dazed. Everyone felt. The person standing there didn't seem to be a young human cultivator, but a human emperor. He was so strong. His temperament was so extraordinary. Jin Wuxia opened his mouth. He wanted to continue cursing Lin Feng. But some words on the tip of his tongue. But he didn't say it. Because he really felt it. Lin Feng wanted to kill him. Although this was the ancestral land of the demon race. But it was still difficult to intimidate Lin Feng. Kid, no matter who you are, remember, This is the ancestral land of the demon race, not a place for you to behave atrociously. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void. Following that, a cultivator stepped out. This was a middle-aged cultivator. He gave off a dignified feeling. This person was called Jin Wuzhong, and he was also a cultivator of the Great Rock clan. And he was Jin Wu's cousin. Next, another 6 cultivators stepped out. There were men and women among those cultivators, and they all looked coldly at Lin Feng. There were a total of 7 experts, and they were all true immortals. All these years, there were many powerful experts in the first ancestral land of the demon race. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't surprised to see so many true immortals appear. And these true immortals were only a portion of the true immortals in the first ancestral land of the demon race. The true immortal expert who spoke was abnormally strong, definitely much stronger than Jin Wuxue, who Lin Feng had defeated before. Lin Feng was a little uncertain about this person's realm. After hearing this person's question, Lin Feng said indifferently, "Sir, shouldn't you go and teach Jin Wuxue a lesson first?" As a Dao immortal expert, this guy actually targeted a young cultivator. It's really too shameless. But this guy is trash, he actually lost to me. In the future, he should stay at home and cultivate in seclusion, so as not to come out and embarrass himself. Kid, you're too arrogant. Jin Wuxue was so angry that his whole body trembled. You're courting death. Jin Wuzhong's face suddenly sank, and then he slapped towards Lin Feng. His body immediately exuded an immortal and indestructible aura. Golden immortal. This person was actually a golden immortal expert. No wonder this person's aura was so terrifying. Lin Feng knew that he wasn't a match for this person, but it wasn't that he didn't have a way to fight against him. Lin Feng planned to join forces with the Demon Lord to resist this person's attack, and then quickly go to the exit with Little Rock King and the others. When they reached the exit, Lin Feng believed that he could successfully break through the restriction and leave with his own methods. Chapter 5109. When he saw this figure, Lin Feng was overjoyed. The Rock King. The Rock King had appeared. The Rock King slapped at Jin Wuzhong. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The Rock King and Jin Wuzhong collided fiercely. The Rock King was unscathed. Jin Wuzhong was actually forced to retreat. How did you become so strong? Jin Wuzhong looked at the Rock King in disbelief. Lin Feng was also very shocked. The Rock King forced Jin Wuzhong to retreat. It was truly inconceivable. Because Jin Wuzhong was a golden immortal expert. It seemed that after the Rock King entered the world of time reversal, he had obtained great benefits. Lin Feng suddenly thought of his father, Lin Beitian. He had also entered the world of time reversal and soared into the sky. That world was really something to look forward to. The Rock King did not answer Jin Wuzhong's question. Instead, he turned to Lin Feng and smiled. Back in the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng and the Rock King were very close. The Rock King had always treated Lin Feng as his own nephew. Now that he saw Lin Feng again, he was naturally very happy. Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists and bowed to the Rock King. Okay, you can leave. I will take care of today's matter for you. The Rock King patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said. Lin Feng nodded and left. At this time, Lin Feng realized that the Peacock King was standing beside the Fire Qilin and the others. Lin Feng cupped his fists and bowed to the Peacock King. The Peacock King nodded in agreement. If the demon race can't tolerate us, we can leave today. The Rock King said. Jin Wuzhong sneered and said, You think you can come and go as you please? What do you think the demon race's ancestral land is? And that human brat, he injured Jin Wuxue so badly, how can we let him leave like this? If this news spreads, where will the face of the demon race's first ancestral land go? The great Peng Emperor asked, Then what do you plan to do? For your sake, we'll let him cripple his own arm, and we'll forgive him. Jin Wuzhong said. When King Zhongpeng heard Jin Wuzhong, he was so angry that he started laughing. He said, I'm sure you know the whole story better than I do. We're not afraid of you, we just don't want to cause trouble. But we're not afraid of trouble either. If you want to fight, we'll keep you company. Hehe, you and your nephew are the same. Both of you are ungrateful wretches. If it weren't for our first ancestral land, if it weren't for the guidance of the 3 yarrow gods, do you think you would be so strong right now? Jin Wuzhong said coldly. Actually, this was an equivalent exchange. This was because the Great Peng King and Peacock King had offered the extremely precious primal chaos sacred heaven stone to the 3 yarrow gods. Or else, would the 3 yarrow gods care about the Great Peng King and the others? Of course not. However, the Great Rock King did not want to find excuses for anything. So, the Great Peng King didn't refute Jin Wuzhong's words. He said, "There are some things I don't want to explain, and I don't want to talk too much about. The 3 ancient ferocious beasts have taught me a lot, and I will never forget the kindness of the Peacock King. Now, our relationship with the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts has come to an end. Even though we won't have anything to do with the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts anymore, if the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts needs our help, we won't refuse." Ha 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 ha, what a joke. With the 3 yarrow gods, what can the first ancestral land not solve? King Zhongpeng, if you don't pay a price today, you won't be able to leave smoothly. Jin Wuzhong laughed loudly. The Peacock King said, "King Zhongpeng, it seems like this battle is unavoidable." The Great Peng King nodded and said, "Then let's fight." Jin Wuzhong knew that the Great Peng King was very strong, so he did not choose to fight alone. He chose to join forces with the other 6. The other 6 experts. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable. There was 1 golden immortal and 5 quasi-gold immortals. These people. They were the absolute elites of the first ancestral land. The 7 experts joined forces to fight the Great Peng King. After seeing this, the spectators felt that it was inconceivable. The Great Peng King and the others had come from the mortal world. Moreover, they had only been in the Undying Realm for about 150 years. When the Great Peng King first came to the Undying Realm, he had just broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm. He was only at the 3rd firmament of the False Immortal Realm. Now, he could already fight against a Golden Immortal. Countless outstanding cultivators throughout the ages might not be able to complete such a transformation even if they spent their entire lives trying. However, the Great Rock King had completed such a transformation in a short 150 years. It was truly inconceivable and shocking. Rise and fall of ages. Yarrow gods descend. Lord of myriad yarrow. Lu Zhon Jiutian. Finger-slaying immortals. Invincible 10 directions. Sweeping through the ages. The 7 experts of the yarrow gods. One after another, they unleashed extremely terrifying divine abilities. Every single one of the divine abilities exuded a suffocating pressure. Even the cultivators who were far away felt their souls trembling when they felt the attacks from the experts of the 7 major demon clans. They felt as if they were nothing more than ants. Although the Great Peng King is very powerful now, I'm afraid that even the Great Peng King won't be able to withstand the combined attacks of the 7 great experts. At this time, a cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. Many people nodded. Obviously, they agreed with this cultivator's words. The Great Peng King was indeed very strong. But the 7 great experts were even stronger. The Great Peng King was fighting against 7 alone. He was at a disadvantage. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, in this battle, there was no suspense at all. The Great Peng King would definitely lose. Just as the attacks of the 7 great experts of the Demon Clan were about to hit the Great Peng King, the Great Peng King suddenly moved. Demons wreaking havoc in the heavens. The Great Peng King spoke. He took a step forward. Behind him, billions of spacetime appeared. The billions of spacetime seemed to have merged with the Great Peng King. The Great Peng King waved his hand. A terrifying power that was almost indescribable with words instantly surged out from the Great Peng King's palm. That terrifying power surged towards the 7 great experts of the Demon Clan. The attacks of the 7 great experts of the Demon Clan were instantly broken. Then, the 7 great experts of the Demon Clan were sent flying. Suppress. The Great Peng King raised his hand and condensed the word suppress. This was the use of the Great Suppression Technique. The word suppress turned into countless runes and suppressed the 7 great experts of the demon clan. Plop, 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 plop. Chapter 51:10. Great Peng King, you dare to humiliate us like this? We won't rest until you're dead. No, no, no. This can't be real. How could this be? How could the 7 of us be defeated so easily? The demon race experts who were suppressed by the Great Peng King all roared furiously, their eyes turning blood red. These people were the decision-makers of the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts. They were the true higher-ups. How honorable were their identities. And now, they were kneeling in front of so many people. They were actually kneeling on the ground. This was a huge blow to them. Great Peng King, you've gone too far. A cold voice sounded. The Great Peng King stepped out of the void. Greetings, Great Peng King. When they saw the Great Peng King appear, many people bowed. The Great Peng King nodded. He looked at the Great Peng King with a gloomy gaze. I'm just teaching them a lesson. I want them to know that they shouldn't be so cruel to their fellow clansmen. It's better to be kind. Ha ha, said the Great Peng Emperor, I'm just teaching them a lesson. It's better to be kind. The Great Peng King's expression was cold. Are you saying that they're not kind enough? Senior, what do you think? The Great Peng King asked. The Great Peng King sighed. There are some things that I don't want to get involved in, but today's matter concerns the dignity of the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts. The Great Peng King said, So, Senior, you've never treated us as members of the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts, right? The Great Peng King's gaze darkened. Don't try to guess what I'm thinking. In my eyes, you're all equal. The Great Peng King laughed self-deprecatingly. He said, Is that so? Is that really so? Senior, don't you know that my nephew and the others are being bullied? It's just a quarrel between youngsters. The Great Peng King said. What about when Jin Wuxia humiliated my nephew? The Great Peng King asked. As a senior, teaching a junior a lesson. Can that be considered humiliating? The Great Peng King narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Previously, he had a rather good impression of Da Peng. But now, this kind of good impression had completely disappeared. In fact, the cause of the whole thing was very simple. Lin Feng, the Little Rock King, and the others had been bullied and humiliated, but the people who had bullied and humiliated them weren't strong enough. On the contrary, they had been taught a lesson. Because of that, more and more strong cultivators had been involved. Even the leaders of the first ancestral land of the bestial clan had been involved. If Chu Feng had been fair, he would have blamed the people who had caused trouble, not the ones who had been bullied and humiliated. The Rock King said, Then what about the battle between me and Jin Wuzhong? The 7 of them besieged me. Senior, please don't forget that I have only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years. What about them? Which one of them had cultivated for less than 10 million years? So what if they attacked me? Is it like what Senior said, a senior teaching a junior a lesson? The Rock King asked. Hearing the Rock King's words, many people could not help but come back to their senses. Indeed, the Rock King had only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years. What a heaven-defying existence. His age was really too young. No matter how biased the Rock Demon God was, he could not possibly say that the 7 experts had ganged up on the Rock King to teach him a lesson, could he? It was for the Rock King's own good, right? No matter how shameless a person was, they wouldn't be able to say something like that, right? We will leave today. I hope Senior will not stop us, the Rock King said. The Rock King said. The Rock Demon God's face darkened slightly. What if I say no? The Rock King asked. Senior, are you going to force us to stay? The Rock King asked. What happened to you all these years? Your cultivation has risen so quickly. Tell me what happened, and you can leave with the people behind you, the Rock Demon God said. The Rock Demon God said. The eyes of many cultivators in the ancestral land lit up. If they knew this secret, wouldn't they be able to quickly raise their cultivation as well? When they thought of this, many people could not help but become excited. The Rock King said, The Lake of Time. The world where time is reversed. The rock demon god's eyes brightened slightly. You're saying that you entered the world where time is reversed from the lake of time? Yes. The rock king nodded. Bring us into that world as well. The rock demon god said. I can't do it. The rock king replied. Why not? The rock demon god asked. Only those who can sense that world can enter it. The rock king said. The rock demon god said, is that so? Are you telling the truth? The rock king said, every word is true. The rock demon god asked, could it be that you have no other clues about that world? The rock king shook his head. No. The rock demon god said, empty words have no proof. Let me search your soul and I'll be able to confirm if you're lying. Hearing this, the great Peng King's expression turned ugly. Senior, do you not trust me? Dopeng King asked in a deep voice. Da Peng replied, it's not that I don't trust you. I just want to confirm it. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. This fellow's request was a little too much. If he wanted him to search the great Rock King's soul memories, he would be able to do so. If this guy had any ill intentions towards the great Peng King, at that time, wouldn't the great Rock King end up in a miserable state? One must always be on guard against others. The Rock King replied, I refuse. I don't want to target you, but if you don't cooperate, I'll have no choice but to use some forceful methods. Dopeng Demon Celestial Dopeng clearly wanted to suppress Dopeng King, even though he had fallen from the Saint realm. However, Dopeng Demon God was still in the quasi-sage realm. Such a cultivation was still incomparably terrifying and could not be underestimated. Great Peng King said, if you really want to fight, I can only accompany you. Very good, I want to see what level your cultivation has reached. The rock demon god sneered, then walked towards the great Peng King. With every step the great Peng demon god took, his aura increased by a large margin. The rock demon god was gathering his strength. Chapter 51:11. Dopeng demon god's power was successfully condensed. His power was very terrifying. When Dopeng demon god's power was condensed, Dopeng demon god's every move seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. Dopeng demon god's casual move could cause the energy of heaven and earth to become chaotic. How powerful was his battle prowess? It was simply unimaginable. Exterminate. Dopeng demon god said coldly. When his voice fell, he struck out with his palm towards Dopeng King. That palm was surrounded by a terrifying destructive power. That destructive power made people involuntarily give birth to a hair-raising feeling. Strong. It was really too strong. Even though he was only watching the battle. Even though he only sensed the power of Dopeng Demon God's attack. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was insignificant. Just like an ant. It was as if he had seen a giant dragon. The cultivation of the quasi-saint realm was indeed too powerful. The quasi-saint realm was already so powerful. That was a true sage realm cultivation. How powerful was it? In the past, Dopeng Demon God was a true sage realm expert. Cloud Journey 90,000. At this moment, Dopeng King also made his move. He immediately used the Cloud Layer 90,000. Little Rock King had used this divine ability before. This was a divine ability that made the rock race cultivators of the Undying Realm jealous. However, the Great Rock King and the Little Rock King both cultivated this ultimate technique. When Little Rock King used this divine ability, he could unleash an extremely heaven-defying power. Not to mention when Dopeng King used it. When Dopeng King used this divine ability, the power unleashed by this divine ability was even more powerful. 36 pairs of energy wings appeared on Dopeng King's back. At that time, Little Rock King only condensed 6 pairs of energy wings. There was a huge gap between them and the 36 pairs of energy wings that Dopeng King condensed. The main reason was that Dopeng King's cultivation was too powerful. His understanding of the Cloud Journey 90,000 was also not something that Little Rock King could compare to. Therefore, when the two of them both used the Cloud Journey 90,000, the power was naturally incomparable. The 36 pairs of wings quickly swept across the void and instantly swept towards Dopeng Demon God. The next moment, the Great Rock King's attack collided with the Great Rock Demon Celestial's attack. It was as if two worlds had collided. At the spot where the two of them collided, the void quickly split open. Fortunately, when the two of them were fighting, they had deliberately held back their strength and did not let a large amount of their strength leak out. If a large amount of power leaked out, when the time comes, it would be an extremely dangerous thing to do. Who knew how badly the ancestral land of the demonic beasts would be destroyed? The Great Peng King was actually not at a disadvantage in the clash with the Great Peng Demon God. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, the Great Rock King defeated Jin Wuzhong and the others by himself. Although everyone was shocked, it seemed that they could accept it. But the situation before their eyes was very difficult for them to accept. Jin Wuzhong and the others were strong. But the strongest was Jin Wuzhong. He was only a mid-stage golden immortal cultivator, while Da Peng was a quasi-sage. A mid-level golden immortal was as weak as an ant in front of a quasi-sage. There was no comparison at all. However, the Great Rock King was able to block the attack of a quasi-sage. The Great Rock King's combat strength was too heaven-defying. Every single one of them. They all had an inconceivable feeling. But all of this was real. The Great Rock King's strength was indeed shocking. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Was that world where time was reversed really so extraordinary? It actually made the Great Rock King so powerful. Lin Feng immediately thought of the Peacock King. All these years, the Peacock King and the Great Rock King had the same fate. So, did that mean that the Peacock King had the same strength as the Great Rock King? If that was the case, then it would be heaven-defying. This was equivalent to having two more top-notch experts. At that time, the strength of the Sin realm would greatly increase. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Did your cultivation increase in the world where time was reversed? The Great Rock Demon God narrowed his eyes and looked at the Great Rock King. Even a big shot like him. Now that he saw the Great Rock King block his attack, it was as if a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. Yes. The Great Rock King's answer was very simple. He directly flew towards the Great Rock Demon God and said, "During this period of time, I've cultivated a new sacred art. It just so happens that I want to test the power of this sacred art." Cycle of eras. Suddenly, the Great Rock King let out a long roar, and suddenly, countless mysterious worlds appeared behind him. Each mysterious world seemed to represent an epoch. One era after another was born, and then destroyed one after another. Countless eras were replaced. This was the cycle of eras. This was definitely a peerless absolute art. When the Great Rock Demon God saw the Great Rock King use this absolute art, his expression couldn't help but become extremely serious. An attack that could make an expert of his level feel serious. One could imagine how powerful this attack was. The Great Rock Demon God naturally also had an incomparably powerful sacred art. Facing the Great Rock King's attack, the Great Peng Demon Celestial used a divine ability called Great Peng Controlling Sacred Mountain. The Great Rock Demon God flew out and transformed into a golden-winged rock. On his back, a sacred mountain appeared. That sacred mountain was like Mount Meru in the Western world. Great Rock Sacred Mountain. Killing billions of immortals. This was a sacred art that had been passed down from ancient times. It wasn't a sacred art that the Great Rock Demon God had created. In fact, no one knew who had created this sacred art, but it had been passed down in the Great Rock Demon God race. The Great Rock Demon God had broken through to the Saint Realm not long ago. He had once used this sacred art to kill a Saint Realm cultivator who was even stronger than him. Now, he once again used this divine ability. Bang, in the next moment. Accompanied by the sound of the world collapsing, the Great Rock Demon God and the Great Rock Demon God clashed once again. With the place where they fought as the center, the void began to shatter. Terrifying space-time energy surged out. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be swallowed by the space-time energy. Fortunately, everyone retreated quickly enough. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. The shattered void closed once again. The Great Rock Demon God and the Great Rock Demon God stood in the void. Both of them were panting heavily. Obviously, The attack just now had consumed a lot of their bodies. Whether it was the Great Rock Demon God or the Great Rock King, the magic power in their bodies had been severely depleted. They're still evenly matched. It's a draw. A cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air and said. Many people couldn't calm down. The Great Rock King had cultivated for 1,000 years, and he was actually able to contend against the Great Rock Demon God who was in the quasi-saint realm. In the future. How could this be? To what extent would the Great Rock King grow in the future? Chapter 51:12. Good, good, good. It's true that the new generation excels the old. To be able to cultivate to this level at your age is truly unimaginable. Da Peng took a deep breath and said. It's really a fluke. Da Peng King said. Da Peng said, this is your own opportunity, so you don't need to be humble. There were some misunderstandings between us before, but when a family lives together, it's inevitable that there will be friction, not to mention that there are many different races living together. So, I hope you can understand, and there's no need for you to leave the ancestral land. This is your home in the undying realm. Everyone knew Da Peng King's words. Actually, it was a disguised form of goodwill. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, Da Peng King was simply too powerful, and he was so young. Just think about it. He was so young and so powerful. If the ancestral land missed out on such a peerless powerhouse, it would definitely be an extremely vexing matter. Everyone knew this. Da Peng King also knew this. So, Da Peng King wanted to turn hostility into friendship. Then, he asked Da Peng King and the others to stay. When one's strength reached a certain level, even these peerless powerhouses would have to speak humbly. To put it bluntly, the world of cultivators. This was a world where the strong were respected. Without strength, nothing at all. Moreover, they were destined to be bullied and humiliated, with nowhere to seek redress. Da Peng King said, thank you for asking us to stay, senior. We plan to go out and take a look, so we don't plan to stay in the ancestral land any longer. What I said before still stands. If there's anything you can't solve in the ancestral land, you can still come and find me and the Peacock King. If we can help, we definitely won't refuse. Da Peng King said unwillingly, I know that some things that happened before made you quite angry. How about this? I'll get Jin Wuzhong and the others to apologize to you. What do you think? Da Peng King said, thank you for your kindness, senior, but there are some things that can't be turned back. I hope you can understand. Da Peng King then looked at Lin Feng and the others and said, let's go. Lin Feng and the others nodded, and then they all flew towards the exit. Da Peng Demon God's expression was extremely ugly. Letting an expert like Da Peng King escape was a great loss to the demon race's ancestral land. Furthermore, the Great Peng Yarrow Celestial felt that the Peacock King might not be any weaker than the Great Peng King. If that was the case, the loss of the ancestral land of the demonic beasts was greater than expected. However, the Great Peng King had made up his mind. There was no turning back. Right now, Demon God Dopeng had a bellyful of anger that he had no way of venting. However, he could only watch as the Great Rock King and the others left. Jin Wuzhong and the others lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. They also knew that today's matter must have infuriated Dopeng Demon God. Right now, he didn't dare to offend the Great Rock. Dopeng Demon Celestial glanced coldly at Jin Wuzhong and the others. Jin Wuzhong and the others immediately felt as though there was a dagger at their backs. Things had already come to this. Demon Celestial Dopeng could not be bothered with Jin Wuzhong and the others. He returned to the secluded temple. The heaven-devouring Python Demon God and White Peacock Demon God were both here. What a pity, what a pity. Demon God Dopeng said in annoyance. The heaven-devouring Python Demon God said, the only fortunate thing is that the Great Rock King and the Peacock King do not seem to hold a grudge against the ancestral land of the demonic beasts. Their personalities are extremely good. The White Peacock Demon God nodded and said, yes, their personalities are indeed extremely good. But now that they have left the demonic beast's ancestral land, it seems that some of the bad habits of the demonic beast's ancestral land really need to be rectified. Otherwise, Who knows if there will be a second or third person like the Great Rock King, who will be angered to the point of leaving the demonic beast's ancestral land? Demon God Dopeng said, I think it's better to let the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress take charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land. Her character and way of doing things are still trustworthy. She's a loose cultivator and doesn't have any factions backing her. I'm afraid that the factions below her will make a big fuss. The heaven-devouring python demon god frowned slightly. Clearly, he did not think that the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress would take charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land. Demon god Dopeng said, the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress is not a simple person, so don't underestimate her. The White Peacock Demon God said, I also agree to let the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress take charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land. However, the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress is usually in seclusion and does not care about what happens outside. I wonder if she will agree. She will. Demon God Dopeng narrowed his eyes and said, the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress will definitely want to break through her shackles in the future and take another step forward to become a Saint Realm cultivator. If she takes charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land, her own fate will be linked to the fate of the demonic beast's ancestral land. This is an opportunity for her to break through to the Saint Realm. I'm sure the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress understands this as well. Therefore, she will not refuse to take charge of the demonic beast's ancestral land. Lin Feng and the others naturally did not know what the three demon gods were talking about. Originally, Lin Feng and the others had wanted to pay a visit to the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress. However, after what had happened today, they decided that if they had the chance in the future, they would go visit the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress again. Right now, the most important thing was to leave the demonic beast's ancestral land as soon as possible. This was because there were three demon gods in the demonic beast's ancestral land. Who knew if the three demon gods would suddenly go crazy and attack Lin Feng and the others? If that was the case, it would be terrible. Hua Lingxian naturally understood this very well. She did not mention the matter of visiting her master, the Phoenix Creek Demon Empress. Hua Lingxian sent Lin Feng and the others to the exit. If there's a chance, Fairy can come to the Sin Domain. When the time comes, we will definitely treat Fairy well. Lin Feng said with a smile. Okay, when there's time, I will definitely visit you. Hua Lingxian said with a smile. She was born beautiful and moving. When she smiled, she was even more charming. There was a kind of immortal aura on her body that looked incomparably pure and otherworldly. After parting with Hua Lingxian, Lin Feng and the others left the demonic beast's first ancestral land. Other than Lin Feng, the rest of the people were somewhat emotional. After all, they had lived here for 150 years and were extremely familiar with everything here. Now, but they had no choice but to leave this place. Naturally, they would feel a lot of emotions. Lin Feng and the others did not stop. They headed straight for the Sin Domain. On the way, Lin Feng received something that shocked him greatly from the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King told Lin Feng that he and the Peacock King had seen the savages from afar in the world where time had reversed. Although they did not know that the savages were Lin Feng's protectors, they knew that Lin Feng had an extraordinary relationship with the savages. Chapter 51:13. Back then, the savage had told Lin Feng. When Lin Feng cultivated to the Emperor Master Realm, he would give him the things that ancestor Lin Qi had left with him back then. Lin Feng had always wanted to know what ancestor Lin Qi had left behind. Now, Lin Feng had already come to the Undying Realm, and Lin Feng had already cultivated to the worldly immortal realm. But even so, Lin Feng still hadn't been able to see the savage. In fact, Lin Feng had always been a little worried that something had happened to the savage. Now that he had news of the savage, he could finally relax. Lin Feng didn't mind getting the ancestors' things a little later. Senior Savage was fine, that was the best news. What is Senior Savage doing inside? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Great Rock King said, I'm not sure, we haven't been able to talk to him. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't know where Senior Savage had entered that world. Lin Feng was really curious. It seemed that he wanted to reunite with Senior Savage. Either he patiently waited for Senior Savage to come out of the world where time had reversed. Or he waited for an opportunity to enter the world where time had reversed. Then, he would look for an opportunity to meet Senior Savage. Lin Feng knew. The matter of meeting the savage in front of him couldn't be rushed. He needed to be patient and wait for the time to come. On the way back to the Sin realm, Lin Feng and the others met the first Devil Pagoda. The first Devil Pagoda seemed to be in a hurry as it quickly streaked across the void and flew into the distance. Not long after, Lin Feng saw Li Dian's claws again. Li Dian's claws were chasing after the first Devil Pagoda. This time, there was a good show to watch. He didn't know what the outcome would be. Half a year later, Lin Feng and the others returned to the Sin City. As the central city of the Sin realm, the Sin City was now incomparably lively. The experts of the Sinner's blood came out one after another and came to the Sin City one after another. Now, Lin Feng had left many things to his grandmaster, Wang Mingchuan, to handle. Under Wang Mingchuan's management, everything in Sin City was in good order. Lin Feng introduced his ancestor, Wang Mingchuan, to the Great Rock King and the others. After the two sides got to know each other, Lin Feng brought everyone to rest in the courtyard. Then, someone came to report the situation in Sin City to Lin Feng. During this time, several cultivators in the Sin capital had recovered their strength to the true immortal realm. Those cultivators were the ones Lin Feng had saved from the Palace of White Bones. Back then, they were all immortals. However, after being imprisoned for so many years, his body had been severely damaged. Therefore, their cultivation levels had dropped, but after Lin Feng had saved them, they had become much stronger. Lin Feng was providing them with all kinds of cultivation resources. Lin Feng was also providing them with all kinds of cultivation resources. With the support of those cultivation resources, the cultivator's cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. In fact, he had even recovered to the true immortal state. This was truly something worth celebrating. These cultivators were different from ordinary cultivators. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to break through to the true immortal realm. But these cultivators were not like that. It was easy for them to break through to the true immortal realm. The reason was that they had already broken through to that realm. For them, there was no barrier to breaking through to the true immortal realm. That was why it was easy for them to break through to the true immortal realm. Lin Feng asked around. There were as many as 9 true immortal cultivators in the Sin realm. Although he didn't like the number 9, Lin Feng was still very happy to know that there were so many true immortals in the Sin realm. Of course, this didn't include Lin Feng's grandmaster, Wang Mingchuan. Lin Feng was also not included. In addition, Lin Feng also had 2 true immortal evil godstone statues. If they were included, there should be 13 true immortal experts in the Sin realm. Now, the Great Rock King and the others had followed Lin Feng to the Sin realm. The Great Rock King and the Peacock King's cultivation were naturally strong. They could even fight against a quasi-sage. In addition, although the Little Rock King and the Fire Chelene were still a distance away from the true immortal realm, their innate talents were strong, so they could fight against some early-stage true immortals. As for Feng Yarorao, Little Moon's cultivation was still a distance away from the Fire Chelene and the Little Rock King. As for Princess Shui Yaro, actually, the one Lin Feng couldn't see through the most was Princess Shui Yaro. Back then, Lin Feng was still a young man and had yet to grow up. Princess Shui Yaro was already the princess respected by the demon race. Moreover, Princess Shui Yaro had also obtained the Demon Emperor Sacred Embryo. As a result, Princess Shui Yaro's cultivation was definitely extremely tyrannical, but Princess Shui Yaro had never made a move, so it was hard to determine what level her cultivation was at. Lin Feng felt that she might be even stronger than the Little Rock King. Now, the peak battle strength of the Sin realm was extremely powerful. Even if the experts of many large factions appeared one after another. But, there was definitely no faction that dared to say that they could suppress the Sin realm. The Sin realm's development was extremely good, so Lin Feng was naturally very happy. After Lin Feng dismissed his subordinates, he went back to rest. After spending an unforgettable night with Feng Yarorao, Lin Feng still had many things to take care of. First, He still hadn't figured out what the 3 items he had obtained from the stone tower were. Second, Lin Feng's meridian diagram had already opened the first gate of the 4 extremes. Now, he could explore his own meridian diagram and tap into his body's potential. Third, Lin Feng needed to consolidate his cultivation level, his celestial scriptures, and his godly skills. Fourth, Lin Feng still needed to continue familiarizing himself with the Era War Spear. Right now, he was still unable to use the Era War Spear with ease. The main reason was because he wasn't familiar with it. In addition, Lin Feng wanted to try and see if he could obtain the Era War Spear's matching spear technique. In order to unleash the strongest power of the Era War Spear, he had to obtain the matching spear technique. Fifth, there was still no news of the 3 treasures that could cure Lang Zish's poison. Naturally, Lin Feng was extremely worried. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to continue sending people to scout for information. He couldn't just place his hopes on the Bai Xiao Pavilion or some large trading companies. Sixth, he wondered how the Empress was doing now. Lin Feng planned to send people to scout for news of the Empress. Lin Feng hadn't seen the peerless Empress for a few years. He really missed the Empress a lot. Besides, Lin Feng still wanted to scout for news of some people. Of course, there were also some things that Lin Feng planned to find time to complete. For example, finding the Emperor Brush, the Sage Master's Holy Scripture, and so on. Chapter 51:14. Lin Feng checked the 3 balls of light. Immediately, he realized that the energy of the 3 balls of light had been restrained by a lot. Seeing this, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. It seemed that the situation was not bad. Soon, the energy would be completely restrained. At that time, he would know what the 3 items were. They were treasures left behind by the evil ancestor. They were definitely extraordinary. When Lin Feng was about to go into closed-door cultivation, a servant girl came to report that someone had come to visit Lin Feng. The other party said that she was called Shui Yuxin. This made Lin Feng a little surprised, because he never thought that Shui Yuxin would actually come to the Xin domain. In reality, Lin Feng and Shui Yuxin's relationship had gradually drifted apart. But since Shui Yuxin came to find him, there might be something, right? Lin Feng planned to meet Shui Yuxin, so he got someone to bring Shui Yuxin to the guest hall. Lin Feng waited for a moment, then walked towards the guest hall. Lin Feng saw the beauty standing in the guest hall. As a fox spirit, Shui Yuxin's entire body naturally emitted a charming aura that made people's hearts palpitate. She was extremely charming. It was talking about a woman like Shui Yuxin. However, Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, so when he saw Shui Yuxin, he was able to look at her like an ordinary person. At that moment, Lin Feng's immunity to beautiful women was quite high. Seeing that Lin Feng had arrived, Shui Yuxin revealed an extremely excited expression. She bowed to Lin Feng. "Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. Quickly get up," Lin Feng said. Shui Yuxin stood up. Then, she looked at Lin Feng faintly. She said, "Young master used to call me Yuxin. Now, has young master become so distant from me?" As Shui Yuxin spoke, she looked as if she was about to cry. Seeing Shui Yuxin's sad look, Lin Feng could not help but laugh bitterly. If someone who didn't know Shui Yuxin, they would think that he had done something outrageous to Shui Yuxin. But in reality, there was nothing between him and Shui Yuxin. Although Lin Feng had once been slightly moved by Shui Yuxin. Although, in the past, the two of them had some ambiguous relationship. But that was all in the past. Lin Feng replied, "It's not that I'm estranged from you, but calling you Yuxin is a bit too intimate. I don't mind, but I'm worried that it'll damage your reputation." Shui Yuxin sighed and said, "Sir, you're just trying to comfort me. I know, back then, I said some things that made you unhappy. I haven't been able to see you for a long time, and I've been missing you a lot. I realized how wrong I was back then, so I gave up everything in Western Sky City and came to the Xin region. I want to explain everything to you, and I hope you'll like me again. I'm willing to serve you forever, as long as you don't let me leave. I'm willing to be your servant," said Lin Feng. After hearing Shui Yuxin's words, Lin Feng was surprised. Because he never thought that Shui Yushin would say such bold words. This was not far. She sent herself over to be his concubine. Lin Feng was in a difficult position. Now, if Lin Feng wanted to find a woman, he would not only look at her beauty. He also needed a feeling. To put it in simple terms, it was the feeling of being moved. Once, Lin Feng had that feeling towards Shui Yushin, but now, he no longer had that feeling. Thus, facing Shui Yushin's sudden confession, Lin Feng did not immediately agree. Does young master not like Yushin anymore? Shui Yushin immediately started crying. Her tear-stained face was truly pitiful. It had to be said. A woman's beauty was her greatest advantage. Shui Yushin was too beautiful, and seeing her cry so sadly, even Lin Feng's heart ached. If such a beautiful woman was done by another man, this was truly a rather vexing matter. Why not keep her in his harem? Lin Feng thought about whether he would be able to have a harem of 3,000 beauties one day. He kept Shui Yushin. It was also a good choice. Lin Feng said, Yushin, you can stay here in the future, and cultivate well in Sin City. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Shui Yushin immediately became happy. Then she threw herself into his arms. Lin Feng asked someone to help arrange a place for Shui Yushin to rest. Then, Lin Feng returned to his residence to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng entered the time-space. He spent 3 years to sort out the various sacred arts. At the same time, he continued to study the various immortal scriptures and some top sacred arts. Lin Feng's gains from this cultivation were huge. Because his realm was becoming more and more stable, Lin Feng felt that he was not far from breaking through. Lin Feng wanted to break through to the Earth Immortal realm quickly. With his cultivation, once he broke through to the Earth Immortal realm, his battle strength would definitely increase greatly. Lin Feng used his spiritual will to explore the 3 balls of light. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the energy of the 3 balls of light had completely disappeared. The 3 things inside. They also appeared in Lin Feng's vision. The first thing. It was a skull bracelet. That skull bracelet was made up of 18 skulls strung together. Lin Feng did not know what race those skulls belonged to. Each skull was very small, about the size of a thumb. Lin Feng studied it and found that those skulls were not originally this size. He guessed that those skulls were bigger. The reason why they were so big now was because those skulls had been refined by someone. That was why they were small now. That skull bracelet should be a powerful magic treasure. Lin Feng tried to refine the skull bracelet but did not succeed. This made him very surprised. There were very few magic treasures that could not be refined, but this skull bracelet could not be refined. It should be an extraordinary treasure. Lin Feng looked at the second thing. The second thing was a map. A very simple map. Lin Feng opened the map and found that it was empty. There was nothing. It was an extremely strange map. Where are the words and pictures on it? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, could it be hidden? Where does the map lead to? Why did someone go to so much trouble to create a map like this? After muttering to himself, Lin Feng looked at the third thing. Chapter 51:15. Martial Talisman. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was a purple martial talisman. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of martial talisman it was. Martial talismans were very important to human cultivators because they could help human cultivators complete the evolution and transformation of their martial spirits. For example, Lin Feng was now to be able to condense 6 devouring martial spirits. 6 devouring martial spirits meant that Lin Feng could use 6 times the battle strength of the dragon elephant arm. At the same time, the devouring black hole formed by the 6 devouring martial spirits also played a crucial role in the execution of some of the sovereign emperor clan's inheritances. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained 2 Xian Dao martial talismans. In fact, these martial talismans were imprinted with some ancient starry sky maps. When they reached a certain range, they could sense each other. However, if they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to sense each other. 3 Xian Dao martial talismans. With one more, Lin Feng would have collected all of them. Lin Feng had already obtained the map of the third Xian Dao martial talisman. It was just that he didn't have the time to find the third Xian Dao martial talisman. Previously, Lin Feng had studied the whereabouts of the third Xian Dao martial talisman. The place indicated on the map was a certain place in the Undying Realm. However, it was hard to say where exactly in the Undying Realm. The markings on the map weren't particularly obvious. But sooner or later, he would find some clues. Lin Feng had no doubts about that. Now, obtaining a new martial talisman made Lin Feng very happy. When he found all the Xian Dao martial talismans, he would see if he could evolve the 6 devouring martial spirits into 7. If it could evolve, it would be a great thing. After the evolution was successful, he would start to collect the other martial talismans. After collecting all of them, he would be able to evolve his martial spirits. Of course, dreams were beautiful, but it was hard to say if it could be realized in reality. Lin Feng naturally had to work hard to make his dream a reality. His divine sense invaded the new martial talisman. Brilliant purple martial talisman. After sensing it, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This martial talisman was called Brilliant Purple Martial Talisman, and it was one of the higher-ranked ones. Lin Feng put the talisman away. Then, Lin Feng studied the mysterious map for a while. However, he still couldn't figure out anything about it. Therefore, Lin Feng put away the map. He would study it when he had time in the future. In the end, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the skeleton bracelet. The skeletal bracelet should have been refined by a devil Dao cultivator or an evil Dao cultivator. Righteous Dao cultivators rarely refined such magic treasures. Previously, Lin Feng had tried to refine the skull bracelet, but he had failed. Lin Feng decided to continue refining the skull bracelet. He didn't believe it. Unable to refine the skeleton bracelet. A powerful magical power enveloped the skeletal bracelet. That magical power. He tried to invade the skeleton bracelet. In the beginning, the skull bracelet had blocked all the magic power from entering his body. However, as time passed, some magic power began to flow into the skeletal bracelet. 2 hours later, the defensive properties of the skull bracelet began to weaken significantly. More and more magic power surged into the skull bracelet. In the end, the skull bracelet was successfully refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense moved, and the skull bracelet quickly grew bigger. Screech! The 18 skulls let out a shrill cry at the same time. When he heard the cry of the 18 skulls, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to split open. His expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng quickly withdrew all the magic power. Only then did the skull bracelet shrink. Then it fell back into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. His face was still very pale. Fortunately, this magic treasure was his, so it wouldn't hurt him as much as it would others. If there were other people in this place, Lin Feng was suspicious. Would the other party's soul be instantly destroyed? It can even affect me, the owner. What a terrifying treasure. Lin Feng looked at the skull bracelet in his hand and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The skull bracelet, this kind of soul attack magic treasure, was still relatively rare. Especially powerful soul attack magic treasures, it was even rarer. At the critical moment, the skull bracelet could definitely play an extremely important role. Just think about it. Just when the two of them were locked in a battle, Lin Feng suddenly took out the skull bracelet. Then, the skull bracelet let out a sharp ear-piercing sound. When the sound of the skull bracelet came out, it directly caught the other party off guard. The other party might not be able to resist the soul attack of the skull bracelet and be seriously injured. At that time, the battle might be decided in an instant. After thinking about it, Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. After putting away the skull bracelet, Lin Feng began to explore his meridian network. His divine sense entered the gate of the 4 extremes. When Lin Feng's divine sense entered, suddenly, Lin Feng found that he was in a starry sky world. This starry sky world, vast and boundless. Those stars were shrouded in endless mystery. There seemed to be a special connection between many stars. Is this the human meridian network map? Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The human meridian network map was very special. It would construct the human body into a starry sky world. Before, Lin Feng didn't know much about the human meridian network map. Now that he began to explore the human meridian network map, he discovered the wonders of the human meridian network map. This was a deep level of cultivation. It was a deep level of development of the body. If the development was successful, it would naturally give Lin Feng endless benefits. Lin Feng flew to the first star, but he found that there was an invisible force preventing Lin Feng from getting closer. He tried again and again, but it ended in failure. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Was the human meridian network map so difficult to explore? This time, he explored the human meridian network map. Lin Feng ended in failure. But it wasn't without gains. For example, Lin Feng had a deeper understanding of the human meridian network map. Another example. Lin Feng already had some experience. Summing up experience in failure. Sooner or later, he would succeed. Failure is the mother of success. This sentence. It inspired countless cultivators. Lin Feng naturally heard of this sentence. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the great elder in charge of the mission hall, Yu Chengmin, came to visit Lin Feng. Yu Chengmin was of the sinner's bloodline, and he was a sinner's blood cultivator of the human race, with a cultivation of the sky immortal realm and a wide network. Furthermore, he was a smooth and slick person, managing the mission hall in an orderly manner. Previously, Lin Feng had asked Yu Chengmin to help him find information about the 3 heavenly treasures, snow dragon grass, crescent moon grass, and pure clean water. He didn't know if Yu Chengmin had found any information. Lin Feng summoned Yu Chengmin in the living room. After seeing Lin Feng, Yu Chengmin revealed a respectful expression. Although Lin Feng was young, his cultivation was unfathomable. As subordinates, they were naturally in awe of Lin Feng. Elder Yu, have you found any information about the snow dragon grass, crescent moon grass, and pure clean water? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Yu Chengmin said, Young master, I have not found any information about the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass, but I have some information about the pure clean water. When Lin Feng heard that, he was overjoyed. Those 3 treasures were extremely rare. Being able to find one of them was already extremely difficult. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Lin Feng believed it. Chapter 51:16. Lin Feng asked, Where's the pure clean water? Yu Chengmin replied, It's in the Tian family of the Tianshui region. I heard that the Tian family of the Tianshui region is planning to auction off their pure clean water. This might be a good opportunity. Oh, there's such a thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Yu Chengmin said, Yes, the Tian family of the Tianshui region is one of the 5 major powers of the Tianshui region. They control 87 ancient cities, and no one knows where their ancestral land is. However, some of their clansmen live in Tianshui city. Every 10,000 years, the Tian family of the Tianshui region will hold a grand auction. During the auction, many good things will be put up for auction. In order to attract a large number of cultivators, the Tian family of the Tianshui region will take out some top-notch natural treasures to advertise. This time, the pure clean water is one of the treasures that the Tian family of the Tianshui region is promoting. Young master, you can participate in the auction and bid for the pure clean water. If you can befriend the Tian family of the Tianshui region, that would be even better, because the Tian family of the Tianshui region is a special power. Snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass are things that the Tian family of the Tianshui region might be able to take out. Even if the Tian family of the Tianshui region can't take them out, they might have some special channels to find them. After hearing Yu Chengmin's words, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If that was the case, it seemed that the Tianshui region was imperative. Lin Feng asked Yu Chengmin to leave. He planned to arrange things in Sin City before heading to the Tianshui region. Finding the 3 natural treasures was an urgent matter, and Lin Feng didn't want to waste time. Lin Feng ordered people to summon the higher-ups of the Sin realm and gave them some instructions. Lin Feng then set off for the Tianshui region. The Great Pen King, the Peacock King, the Fire Chileen, the Little Pen King, Feng Yaoarao, and the others were all in seclusion. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign holy sage, and the others were also in seclusion. Lin Feng didn't see them when he returned this time. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to go to the Tianshui region alone. He had just left the city of Xin. Shui Yushan chased after him. "Why did you come out?" Lin Feng looked at Shui Yushan and asked. "The journey to the Tianshui region is long. How can there be no one by your side to take care of you?" "I want to stay by your side and take good care of you," Shui Yushan said sweetly. Hearing her voice made one's bones go soft. Lin Feng replied, "There's no need for that. You can stay in Sin City and cultivate." "No, take me with you. I'll serve you well on the way. I'll definitely let you live a carefree life. That way, you won't feel lonely on the way," Shui Yushan said ambiguously. Lin Feng was a little moved by Shui Yuashin's words. If he brought this big beauty with him to the Tianshui domain, then he would be able to take her with him. There were many things that could be done. Indeed, she wouldn't be lonely on the road. However, Lin Feng thought about it. He still rejected Shui Yuashin's tempting suggestion. This trip to the Tianshui region was to find treasures that could save people. It was not for enjoyment. On the way, he could cultivate in seclusion. Bringing along such a delicate beauty like Shui Yushan would tease him from time to time. How could he still have the mood to cultivate? Lin Feng said, "I've made up my mind. So, you should go back." Seeing Lin Feng's insistence, Shui Yushan could only nod her head. She said, "Then Yushan will wait for your return in Sin City. When you return, Yushan will go to your residence to serve you." After hearing Shui Yuashin's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. If the fox spirit really went to seduce people, it was simply enough to take a person's life. "All right, wait for me to return," Lin Feng said with a smile. Then he left. Shui Yushan narrowed her eyes as she looked at Lin Feng, who was gradually disappearing into the distance. The corner of her mouth could not help but curl up into a sneer. And Lin Feng. He was destined to be unable to see Shui Yuashin's cold smile. The Tianshui region was relatively far away from the Xin domain, separated by the distance of 3 regions. Lin Feng planned to take the teleportation array to the Tianshui region. There was no teleportation array to the Tianshui region in the Xin domain, but there was one in the Weakwater region. So Lin Feng first came to the Weakwater region in the southwest region of the Xin domain. He planned to take the teleportation array to the Tianshui region in the Weakwater ancient city. If he took the teleportation array, he could save more than a year's time. It was a pretty good choice. However, the price of this long-distance teleportation was extremely high. It required 10,000 immortal stones each time, which was not something that anyone could afford. Of course, for Lin Feng, these immortal stones were naturally nothing. The reason why the cost of taking the teleportation array in the Undying Realm was so high was because it was extremely difficult to construct a teleportation array in the Undying Realm. After all, the Undying Realm space laws were not comparable to the mortal world. The stronger the space laws were, the more difficult it was to construct a teleportation array. For example, the Undying Realm was like this. So, among the 72 regions of the Undying Realm, many of them only had teleportation arrays within the region and no teleportation arrays outside the region. And even if there was a teleportation array outside the region, basically, there was only one large-scale teleportation array. It was very rare for a region to have 2 or 3 teleportation arrays. There was only one teleportation array in the Weakwater region. The Spirit Array Master adjusted the coordinates on the teleportation array and teleported the cultivators into one spacetime tunnel after another. Since there was only one teleportation array, the cultivators would go to different places. Therefore, to take the teleportation array, one would often have to wait in line for a long time. Lin Feng was rather lucky. On the second day of his arrival, the teleportation array to the Tianshui region opened. After Lin Feng paid the immortal stones, he entered the teleportation array with thousands of cultivators. When the teleportation array was activated, Lin Feng and the others were teleported into the spacetime tunnel. After arriving at the spacetime tunnel, one could see many people appearing out of thin air and entering the spacetime tunnel. Those cultivators were basically teleported in from other regions and were also heading to the Tianshui region. Some people flew in the spacetime tunnel, while others took out some flying-type magic treasures. Generally speaking, taking out flying-type magic treasures could save a cultivator's magic power and save a lot of time. Lin Feng took out the Shenyuan Ancient Star City. The Shenyuan Ancient Star City could jump through the void, so its speed was extremely fast. Chapter 51:17. Along the way, some cultivators wanted to rest on Lin Feng's Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. Lin Feng did not refuse. He removed the restrictions and let the cultivators board the ship to rest. The cultivators were quite tactful. After boarding the ship, they rested on the deck. However, they did not enter the cabin. Most of the time, Lin Feng cultivated in seclusion in the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. Sometimes, he would walk out of the Ancient Starry Sky ship and talk to the cultivators resting on the deck. A few good-looking female cultivators felt that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. Therefore, they came forward to get close to him. Moreover, they said some words to seduce Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng pretended not to hear them. On this day, Lin Feng walked out of the cabin and heard a group of cultivators discussing a divine diviner. This piqued Lin Feng's interest. Lin Feng asked a few people and found out that a divine diviner had appeared in the Starry Sky ship channel. It was said that this divine diviner was an extremely beautiful woman. This woman's methods were very powerful. She claimed to be from the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall. The current leader of the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall was her master. This woman claimed that there was nothing she could not calculate. Therefore, many people came to her for divination. Lin Feng asked what kind of power the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall was. It sounded like a Daoist power. However, Lin Feng did not know whether it was Lin Feng or not. However, these cultivators did not know what kind of power the Nine Heavens Sacred Tao Hall was. They had never heard of it before. Is it really accurate? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. In fact, Lin Feng had studied the Xiantian 8 trigrams before. The Xiantian 8 trigrams could deduce many things. However, Lin Feng was not particularly proficient in it. If he was proficient, he might be able to deduce the location of the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass. Previously, Lin Feng had asked Great Immortal Sage Martin to help him deduce the location of the snow dragon grass, crescent moon grass, and spotless clean aqua. However, this guy said that he could not deduce the whereabouts of the heaven and earth treasure. This made Lin Feng feel rather helpless. Furthermore, the great sage Martin had been reminding him that Lin Feng still owed him something. Of course, Lin Feng had not forgotten that when he had asked Great Immortal Sacred Martin to help him divine the location of the Little Rock King, Great Immortal Sacred Martin had asked for something like the profound yellow origin stone. Lin Feng was temporarily unable to take it out, but he had promised to help him find it in the future. Great Immortal Sacred Martin had never forgotten this matter and had constantly reminded Lin Feng. If he could find it, Lin Feng would have already given it to this guy. That way, he wouldn't have to continue listening to this guy's chatter. His divination technique was unable to divine the whereabouts of the snow dragon grass and the crescent moon grass. Even the great immortal divine Martin could not help him. Perhaps he could ask the oracle for help. However, there were too many swindlers these days. Many people were swindlers. Lin Feng didn't know if the divine mathematician was really capable or if he was just a big swindler who specialized in deceiving people. At this moment, a cultivator said, "His divination is quite accurate." Someone asked him to divine some things, but before the other party could say anything, the divine mathematician even said the other party's name, age, which faction he came from, and what he wanted to divine. Damn, he's so powerful. Could it be a scam? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Because it did sound like a scam. It's not a scam. It's because a cultivator I know tried it before, and the divine mathematician actually managed to divine everything. The cultivator continued. Lin Feng could not help but rub his chin. Could it be that he had really met a powerful person with a special ability? The methods of Taoism were indeed extremely extraordinary. If one could cultivate some of the methods of Taoism to a relatively high level, they would be able to grasp many unimaginable abilities. Therefore, that divine mathematician. It was very likely that he had the ability to reach the heavens. Sir, did you not find the divine mathematician to test him? Lin Feng asked. I wanted to give it a try, but the divine mathematician had her own rules. She said that she would divine at most 3 people a day, so I did not get a chance. Later, when I tried to find her again, she was nowhere to be found. The cultivator said. That's really a pity. Lin Feng said. The ancient spaceship Shenyuan continued to fly through the spacetime tunnel. Lin Feng was still wondering if he would be able to meet the divine mathematician. However, things did not go as he wished. Along the way, he did not see the divine mathematician. Half a month later, Lin Feng flew out of the spacetime tunnel. The place they appeared in was called Sky Snow City. This place was relatively cold and covered in snow all year round. Many cultivators came out of the teleportation array one after another. Lin Feng planned to find a place to stay first. After calculating the time, he realized that there was still some time before the auction. Many beautiful women gathered outside the teleportation square to solicit customers. Most of them were sent by the inns to solicit customers. The competition between the inns in these ancient cities was extremely high. A young man in his 20s came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the time when he was in his 20s. He really missed that time. Big brother, do you need a place to stay? Our place is different from ordinary inns. Our environment is very elegant and quiet. Moreover, there are no female cultivators who keep trying to sell themselves. It's definitely an excellent place to rest. I would not casually strike up a conversation with ordinary people. However, I can tell that Big Brother is a noble person and would definitely not want to be disturbed by those ordinary inns. That's why I came to invite Big Brother to stay at our place. The young cultivator said. Actually, Lin Feng did not like to rest in inns because there would always be female cultivators knocking on the door. Lin Feng was not interested in those female cultivators. Of course. He would not rashly criticize those female cultivators. Everyone had their own way of life. Those female cultivators chose to sell their bodies in exchange for immortal stones. Although it was rather shameful, it was their own choice. It was because of this market that their profession had appeared. Lin Feng asked, is the environment very good? You really won't be disturbed? The young cultivator said, of course. I guarantee that Big Brother will be satisfied. Take me to have a look. Lin Feng said. Big Brother, please come with me. The young cultivator immediately revealed a smile. Lin Feng followed him. On the way, he chatted with the young cultivator and found out that the young cultivator was called Wu Kuan. He was 26 years old this year. He had already broken through to the Godfire realm. Chapter 51:18. Lin Feng followed Wu Kuan to the residence that Wu Kuan had mentioned. It was a rather large courtyard, although it looked a little dilapidated. However, it was very clean. The environment inside was just as Wu Kuan had said, quiet and secluded. It was a very good place to rest, and there was no need to worry about being disturbed. Lin Feng followed Wu Kuan inside, but he didn't see anyone for a long time. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Wasn't this place a little too quiet? Could it be that I'm the only guest here? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Of course not, there are still 4 people living here, Wu Kuan said. 4 people. Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After passing through the front courtyard, they arrived at a courtyard at the back. Every so often, there would be a separate courtyard. Wu Kuan said, most of the courtyards in this courtyard are empty. Big Brother, you can choose one. I'll take that one. Lin Feng pointed at one of the courtyards in front of them. The words Pavilion of 10 Immortals were written on it. This name was rather imposing. All right. Wu Kuan nodded and brought Lin Feng to the Pavilion of 10 Immortals. He opened the courtyard door. Lin Feng looked around and found that it was very clean. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the environment here. How much do you charge? Lin Feng asked. 100 immortal stones a day. Wu Kuan said. I'll be staying for about 3 days. Lin Feng said. The deposit is 100 immortal stones. If you stay for 3 days, it'll be 400 immortal stones in total. I'll return the deposit to you when I leave. Wu Kuan said. Lin Feng nodded and took out 400 immortal stones, giving them to Wu Kuan. He didn't care about the deposit. It didn't matter if he took it or not. Wu Kuan happily accepted the 400 immortal stones. Then, he said, Big brother, you should rest. I won't disturb you. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Before leaving, Wu Kuan said, however, I have to remind you of something. What is it? Lin Feng asked. After midnight, we have a curfew here, so don't go out after midnight. Wu Kuan reminded. No problem. Lin Feng replied. Only then did Wu Kuan leave. Lin Feng closed the courtyard door and returned to his room to rest. Boom boom boom. In the evening, Lin Feng heard a loud noise, and then the whole house shook violently. Lin Feng was shocked. He thought there was an earthquake. Lin Feng quickly got up. Then, he went outside. He looked towards a courtyard a few hundred meters to his left and saw smoke and dust billowing there. He had no idea what had happened. Lin Feng walked over. He found that the gate to the courtyard had been blown open. A white-haired old man was lying on the ground, panting heavily. Uncle, are you all right? Lin Feng walked in and looked at the old man. There's no reason for it to fail. There's no reason for it to fail. The old man ignored Lin Feng and kept murmuring to himself. At that moment, more people were attracted by the sound of the explosion. Apart from Wu Kuan, there was also an old man smoking a pipe. One of them was a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old, the other was a delicate-looking young lady, and the last one was an old witch in a black robe who was floating in the air. The old man frowned and said, Old bastard, didn't I tell you to set up a defensive barrier before the experiment? My courtyard is about to be destroyed by you, old bastard. Even if you sell yourself, you won't be able to pay for it. After hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the old man should be the owner of this place. Lin Feng had heard Wu Kuan mention that there was only him and his master here. The others were all guests. The old man was obviously Wu Kuan's master. Cough, cough, Laro Wu Tu, isn't it just a courtyard? Your broken place doesn't have many guests anyway. After I finish researching the ultimate weapon, not to mention a courtyard, even if you give me 10,000 courtyards, I won't even blink an eye. The old man sat up and said. He should be an alchemist, and he was probably tinkering with some strange things. Alchemists were all madmen of invention. Maybe they would really tinker with some amazing things at some point in time. Damn, old bastard, you've already owed me more than 30 years of rent. How many immortal stones is that? Laro Wu Tu said angrily. It's only been 30 years, why are you so anxious? My ultimate weapon will be finished soon. When the time comes, I'll pay you double. The old man continued with a solemn and confident look on his face. Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. He didn't know what the old man's ultimate weapon was. Let's disperse. There's nothing interesting to see here. The old man stood up and said. The surrounding people dispersed one after another. Before Laro Wu Tu left, he scolded, Old bastard, I'll give you 1 more month. If you can't pay the rent, I'll kick you out. After saying that, Laro Wu Tu and Wu Kuan left together. The old man pursed his lips. He didn't take Laro Wu Tu's words to heart. He glanced at Lin Feng and said angrily, Why aren't you leaving? Go away as far as you can. Don't be an eyesore here. Lin Feng said, I want to talk about a cooperation with you. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? The old man looked at Lin Feng and asked in surprise. I want to buy your ultimate weapon, Lin Feng said. When the old man heard this, he immediately became happy and said, It seems like you have good taste. Let's talk inside. I'll make you a cup of tea. Lin Feng nodded. He followed the old man into the room. There were many things piled up in the room. It was extremely dirty, and there was nowhere to put his feet. The old man picked up a kettle from the table and found a black cup. He poured Lin Feng a cup of cold spirit tea that had been brewed at an unknown time. Lin Feng was speechless when he saw the black liquid floating on top of the tea. Was this even drinkable? He wouldn't be poisoned to death, right? Lin Feng placed the cup on the table and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality, old man. Now, let's talk about the cooperation. My name is Ji. How should I address you? The old man smiled and said, Hey, don't call me old man. I'm actually very young. I just grew up a little too quickly. When he heard the old man's words, Lin Feng almost choked. Chapter 51:19. At this moment, the old man introduced himself. My name is Pei Yingjun. We're about the same age, so I'll call you Brother Ji from now on, and you can call me Brother Yingjun. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had seen too many shameless people, such as the fire Qilin, Du Zhu, and the immeasurable Daoist. Each of them was thicker than the last. However, compared to this old man in front of him, the difference was like heaven and earth. Lin Feng said, I'll call you Brother Pei. Pei Yingjun said, that's fine too. As long as you like it, you can call me anything. Lin Feng asked, Brother Pei, what exactly are you researching? Pei Yingjun immediately said, I'm researching an extremely powerful item called the 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearl. 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearl? What's that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. It's a rather special treasure, and I call it a bomb. ? Bomb? Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This name, it sounded quite domineering. Is this item very powerful? Lin Feng asked. Of course it's powerful. You saw the explosion just now, right? Actually, I've already set up many restrictions, but they were still destroyed. You have to know that the sample I tested just now was extremely small. I'm looking for a perfect ratio. Once the ratio is successful, the 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearl won't explode. Pei Yingjun said. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the mother-child dual lightning pearls he had obtained before. The mother-child dual lightning pearls also released their power through explosion. However, the power of the mother-child dual lightning pearls could only injure Emperor Realm cultivators at most. Different bombs. The materials that were fused and the refining methods were different. Therefore, after the research was completed, the power would naturally be different as well. Lin Feng asked, Brother, if the 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearl you mentioned was successfully researched, how powerful would it be? Pei Yingjun smiled and said, Hey, normally, a 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl can easily injure a virtual immortal. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but jump in fright. F***ck, are you bragging? It's just a lightning bead. How can it possess such terrifying power? Lin Feng said. This was because Bae Yingjuan's words sounded unbelievable. Everyone could feel it. That was impossible. Pei Yingjun said seriously, Of course I'm not bragging. You have no idea how rich I used to be. I became a pauper because I wanted to research the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, because the materials needed to refine the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl are too precious. Other than those precious materials, I also need to go to the Sea of Thunder to collect the power of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl. That is an extremely dangerous place. Entering it is almost certain death. With so many precious materials and the power of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, it is natural that the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl can injure a true immortal realm cultivator. After hearing Pei Yingjuan's explanation, Lin Feng believed what Pei Yingjun had said before. The 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl could really injure a true immortal realm expert. If 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl was already so powerful, then, if 10, 100, or even 509 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearls were released together, how powerful would it be? Think about it. It made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng waved his hand and many rivers of immortal stones flew out. The rivers of immortal stones were all sealed by Lin Feng. There were a total of 10 rivers of immortal stones. Each river of immortal stones was formed by 100 million immortal stones. The 10 rivers of immortal stones added together were 1 billion immortal stones. So many immortal stones. Countless cultivators wouldn't be able to earn that much in their lifetime. But for Lin Feng, 1 billion immortal stones was nothing. Here's 1 billion celestial stones, it's the research fund. When you finish researching the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, Don't sell it to anyone else, give it to me. Apart from the 1 billion celestial stones, when you finish researching the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl, I'll buy it from you at a high price, said Lin Feng. After seeing the 10 rivers of immortal stones, Pei Yingjuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Pei Yingjun was in need of money now. Especially in need of money. He had been researching the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl for so many years, but he hadn't succeeded. He didn't have much income these years. It was like eating his previous savings. So, Pei Yingjun was very poor now. In order to research the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl, Pei Yingjun had basically sold everything he could. Lin Feng's 1 billion immortal stones. It was really timely help. He didn't have to worry about immortal stones anymore. Pei Yingjun hurriedly put away the 1 billion immortal stones and said, "Brother Lin, don't worry. I definitely won't let your 1 billion immortal stones go to waste. After so many years of research, I've already achieved great results. I feel that I've reached the most critical juncture of successfully synthesizing the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. It's also the final juncture. Perhaps we'll see the results soon." Lin Feng naturally hoped that Pei Yingjun could quickly develop the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. He had a large number of 9 heavenly thunder source pearls. When the time came, he would kill gods and Buddhas. Even if the Sky Emperor came. As long as he had enough 9 heavenly thunder source pearls. He could even kill the Sky Emperor. Just thinking about it made him excited. But Lin Feng also knew. He couldn't be in a hurry to develop the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. He needed to develop it calmly. The more anxious he was, the harder it would be to successfully develop the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. So, he had to be patient in order to successfully develop the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to rush. Let's take it slow." "Hihi, I'm not in a hurry. I have a card up my sleeve," Pei Yingjun said. Lin Feng chatted with Pei Yingjun for a while and then left. Lin Feng walked back to his residence. At this time, Lin Feng felt a gloomy aura behind him. His heart trembled slightly. He turned his head and looked behind him. A face as ugly as a ghost appeared behind him. The owner of this face was the old witch. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This old witch's cultivation was very strong. She could actually appear behind him without a sound. Lin Feng didn't even notice. If the old witch had attacked him. Thinking about it, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Senior, people can scare people to death," Lin Feng said. "Brat, don't you understand the principle of not showing one's wealth? You're really generous, casually giving out 1 billion immortal stones. I think you've already been targeted," the old witch said eerily. Chapter 51:20. The old witch was so powerful, yet she did not attack him. This meant that the old witch did not intend to kill him for his wealth. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, please tell me. Who is targeting me?" The old witch replied, "Who else? Of course it's that money-grubbing old thing." "Money-grubbing old thing?" Lin Feng was astonished. He thought for a moment and asked, "Are you talking about that Lara Wu Tu?" "Of course, it's him. He's not a good person." The old witch replied. Old man Wu came out from behind a big tree not far away, and angrily said, "Grandma Ancestor Wu, don't you dare slander me. I think you should be the one eyeing that brat, right? How dare you slander me here? Didn't you leave already? Why are you hiding behind a big tree? You should be punished." Grandma Wu Tu curled her lips. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead. The place he had come to, it seemed like it was not a simple place. Pei Yingjun, Lara Wu Tu, and Grandma Wu Tu were not simple existences. In fact, even the others weren't simple either. Now that he thought about it, Grandma Wu Tu could not be trusted completely. This was because of the feeling she gave off. It was very sinister and terrifying. She seemed to be a cultivator of the demonic path. She gave off a very oppressive aura. If not for Lin Feng's powerful cultivation, standing beside Grandma Wu Tu would definitely have a great impact on him. Grandma Wu Tu did not attack him. Perhaps she was afraid of Lara Wu Tu, who was hiding in the dark. All of these were highly possible. Laro Wu Tu said, "This is my home. I can go wherever I want. You can't do anything about it. Old bastard, you don't have the slightest bit of kindness in your eyes. You're not as kind as Granny. I've been watching you all this time because I was worried that you would attack this innocent young friend. Over the years, many people have died here. Do you dare say that it has nothing to do with you?" Grandma Wu sneered. "Of course it doesn't matter. If an old witch like you dares to spout nonsense again, do you believe that I will make you move out right now?" Laro Wu Tu said angrily. "Hehe, I've been paying rent for 100 years. If you want me to move out, fine. But according to the contract, you have to pay me 3 times the amount," Grandma Wu said. Then, she stretched out her shriveled right hand that looked like a ghost's claw. After seeing Grandma Witch Ancestor's outstretched hand, Laro Wu Tu's mouth twitched violently. He then said, "You should continue living here." Lin Feng was speechless. It seemed that this Laro Wu Tu was a very smart person. He was truly a person who loved talents as much as his own life. "Leave this place as soon as possible. This is not a place for a child like you," Grandma Wu said. "Hehe, little friend, don't listen to this old witch's nonsense. Ever since she was dumped by someone when she was young, her brain has been abnormal," Laro Wu Tu said. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that these two people, they knew each other when they were young. It was true. It was unexpected. "It's better than an old man like you. You've been single all your life, and you still have the nerve to talk nonsense about others. When you were young, I don't know who was the one who confessed to others time and time again, but was rejected again and again," Grandma Wu Tu said without backing down. Lin Feng rubbed his eyebrows. These two people were actually quarreling. After being exposed, Laro Wu Tu's expression became extremely ugly. Just as he was about to say something. At this time, a voice came from outside. "Excuse me, is this a place to stay?" It was a woman's voice. Listening to the voice, it was actually quite pleasant to hear. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a woman wearing a green dress. Although her clothes were not luxurious, it was difficult to hide her peerless appearance. She was tall, had white skin, and a beautiful face. She was really a woman who could make people's hearts beat faster. This tall and beautiful woman carried 9 peachwood swords on her back. There was also an 8 trigrams compass hanging on her waist. This attire attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the female cultivator from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall that he heard people talking about in the spacetime tunnel. He wondered if it was this woman in front of him. If it was her, that would be great. In the past, Lin Feng had once looked for that female cultivator from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall. Although he could go to the Tian family to inquire about the whereabouts of the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass, what if the Tian family did not know? Therefore, Lin Feng had to prepare for both sides. If the female cultivator from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall could calculate the location of these 2 heavenly treasures, it would naturally be a happy matter. "Yes, this is a place to stay. Little girl, you really know how to find a place. This place has the best environment in the entire ancient city," Laro Wu Tu said with a smile. "The scenery is really good, and it's also quite peaceful. I'll stay here," the woman said. "All right, I'll take you to rest now, little girl," Laro Wu Tu said with a smile. The two of them left one after the other. When Lin Feng turned his head to look at Grandma Wu, however, he found that Grandma Wu had already disappeared without a trace. She really came and went like a ghost. Lin Feng stood in place, his expression uncertain. This place was a bit strange. Should he leave first? But soon, Lin Feng gave up on this idea. With his current cultivation, coupled with the many methods he had grasped, there was no need to be afraid. Moreover, Lin Feng suspected that the female cultivator just now was one of the female cultivators from the 9 Heavens Sacred Tao Hall. So, Lin Feng planned to find an opportunity to visit that female cultivator. Lin Feng returned to his residence. After waiting for about 2 hours, he guessed that the female cultivator should be almost done packing up. Thus, Lin Feng left his residence. He headed to the place where the female cultivator lived. When he arrived outside the small courtyard where the female cultivator lived, Lin Feng knocked on the door. Not long after, the female cultivator walked out and opened the door for Lin Feng. "It's you, why are you looking for me?" The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng in surprise and asked. Lin Feng asked, "Fairy, could it be that you are the goddess oracle from the 9 heavens sacred Dao Hall?" The female cultivator smiled and said, "Even you have heard of my name." "Of course." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I came to find you this time to ask for your help in divination." The female cultivator said, "No problem, come in." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Then, he entered the courtyard. The female cultivator closed the courtyard door and walked in. When the female cultivator came to Lin Feng's side, Lin Feng smelled a pleasant fragrance from the female cultivator's body. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. That fragrance should be her body's natural fragrance. A woman with a natural fragrance. Chapter 51-21. The female cultivator welcomed Lin Feng into the living room. Both of them sat down. The female cultivator introduced herself. "My name is Wn Lingyu, a disciple of the 9 heavens sacred Dao Hall." "My name is..." Lin Feng was about to introduce himself. Wn Lingyu said, "I know who you are. If my guess is correct, you should be the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. And this time, you've come to find me to help you deduce the whereabouts of the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass. Am I right?" After hearing Wn Lingyu's words, Lin Feng was completely shocked. Wn Lingyu. She even knew what he was here for. Could it be that she had divined it? If that was the case, that would be too shocking. However, the more capable Wn Lingyu was, the happier Lin Feng was. Lin Feng said, "Fairy is really amazing. I admire you. It's just some insignificant skills. I don't deserve your praise." Wn Lingyu said. Said Lin Feng, "You're too modest. I've seen many strange people over the years, but I've never seen anyone as strong as you," said Lin Feng. "Since you already know why I'm here, I won't hide my intentions. This time, I really do want to ask you to help me deduce the whereabouts of the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass. As for the hard work required to deduce the snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass, just name it. No matter how much it is, I'll be able to satisfy you." Wn Lingyu said, "If it was someone else who asked me to deduce, I would agree. However, I can't agree to your request." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He asked, "Why is that?" Wn Lingyu said, "Because I'm not proficient in the art of deduction." "Not proficient in the art of deduction? But you've already displayed an extraordinary ability," Lin Feng said. Wn Lingyu said, "My bloodline is called the mind-reading bloodline. That's why I was born with some special abilities. For example, I can see the thoughts and secrets of others." Lin Feng was moved. There was actually such a bloodline? Wasn't this too terrifying? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Wn Lingyu warily. This woman was too scary. There were many secrets hidden in his heart. If this woman were to pry into the secrets in his heart, wouldn't that be a very bad thing? Lin Feng had no choice but to guard against this woman. At that moment, Wn Lingyu said, "Actually, sir, you don't need to be on guard against me. Even though I can read other people's thoughts, in reality, the stronger they are, the more difficult it is to read people's thoughts," said Lin Feng. "Prince, you're extremely strong, and you're extremely lucky. It's extremely difficult to pry into your secrets. I've already done my best to pry into your background. If I want to pry into your secrets, you'll definitely find out," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know if he should believe Wn Lingyu's words. However, one must always be on guard against others. Thus, regardless of whether Wn Lingyu was telling the truth or not, he had to be on guard against this woman. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, you weren't brought here by Wu Kuan. Logically speaking, you shouldn't know about this place, but you specifically found this place. Why are you here?" "I'm here for the same reason you're here, Prince," Wn Lingyu said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Then, he started to have second thoughts. Lin Feng guessed. Wn Lingyu had most likely misunderstood. After Wn Lingyu saw through his identity, she must have thought that he had a very clear purpose for coming here. However, in reality, he had only come here by coincidence. Wn Lingyu obviously didn't think so. Lin Feng didn't plan to hide it from Wn Lingyu. He continued, "If I were to say that I came here by coincidence, would you believe me?" Wn Lingyu was surprised. She then nodded and said, "Of course I would believe you. Prince isn't someone who lies." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Wn Lingyu had overestimated him. Lin Feng asked, "Fairy, can you tell me why you're here?" Wn Lingyu set up some restrictions and sealed the room. She was very cautious. After doing all this, Wn Lingyu said, "Prince, do you know about the Wu clan?" "The Wu clan? Is that Laro Wu Chu's clan?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right." Wn Lingyu replied. Lin Feng said, "I don't know much about it." Wn Lingyu said, "The Wu clan was an extremely powerful clan, but one of their ancestors went out and brought an extremely terrifying item with him. From then on, the Wu clan was plagued by misfortune. The members of the Wu clan died one after another. Now, almost all of them are dead. Wu Kuan isn't actually a member of the Wu clan, he's just a child that Laro Wu Chu took in and was given the surname Wu by Laro Wu Chu." Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "So, Laro Wu Chu is the only member of the Wu clan left?" "That's right." Wn Lingyu nodded. "In that case, did you come here for that unknown item?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right." Wn Lingyu nodded. She paused for a moment before continuing, "Actually, I can't say that there are no clues at all. My teacher had a good relationship with a strong cultivator from the Wu family, so my teacher heard that strong cultivator from the Wu family mention that item." "Oh, there's such a thing. Doesn't that mean you know what that item is?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Wn Lingyu replied, "I heard that it's a supreme treasure called the Nine Heavens Cauldron." "The Nine Heavens Cauldron? What the hell is that? Is it very powerful?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Wn Lingyu smiled bitterly. "Lin Gongzi, have you never heard of the Nine Heavens Cauldron?" "No." Lin Feng replied. Wn Lingyu said, "This item doesn't belong to our epoch." "A treasure that transcends epochs?" Lin Feng was shocked. "Of course, it's not that simple," Wn Lingyu said. She then lowered her voice and said, "I heard that it came from that world that can't be told." Lin Feng gasped. "It came from that world that can't be told. Didn't that mean the Nine Heavens Cauldron? It came from the world of the mastermind?" Chapter 51-22. Such an item was like a hot potato. Even if they found it, they wouldn't be able to control it. What had happened to the Wu clan was the best proof of that. That was why, if they really found the Jotian God Cauldron, they would have to think carefully about whether or not they could obtain it. It would be a tragedy if they didn't get the treasure and died. Wn Lingyu said, "We don't want the treasure. We just want the Jotian God Cauldron's energy and fate." "Fate and fate?" Lin Feng looked at Wn Lingyu in surprise. It seemed that Wn Lingyu's goal was different from what he had expected. Wn Lingyu's words piqued Lin Feng's interest. Wn Lingyu continued, "As the Jotian God Cauldron, it's related to the fate of that world, so it's naturally extraordinary. Who knows how much fate and energy it has absorbed over the years? Although fate and fate can't be seen or touched, in reality, fate and fate exist in the world. It's very useful to cultivators, so I don't need to explain it. I'm sure you understand it very well. As for energy, it can help us break through our shackles and increase our cultivation." Lin Feng's heart shook. "So if we can find the Jotian God Cauldron, it'll be a great thing for us." "It's like that," Wn Lingyu said. "Why are you looking for the Jotian God Cauldron now?" Lin Feng asked. "Because my master sensed something. He said that the Jotian God Cauldron should appear soon and will return to that world. Before that, we'll have a chance to steal its fate and energy." Wn Lingyu said. Lin Feng said, "Your master is that powerful?" Wn Lingyu said, "Of course he's powerful. My master created the Jotian Divine Dao Hall. His methods aren't something we can imagine." When talking about her master, Wan Lingyu showed an extremely respectful expression. It seems that deep down, she was full of reverence for her master. This made Lin Feng very curious. He didn't know what kind of person Tian Lingyue's master was. Lin Feng lamented, "The Nine Heavens God's cauldron has returned to that world. I'm afraid that world's strength will increase again." Wan Lingyu said, "There are gains and losses in everything. Perhaps there will be gains, but perhaps there will be some things that even we don't know about." This was naturally very likely. Lin Feng asked, "Do we need to wait for a while?" "That's right." Wan Lingyu nodded. She continued, "Everyone who came here probably has a goal, so if we work together, we'll have a better chance." This was a pretty good suggestion, and Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "All right, let's work together then." Lin Feng then asked, "Do you know anything about the people who live here?" Wan Lingyu nodded and said, "I know some things about them, but I don't know much." "Tell me about it," Lin Feng said. Wan Lingyu said, "Pei Yingjun is an alchemist, and he probably came here by accident. As for the witch ancestor, she was a very famous expert of the devil path back in the day. She's been living in seclusion for many years, and this time, she might have wanted to use the Nine Heavens God's cauldron's power to advance. The girl who looks 7 or 8 years old is called Elder Gui Shan. She looks very cute, but she's not easy to deal with. Her body can't grow because of special reasons, but she's a vicious and merciless person. She's good at all kinds of powerful demonic techniques, so she can't be underestimated. The girl who looks weak is called Su Wanqing, and she's a very strong person. She's nicknamed the Poisonous Widow." Lin Feng thought of the weak girl. She was quite pretty and had a good temperament. That kind of temperament left a deep impression on people. Lin Feng didn't think that she would have such an explosive nickname. Wan Lingyu said, "These people all have some powerful methods, especially that Laro Wu Tu. The people of the Wu family died because of the Nine Heavens God's cauldron, but he's still alive now. He's really powerful." Lin Feng nodded. He was also very afraid of that Laro Wu Tu. Lin Feng couldn't even see the depth of Laro Wu Tu's strength. Laro Wu Tu was probably the strongest and most powerful person in the group. Of course. This was just Lin Feng's guess. The other people might be stronger than Laro Wu Tu. This was also very likely. Lin Feng and Wan Lingyu chatted for a while. Then, he said goodbye and left. After Lin Feng returned to his residence, he added some new restrictions. The reason he added these restrictions was because Lin Feng felt that the people around him needed to be more careful. It was better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to fail miserably. After doing all this, Lin Feng relaxed. There was still some time before the Tian family's auction, so Lin Feng could still stay here for a while. Lin Feng hoped that he could find the Nine Heavens God's cauldron during this time. At that moment, Sage Martin transmitted, "I advise you not to provoke the Nine Heavens God's cauldron. That thing has already given birth to a god. Aren't you courting death by provoking the Nine Heavens God's cauldron?" Lin Feng replied, "It's fine. Wealth comes from danger. One must know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. That's the principle." Sage Martin continued. This guy was someone who didn't want to take risks at all. Every time he encountered danger, he didn't think about how to deal with the danger, but how to avoid it. This made Lin Feng quite speechless. What a disgrace to the Great Immortal's name. He might as well stop calling himself Sage Martin Great Immortal and call himself Sage Martin Coward. Lin Feng ignored Sage Martin Great Immortal. He sat down cross-legged. He began to cultivate. Late at night, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the weather had become very cold. Wisps of coldness swept through his body, which surprised Lin Feng. His cultivation was so strong, so how could the coldness enter his body? Lin Feng walked out of his room and went to the courtyard outside. He looked up at the sky and saw a silver moon and stars. The starry sky was very beautiful. However, the coldness couldn't be dispelled. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could this coldness invading my body have something to do with the Nine Heavens God's cauldron? Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 51:23. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was already the latter half of the night. Who would knock on his door? There weren't many people living here. Who is it? Lin Feng asked. Young master, I am Han Yu. Greetings, young master. At this moment, a voice came from outside. It was his brother's woman's voice. The moment he heard this voice, Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. Didn't Wu Kuan say that this place was very quiet? Was there absolutely no one to disturb him? It was his first night here. There was actually a female cultivator knocking on his door to promote him. He's already asleep. Fairy, please take your leave, Lin Feng said. He had no interest in this kind of female cultivator. To put it bluntly, with Lin Feng's current status, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be a groom every night. With a hook of his finger, a large number of fairies would throw themselves at him. So, as for these prostitutes, naturally, he had no interest in them. However, the female cultivator in front of him had no intention of leaving. She said, Young master, you have misunderstood me. I am not a person who does that. This time, I really have something to discuss with you, and it is an extremely important matter. You don't do that. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then he said, Then I'm really sorry. I hope Fairy won't blame me. Lin Feng arrived at the courtyard door. He then opened the courtyard door. Then, Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman. This woman was indeed beautiful. Her exquisite facial features made people gasp in amazement. Tall and charming figure, fair as jade skin. Charming and flirtatious eyes. The goddess was talking about this kind of woman. Of course. Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Therefore, even when facing this goddess in front of him, he was still very calm. Let's talk inside, Lin Feng said. Thank you, young master. The female cultivator bowed to Lin Feng. Fairy, you're welcome, Lin Feng said. She did not get up on her own. A pair of charming eyes looked at Lin Feng, as if she wanted Lin Feng to help her up. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He then reached out and helped the female cultivator up. Many thanks, young master, the female cultivator said in a sweet voice. Her voice was very soft. After hearing her voice, even Jiu felt like he was about to melt. Lin Feng and the female cultivator entered the courtyard together. Lin Feng closed the courtyard door. He then led the female cultivator to the living room. Lin Feng asked, I haven't seen you before. Did you just move in? I've lived here for a long time. The woman said. Wu Kuan said that there were 5 people living here, except for Wu Kuan and Laro Wu Tu. Lin Feng had already met Grandma Wu and the others. There was only one person he had never seen before. Could it be this woman in front of him? That was a possibility. Lin Feng said, Fairy, you said that you're called Han Yu? May I know your full name? My full name is Guang Han Yu. The woman said. This name sounds pretty good, Lin Feng said. Actually, what he was really thinking was that the name sounded a little sad. This was indeed a rather sad name. However, these words were a little rude. Therefore, Lin Feng did not say these words out loud. Young master, you flatter me, Guang Hanyu said. Fairy, you said that you had something to talk to me about. May I know why you've come to find me? Lin Feng went straight to the point. I saw that you have an extraordinary aura and am very fond of you. That's why I came to see you. Guang Hanyu stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. Was her charm already that great? Lin Feng was about to reject her, but at that moment, Guang Hanyu had already sat on Lin Feng's thighs and wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Guang Hanyu's series of actions stunned Lin Feng. Wasn't this too open? I'm a conservative man. However, even Lin Feng himself didn't believe it. You're playing with fire, do you know that? Lin Feng said. I like to play with fire. Guang Hanyu said. Her hands moved back and forth on Lin Feng's back. Then, slowly, she touched Lin Feng's spine. Just as she was about to touch Lin Feng's spine, many runes appeared on Lin Feng's back, blocking Guang Hanyu's attack. Lin Feng looked at Guang Hanyu with a smile yet not a smile. You must be disappointed, right? What are you talking about? Guang Hanyu looked confused. Pretend. Keep pretending, said Lin Feng. Didn't you want to break my spine a moment ago? Guang Hanyu said, how could you misunderstand me like that? I like you, so I came here to confess my feelings, said Lin Feng indifferently. Even though I'm very charming, I'm not that stupid. I'm not the kind of man who loses his soul because of a woman's words, said Lin Feng indifferently. Guang Hanyu looked as if she was about to cry. To put it bluntly, you still don't believe me. Are you worthy of my trust? Lin Feng reached out and pinched Guang Hanyue's chin. What a beautiful face. So beautiful. So scary. Of course I'm worthy of your trust, but you don't believe me. Guang Hanyu looked very sad. She muttered to herself, my heart belongs to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch. If you don't believe me, I'll leave now. Lin Feng put his arm around Guang Hanyue's waist, not letting her leave. Instead, he said, do you know how you've exposed yourself? Exposed myself? I don't know what you're talking about, Guang Hanyu said sadly. Lin Feng continued, you're very good at pretending. For example, your beautiful face, your hot body, your flirtatious eyes, and your lovable personality. But there's something you didn't do well. Guang Hanyu didn't say anything. She just looked at Lin Feng. Shadow. Lin Feng smiled. Is there something wrong with my shadow? Guang Hanyu asked. Aren't you a fox spirit? Your shadow doesn't seem to have a tail. Lin Feng said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. The reason why Lin Feng knew that Guang Hanyu was a fox spirit was because he had noticed that she had 9 fox tails under her dress. Her clothes were slightly bulging, but her silhouette was slim, which meant something was wrong. When Guang Hanyu heard Lin Feng's explanation, she was slightly stunned. Then, her expression became quite unsightly. I'm surprised that you were able to notice such a small thing, Guang Hanyu said calmly. Thank you for the compliment. You shouldn't have a shadow. So, are you a ghost? Lin Feng asked. Chapter 51-24. Just as the 3,000 strands of hair were about to pierce through Lin Feng's head, an energy wall suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. As a result, the 3,000 strands of hair were all blocked by Lin Feng's energy wall. The woman then sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand to block the woman's palm strike. When the two sides collided, the woman used this palm strike to quickly retreat more than 10 meters away. She landed in the living room. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a dense array of restrictions sealed the living room. You're really capable. The woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the woman with interest and said, you still haven't answered me. Are you a human or a ghost? The woman sneered and said, I am a ghost immortal, an undying and indestructible ghost immortal. As soon as she finished her sentence, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. The shadow that she had used a special method to create disappeared without a trace. Ghosts had no shadows. No matter if it was a low-level ghost or a high-level ghost. They all had no shadows. Even if it was as powerful as a ghost immortal. There was no shadow either. For example, the female ghost immortal. Ordinary ghosts that had evolved to the ghost immortal level had already shed some of the characteristics of ordinary ghosts. Ordinary ghosts did not have flesh and blood, and were only bodies of energy. But ghost immortals were different. Ghost immortals had long since developed flesh and blood, and belonged to a different kind of life form. To be precise, they could be considered as living creatures in the underworld, and not living creatures in the world of the living. Even as powerful as the ghost immortal, they could not stay in the world of the living for too long. This would cause great harm to their bodies. But why was this ghost immortal here? Lin Feng did not know for the time being. Why are you looking for me? Lin Feng looked at the female ghost immortal and asked. The female ghost immortal said, because I want to absorb your yang qi. Rumor had it that ghosts could absorb yang qi to stay in the world of the living and also increase their cultivation. This was quite similar to some evil techniques. For example, some harvesting techniques. There was also the saying of absorbing yang energy. If you just want to absorb yang qi, you can go outside and absorb yang qi. You don't have to take the risk to come here. Lin Feng said indifferently. I can't go out, so I can only absorb your yang qi. The female ghost immortal said. Can't get out. Are you trapped here? Lin Feng looked at the female ghost immortal in surprise. Yes. The female ghost celestial nodded and said, "So, you should let me eat you." As soon as he finished speaking, the female ghost immortal once again charged towards Lin Feng. This time, the female ghost immortal's fingernails kept growing longer. In an instant, they were already 1/2 meter long. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and charged at the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng's sword slashed towards the female ghost immortal. The ghost immortal sneered in the face of Lin Feng's attack. She showed no fear at all. The female ghost immortal's sharp claws were her weapons. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, Lin Feng and the female ghost immortal collided fiercely. When Lin Feng's black dragon sword slashed at the female ghost immortal's sharp claws, it was unable to cut off the female ghost immortal's sharp claws. These claws were too terrifying. The female ghost immortal's other claw quickly swept towards Lin Feng. 5 claws. 5 claw lights were formed. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Feng. The power of the 5 claw lights was extremely terrifying. It made people's hair stand on end. Facing the female ghost immortal's attack, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. Many runes appeared on the surface of his body. Those were magic immunity runes. Every single rune. They all contained an astonishing defensive power. When the claw lights swept over, the magic immunity runes on the surface of Lin Feng's body suddenly emitted an astonishing fluctuation. Most of the power of the 5 claw lights was blocked by Lin Feng's magic immunity runes. Only a part of the power was not blocked. That part of the power was neutralized by Lin Feng's powerful body. But even so, Lin Feng was still sent flying. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not injured. "You're really powerful." As expected of the female ghost immortal, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "You're also very powerful. Someone as powerful as you must have a very strong yang qi. If I devour you, my cultivation will definitely increase a lot." The female ghost immortal said coldly. She quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to launch an even more violent attack on Lin Feng and the others. But at this moment, Lin Feng took out the Bell of Hell King. Then, Lin Feng sent out a series of runes. Those runes all entered the Bell of Hell King. Lin Feng knew how to use the Bell of Hell King. With the increase of his cultivation, the power of the Bell of Hell King was gradually activated by Lin Feng. And the Bell of Hell King was the nemesis of the creatures of the underworld. The Bell of Hell King emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Then, the Bell of Hell King quickly attacked the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal did not recognize the Bell of Hell King. After all, very few creatures of the underworld knew the existence of the Bell of Hell King. And the female ghost immortal in front of them was not a creature of the underworld. She directly used her sharp claws to sweep at the Bell of Hell King, as if she wanted to sweep it away. But, when the female ghost immortal's claws collided with the Bell of Hell King, the female ghost immortal's claws actually started to burn quickly. It was like an ordinary person's hand had been put in concentrated sulfuric acid. Ah! The female ghost immortal could not help but let out a painful scream. Her expression was one of shock. She did not expect that Lin Feng's magic treasure would be so powerful. It actually caused such serious damage to her. The female ghost immortal did not dare to continue fighting with the Bell of Hell King. She quickly retreated and pulled away from the Bell of Hell King. "What is that magic treasure of yours?" the female ghost immortal asked with an ugly expression. "Bell of Hell King, have you heard of it?" Lin Feng asked. "The supreme treasure of the underworld king." The female ghost immortal's expression became more and more ugly. The suppression of the Bell of Hell King on creatures like her was unimaginable. If Lin Feng did not have the Bell of Hell King, she felt that she should be able to kill Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had the Bell of Hell King. She felt it. She had no chance of winning at all. "Today, I want to catch you. I plan to tame you and raise a female ghost immortal as a slave. It should be a good experience," Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he controlled the Bell of Hell King to suppress the female ghost immortal. After seeing the Bell of Hell King flying towards her, The female ghost immortal's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Just now, the bell of Hell King had caused serious damage to her. Female ghost immortal. Her memory was still fresh. The female ghost immortal did not dare to hesitate, she turned around and flew out. When the female ghost immortal rushed to the door, she smashed her palm towards the restriction set up by Lin Feng. However, she did not destroy the restriction set up by Lin Feng. Chapter 51-25. You won't be able to escape. You're destined to become my prisoner, Lin Feng said with a cold smile. The bell of hell once again arrived in front of the female ghost immortal. Then, it fiercely charged towards the female ghost immortal's body. Just as it was about to hit the female ghost immortal's body, suddenly, the female ghost immortal's body disappeared without a trace. Even the bell of hell lost track of the female ghost immortal's whereabouts. The female ghost immortal's methods were truly extraordinary. Namo Amitabha. Lin Feng clasped his hands together, like a holy monk. When his voice was heard, suddenly, endless Buddhist light surged out. Those Buddhist lights were rolling in the void. It filled every corner of the room. Screech. The female ghost immortal let out a painful scream. The power of Buddhism. It restrained these evil ghosts. The female ghost immortal was naturally restrained. Of course. It also depended on the cultivation of the person who used the Buddhist sacred art. If the person who used the Buddhist sacred art was not strong enough, even if he used the Buddhist sacred art, he would not be able to restrain the female ghost immortal. But Lin Feng was strong enough. So, the female ghost immortal was destined to be restrained by Lin Feng. The female ghost immortal appeared and looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng said, "If you obediently submit to me, you will be able to suffer a lot less." "I will not submit to anyone." The female ghost immortal replied coldly. "Then I'll suppress you," Lin Feng said. Under Lin Feng's control, a large amount of Buddhist karma enveloped the female ghost immortal. At the same time, the bell of hell also suppressed the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng's double attack put a lot of pressure on the female ghost immortal. Something appeared in the female ghost immortal's right hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a black flag. That black flag should be a powerful supreme treasure. But as for what kind of treasure it was, Lin Feng was not particularly clear. The female ghost immortal activated the black flag. In an instant, the black flag rapidly grew in size. The female ghost immortal held the black flag in her hand. "It's the Empyrean flag." At this time, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The Demon Lord sounded very surprised. Lin Feng was flabbergasted. What exactly was that treasure? Why was the Demon Lord so surprised? "What is the Heavenly God flag?" asked Lin Feng telepathically. "A conferred god. The supreme treasure of the era that could command conferred gods. The battle flag of the United States," the Demon Lord said. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Heavenly God banner was actually so extraordinary. The female ghost immortal actually had such a supreme treasure. What is the background of this female ghost immortal? He even had a treasure like the Heavenly God flag. At this moment, the female ghost immortal waved the Heavenly God flag. When the Heavenly God flag was waved, the Heavenly God flag swept out waves of terrifying power, dispersing the surrounding Buddhist light. Even the Hell King bell was sent flying. The power of the Heavenly God flag was really powerful. However, when the female ghost immortal activated the Heavenly God flag, her face became extremely pale. Although the Heavenly God flag was powerful, the Heavenly God flag could command conferred gods. The battle flag. This kind of thing could condense a conferred god. The will to fight was extremely strong and young. And the female ghost immortal was a yin spirit. Although the female ghost immortal had already condensed a flesh and blood body and was not very different from a normal person, her essence was still a yin spirit. Therefore, the current female ghost immortal, she would be restrained by a magic treasure that was extremely strong and young. Buddhist magic treasures were extremely strong and young magic treasures, and the Heavenly God flag was also a magic treasure that was extremely strong and young. although the female ghost immortal could activate the heavenly god flag. However, so what if she could activate the heavenly god flag? She would still be restrained by the heavenly god flag. This was her weakness. There was nothing she could do about it. Therefore, the female ghost immortal couldn't activate the heavenly god flag for a long time. The female ghost immortal didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed outside. This time, the female ghost immortal waved the heavenly god flag in her hand and swept it towards the restriction set up by Lin Feng. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The female ghost immortal's heavenly god flag directly destroyed the restriction set up by Lin Feng. Then, the female ghost immortal quickly rushed outside. After Lin Feng put away the Bell of Hades, he chased after her. In the void, ghost chi churned. The female ghost immortal hid in the ghost chi and quickly rushed towards the depths. Lin Feng chased after him, unwilling to give up. Do you really want to fight to the death? The female ghost immortal said fiercely. Lin Feng said, I don't think it will be a life and death struggle. You shouldn't have the ability to kill me, and I am very interested in capturing you. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the female ghost immortal's face became even more gloomy. She continued to fly towards the depths. Lin Feng's speed was much faster than the female ghost immortal's, so the distance between the two of them was constantly shrinking. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. He would be able to catch up to the female ghost immortal. The two of them, one running and one chasing, finally arrived at the depths of the mansion. The depths were extremely eerie and terrifying, not a single blade of grass grew. After arriving here, it was as if they had arrived at the underworld. Moreover, the deepest part of the mansion was sealed by restrictions. The female ghost immortal quickly rushed into the deepest part of the mansion. The restrictions here are so powerful, but they seem to have loosened. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The restrictions in the depths had loosened, so he could try to enter the restrictions now. If he encountered any danger, he would consider coming out. Lin Feng believed that with his array formation skills, there would be no problem in coming out if he encountered any danger. Wanting to trap him. This was not an easy task. Lin Feng entered the courtyard. He quickly passed through the various restrictions. The restrictions here were extremely terrifying. However, those restrictions were unable to cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived at the deepest part of the mansion. At the deepest part, the yin qi was the heaviest. Lin Feng looked into the depths and couldn't help but slightly frown. At the deepest part of the mansion, there was actually a well. That well emitted an extremely eerie aura. Did the female ghost immortal enter this well? Lin Feng looked at the well, it was pitch black down there, he couldn't see anything. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what was going on down there. Lin Feng was hesitating whether or not to go down and take a look. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng made his decision. Although it was very likely that it would be extremely dangerous down there, Lin Feng wanted to capture the female ghost immortal. If he didn't go down and take a look, naturally, he wouldn't be able to capture the female ghost immortal. Chapter 51-26. WWXX by. Chapter 51-27. Lin Feng entered the well. He dove all the way down. This well was very deep. It emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was no well water in this well. There was only demonic aura that filled the well. After entering the well, Lin Feng was extremely careful, because this was the female ghost immortal's territory, so he had to be careful. Or else, that would be too dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, he could die here. The female ghost immortal was an extremely terrifying existence. She was not a character that could be easily manipulated. After diving for about 2 hours, Lin Feng was still unable to dive to the deepest part. Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. Wasn't this well too deep? Where was the bottom? Lin Feng could only patiently continue to dive down. About another hour or so passed. Lin Feng saw a black light barrier appear below. He revealed a hint of joy. It seemed he had finally reached the bottom. Lin Feng entered the black light barrier. As soon as he entered, before he could clearly see his surroundings, a cold voice sounded. Since you want to die, then I can fulfill your wish. This was the female ghost immortal's voice. The female ghost immortal naturally knew that Lin Feng had chased after her all the way here. So, when Lin Feng came down, the female ghost immortal immediately activated the powerful restriction here. After all kinds of great formations were activated, Lin Feng was instantly sent flying by those great formations. However, before he was sent flying, Lin Feng had already activated the ruler's armor. In addition, Lin Feng had used the technique of magic immunity. So, 80% of the power was successfully neutralized by Lin Feng. Only 20% of the power was left on Lin Feng's body. However, that 20% of the power was also successfully neutralized by Lin Feng's incomparably powerful body. At this moment, Lin Feng could finally observe the situation around him. He discovered this was a world shrouded in darkness, emitting an eerie and terrifying aura. In the world of darkness, there were terrifying restrictions everywhere. The female ghost immortal stood not far away and looked at him coldly. The last thing you should have done was to chase me all the way here. Now that you've chased me all the way here, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. The female ghost immortal looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "She's so beautiful and charming, but why is her temper so bad? Can we talk peacefully? Hehe, you came here to kill me, and you want me to talk calmly? You're really shameless." The female ghost immortal sneered. Lin Feng said, "Don't make it sound so bad. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm just trying to guide you onto the right path." The female ghost couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing Lin Feng. It was true. He was shameless. Invincible in the world. Go to hell. The female ghost immortal shouted coldly. She continued to activate the various powerful restrictions around her to attack Lin Feng. The power of those restrictions was indeed terrifying. When those restrictions were activated by Lin Feng, a terrifying wave of energy immediately filled the air. Very quickly, those restrictions began to attack Lin Feng. All kinds of terrifying attacks bombarded Lin Feng. When he first came down, Lin Feng was caught off guard, so he wasn't able to dodge the attacks. But now, it was different. Lin Feng was able to observe everything around him, and he had enough time to react. Therefore, when Lin Feng faced those restrictions again, he was able to handle them with ease. Lin Feng's inheritance of the Celestial Master Dao was displayed to the extreme at this moment. Lin Feng quickly shuttled through the powerful restrictions, successfully dodging all the attacks. It was true. Powerful methods. He was quickly approaching the female ghost immortal. When she saw Lin Feng quickly approaching her, the female ghost immortal's face couldn't help but become incomparably ugly. She originally thought that with the restrictions here, it wouldn't be a problem to kill Lin Feng. But who would have thought that Lin Feng was actually able to freely shuttle through the various restrictions? What kind of method was this? It was really shocking. And the female ghost immortal was quite vexed. "Let's go." Seeing that Lin Feng was about to reach here, the female ghost immortal didn't dare to hesitate. She turned around and ran, because the female ghost immortal knew. If this continued, she would be caught by Lin Feng, so she could only take advantage of this opportunity to escape. By the time Lin Feng arrived next to him, it was already too late to escape. However, the female ghost immortal still underestimated Lin Feng's ability. The moment she escaped, Lin Feng had already rushed out of the restrictions. Then, Lin Feng used the 8 directions world and quickly chased after the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. He quickly caught up to the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng took out the Bell of Hell. Under Lin Feng's control, the Bell of Hell quickly grew larger and then crashed towards the female ghost immortal. Facing the attack of the Bell of Hell, the female ghost immortal didn't dare to be careless. She quickly dodged the attack of the Bell of Hell. The female ghost immortal's ability was extraordinary. She successfully dodged the attack of the Bell of Hell. But at this time, Lin Feng used his 12-fold domineering magnetic field. The 12-fold domineering magnetic field directly enveloped the female ghost immortal and then suppressed her. After the female ghost immortal was enveloped by Lin Feng's 12-fold domineering magnetic field, she was instantly sent flying. Her battle strength was reduced by at least 50%. The moment the female ghost immortal was sent flying, Lin Feng had already arrived beside her. Then, he sent a palm strike towards the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal hurriedly exchanged a palm strike with Lin Feng. The female ghost immortal felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body flew backwards. Her magic power became incomparably chaotic. Her injuries were not light. Lin Feng immediately sent out numerous runes. Those were the runes condensed by Lin Feng's 8 God-forbidden seals. They were very powerful. Those runes imprinted on the female ghost immortal's body and immediately sealed her. "Let me go," the female ghost immortal struggled. But she couldn't break free. She was now Lin Feng's prisoner. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He finally suppressed the female ghost immortal. Fortunately, the female ghost immortal couldn't use the divine god flag for a long time. If she could use that magic treasure for a long time, it wouldn't be realistic to suppress the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng arrived in front of the female ghost immortal. Then, he stretched out his hand and touched the female ghost immortal's scarily smooth face. This face was really smooth. She didn't look like a female ghost at all. However, the female ghost immortal's life level was very high. She was indeed different from ordinary female ghosts. "Be obedient and be my slave. I won't mistreat you." Lin Feng pinched the female ghost immortal's chin and said, looking at this face up close. Chapter 51-28. Lin Feng thought of many words to describe the celestial ghost's beauty. She was beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a city or a moon. She was worthy of any description. Female ghost immortal. She was so beautiful, so moving. "Just kill me," said Lin Feng. The female ghost immortal said. Lin Feng said, "Didn't you just say that you are an undying existence? I don't think I can kill you." The female ghost immortal rolled her eyes. She felt that Lin Feng must have done it on purpose. This was because cultivators liked to boast about their abilities. In this world, how could there be an immortal in the true sense? Even the undead creatures of the underworld could be revived if they were killed. In fact, as long as one found the right method, they could also be killed. Therefore, the female ghost immortal did not pay attention to Lin Feng. This was because she felt that Lin Feng was both shameless and despicable. "You actually dare to ignore me. Do you believe that I won't let you see me naked right now?" Lin Feng said with a smile, his right hand on the belt of the female ghost immortal's clothes. He had to undress the female ghost immortal at any time. This scared the hell out of the female ghost immortal. "You're shameless." The female ghost immortal looked at Lin Feng angrily. "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Feng said. "You're shameless." The female ghost immortal continued to scold. "That's one of my strengths," Lin Feng continued. The female ghost immortal was speechless as she looked at the man in front of her. This guy could turn a weakness into a strength. How could his skin be so thick? Whether it was in her previous life or this life, the female ghost immortal had never seen such a shameless person. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Next, you will answer whatever I ask you. You won't reject me anymore, right?" Of course, the female ghost immortal didn't want to bother with Lin Feng. However, she was really worried that this shameless guy, Lin Feng, would do something excessive to her. Right now, the female ghost immortal's level of life was already very high. Coupled with the fact that she had condensed a new body of flesh and blood, she was no different from a normal cultivator. The only difference was that she did not have a shadow. But that didn't affect anything. The female ghost immortal also knew how charming she was. Therefore, she was really worried that Lin Feng would eat her clean. She felt that Lin Feng was someone who could do such a thing. The female ghost immortal also valued her chastity very much. "All right." The female ghost immortal gritted her teeth as she answered Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about the female ghost immortal's attitude. He asked, "Name?" The female ghost immortal answered, "Guanghan Moon." This name was exactly the same as the name that the female ghost immortal had told him. "How many years have you been here?" Lin Feng continued to ask. The female ghostly immortal said, "Time is long. I turned into a vengeful spirit and became a female ghostly immortal. It took a long time. Most of the time, I was muddle-headed, so I don't know how long it was. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Why didn't you enter the underworld?" The female ghostly immortal replied, "I can't enter the underworld." "Why?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Generally speaking, any yin spirit or ghost like the female ghost immortal could enter the underworld world. The underworld was their final destination. This was the first time that Lin Feng had heard that ghosts couldn't enter the underworld. "I've been cursed," the female ghost immortal said. She seemed to have thought of something sad, so when she said this, she couldn't help but reveal a heartbroken expression. "What happened in the past?" Lin Feng continued to ask. The female ghost immortal was silent. "So many years have passed. Can't you get over it?" Lin Feng asked. The female ghost immortal said, "The pain didn't happen to you, so it's natural for you to say it so easily. Only those who have experienced it know how difficult it is to overcome it." Lin Feng said, "I understand how you feel, but the past is the past. It's time to face a new life, so be bold and tell me what happened in the past. That way, you can face the future." "Can I?" The female ghost immortal couldn't help but mutter to herself. She wasn't sure either. "Of course you can," Lin Feng said with certainty. The female ghost immortal fell silent for a while before saying, "Back then, I was killed by someone I trusted. I died very, very miserably. I even became a sacrifice. It's funny when I think about it. I thought that the promise of eternal love would bring me happiness in the future, but in reality, I walked step by step into the abyss." "Is it related to the Wu family?" Lin Feng asked. The female ghost immortal sighed and nodded, "Yes, it's related to the Wu family." "What exactly is going on?" Lin Feng asked. "My father obtained a treasure called the Jotian Cauldron. It was very special. It was sealed and could not be opened. Once it was opened, many terrible things would happen. However, when my father obtained the Jotian Cauldron, the seal of the Jotian Cauldron had already loosened. My physique is special, and my bloodline can suppress the seal of the Jotian Cauldron. Therefore, my father left the Jotian Cauldron with me. Later, when I went out to train, I met someone. He was very strong, very young, very handsome, and very good to me. How could I have experienced such things at that time? Therefore, I had a good impression of him. But we weren't from the same world. He was from the undying world, and I was from the celestial world. I brought him to see my parents. I told my parents that I liked him very much. I hoped that I could go to the undying world with him. He also made a lot of promises to my parents," she said. "I won't travel far with my parents." Lin Feng said. "Yes, I won't travel far with my parents. The celestial world and the undying world are very, very far apart." The female ghost immortal sighed. "My parents didn't agree because the journey was too far. They couldn't be at ease with me going to the undying world, but I insisted and they finally agreed. After that, I came to the undying world and went to the Wu family. I thought that I would have a happy life. He promised to marry me and prepared a wedding for me. But on the night of the wedding, he changed." Chapter 51:29. "That's a sad story," he said. Lin Feng said. "Maybe it's because I can't see through people. Now that I think about it, my parents didn't want me to come to the undying realm. Maybe it wasn't just because the undying realm was too far away from the heaven realm. Maybe there were other reasons. But at that time, I was blinded by love, so I didn't listen to their advice. Therefore, they didn't tell me about their worries. Under my insistence, they finally compromised," said the female ghost immortal. "Are you saying this because you hate your parents for not standing up for them?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The female ghost immortal said, "Why would I hate my parents? I only have love for them. I only regret now. Why did I choose to leave my parents back then? If they knew about my death, would they be extremely sad?" "They didn't come looking for you?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know." The female ghost immortal shook her head. At that time, the female ghost immortal was just a vengeful spirit and didn't have her own thoughts. So, even if the female ghost immortal's parents came looking for her, she probably wouldn't know. Therefore, the female ghost immortal really didn't know about this matter. Do you know why that person treated you so cruelly? Could it be that all the vows of eternal love were fake? Lin Feng asked. Maybe he knew about the 9 Heavens God Cauldron long ago, so he deliberately approached me. Maybe he found out later, but in front of Benefits and me, he chose Benefits and abandoned me. The female ghost immortal said sadly. It was indeed not an easy thing to walk out of such a sorrowful thing. Even after so many years. The female ghost immortal still couldn't completely walk out of this matter. Maybe, she could say that she didn't care anymore, but in reality, she still cared about many things. What happened after that? The cultivators of the Wu family died one after another. What happened? Is it related to the 9 Heavens God Cauldron? Lin Feng asked. When he asked this question, Lin Feng didn't have much hope of getting an answer because the female ghost immortal should have died at that time. She probably didn't know what happened after that. The female ghost immortal said, I didn't experience what happened after that, but my father said that the 9 Heavens God Cauldron is a supreme treasure to the people of that world, but to us, it's a disaster. Therefore, when the people of our era open the seal of the 9 Heavens God Cauldron, it's very difficult to control it. There's a high chance that we would be devoured by the 9 Heavens God Cauldron. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. If that was the case, the tragedy of the Wu family might really be related to the 9 Heavens God Cauldron. In fact, at first, Lin Feng had some sympathy for the Wu family, but now, he didn't. Many things in the world were about the cycle of karma. The Wu family killed the female ghost immortal's previous life, Guang Hanyu, to satisfy their ambitions, but in the end, they were devoured by the 9 Heavens God Cauldron. Perhaps this was the so-called cycle of karma. I heard that the 9 Heavens God Cauldron is still here. I wonder if you've found out where it is after all these years? Lin Feng asked. I've tried to find the 9 Heavens God Cauldron's location, but I didn't find any clues. Even so, I still feel that the 9 Heavens God Cauldron should be hidden somewhere. The female ghost immortal said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The female ghost immortal didn't know where the 9 Heavens God Cauldron was hidden. If that was the case, he could only look for other clues. Lin Feng said, perhaps I can help you escape, but I don't know how. Do you know? The female ghost immortal looked at Lin Feng in shock and said, are you really willing to help me? Of course, Lin Feng nodded. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the female ghost immortal immediately became happy. She said, come with me. Lin Feng nodded and removed the seal on the female ghost immortal. Then, he followed the female ghost immortal into the depths. The space in the underground world wasn't small. With the female ghost immortal leading the way, Lin Feng flew for 2 hours before arriving at their final destination. At the end of the underground world, there was a huge altar. 9 thick copper pillars stood on top of the altar. On one of the bronze pillars, there was a skeleton tied to it. Even though there was only a skeleton left, it could still be seen that it was left behind by a woman. Because, the skeleton was relatively slender, which was a characteristic of a woman's skeleton. Men's skeletons were usually thicker. That's my skeleton. I can't get close to that place. Young master, go over and take my skeleton and bury it in the ground. I'll be able to escape the curse of this place and leave this place. The female ghost immortal said. All right, wait a moment. Lin Feng said. He was about to fly towards the altar. But at that moment, a rustling sound could be heard. After hearing that sound, Lin Feng stopped and walked outside. An old man smoking a pipe walked over. It was Laro Wu Tu. Little friend, why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you doing here? Laro Wu Tu looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, I was attacked by a female ghost, so I chased after her. Are you talking about this female ghost? She has indeed been here for a long time. Many customers have been killed by this female ghost. It can be seen that this female ghost is not a good person, so we should stay away from her. Laro Wu Tu said. Lin Feng said, since you know that this female ghost has killed many people, why don't you kill her? Laro Wu Tu sighed and said, how can it be so easy to kill her? Her methods are too powerful, It's already good that she didn't kill you. Right now, this female ghost's body is bound, so her strength is greatly reduced. If little friend releases the corpse of this female ghost's previous life, then she will no longer be bound, and her battle strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, it will be a disaster for everyone, including you. Would you believe the words of a female ghost? Ghosts are the best at deceiving people, because the words of ghosts are all nonsense, and naturally, ghosts cannot be trusted. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. Lin Feng nodded. The female ghost immortal's expression suddenly changed. She said, "Young master, everything I said is the truth. I definitely did not deceive you. Young master, don't listen to this person's words to sow discord." Chapter 51:30. What's the point of saying that? Everyone knows whether they should believe lies or not. Lao Wu Tu said, "I'm going to kill you." The female ghost immortal screamed and charged towards Lao Wu Tu. Lao Wu Tu waved his sleeve and a terrifying force surged out. The female ghost immortal was sent flying. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lao Wu Tu. This old man's cultivation was very strong. Although the female ghost immortal's strength had decreased because of the previous battle and her injuries, she was still very strong. However, she had been easily sent flying by Lao Wu Tu. This Lao Wu Tu was really unfathomable. "Who are you? Aren't all the Wu clan members dead? Why are you the only one who survived? Furthermore, when my divine sense was born, I noticed that you were spying on me. But after so many years, you never attacked me. What exactly are you planning?" The female ghost immortal asked sternly. "I'm not killing you because I can't kill you," Lao Wu Tu said indifferently. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Little friend, leave now. I know why you're here. When the time comes, you just have to fight for the opportunity you want. Nobody will stop you. Forget about everything else. Don't leave me." The female ghost immortal looked at Lin Feng. In her eyes, there was pleading and fear. Maybe it was just like many years ago when she was burned alive by the person she loved. She used to trust people. But she had ended up like that. Now, she was trying to trust someone else, but she didn't know what the result would be. She was afraid. She had been abandoned again. Lin Feng looked at Lao Wu Tu and said, "I think that ghosts are harmless, but people can deceive people. People's hearts are much scarier than ghosts. Ghosts are straightforward, while people beat around the bush. Does that mean you want to meddle in other people's business?" Lao Wu Tu looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. Said Lin Feng, "How could that be called meddling in other people's business? Isn't there a saying that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda?" "You saved a female ghost immortal, not a human," Lao Wu Tu said coldly. Lin Feng said, "I take back what I said just now. Saving a ghost is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." The corner of Lao Wu Tu's mouth twitched violently when he heard Lin Feng's words. Lao Wu Tu could not help but curse in his heart. This guy. How could he be so shameless? Truly, shameless people are invincible in this world. You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, this old man will send you to heaven. Lao Wu Tu looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He leaped out and instantly arrived beside Lin Feng. Then, he directly sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. So fast. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Lao Wu Tu's speed was indeed too fast. It was unbelievably fast. Fortunately, Lin Feng's reaction was also extremely fast. Lin Feng reacted in an instant. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Lao Wu Tu. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided. Following the violent sound of the collision, Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering force rushing towards his body. That force. It fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was instantly sent flying. "You're too weak." Lao Wu Tu sneered and continued to attack Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in one go. Lin Feng was shocked. How could this old man be so strong? Just as Lin Feng was about to make a move, Lao Wu Tu had already arrived beside Lin Feng. He once again sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression became ugly. Facing Lao Wu Tu's attack, Lin Feng had no time to use his divine ability. Therefore, he could only block Laro Wu Chu's terrifying attack with his arms. Bang! Laro Wu Chu's tyrannical attack bombarded Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng was immediately sent flying by Laro Wu Chu. Laro Wu Chu chased after Lin Feng. For the third time, he launched an attack on Lin Feng. At this time, the female ghost immortal rushed over and clawed at Laro Wu Chu with her sharp claws. Get lost. Laro Wu Chu coldly looked at the female ghost immortal and sent a palm strike through the void. In the middle of his palm, a question mark appeared. D word. Legend has it that when Buddha was born, he held a question mark. D word. This question mark, D word, represented an extraordinary meaning. Bang! Laro Wu Chu's attack collided with the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal was greatly restrained by Laro Wu Chu's attack and was sent flying. Her face was as white as paper. Her body fell to the ground and twitched in pain. From time to time, she would scream in pain. Old thing, eat my spear. Lin Feng took this opportunity to take out his Epoch War Spear and attacked Laro Wu Chu with it. Shenyuan Dipper Shield. Laro Wu Chu's voice was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, a huge golden light shield appeared in front of him. That golden shield's defensive power was astonishing. When Lin Feng's spear pierced through, it was blocked by Laro Wu Chu's golden shield. Laro Wu Chu's palm struck Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng was sent flying by Laro Wu Chu's palm strike. Cough cough. Lin Feng started coughing violently. Although he was wearing the Dominator's armor and using Dharmic immunity, Laro Wu Chu's palm strike still caused some damage to Lin Feng. This old thing Laro Wu Chu was too terrifying. He had underestimated this old thing. He didn't expect this old thing to be so strong. You're just an ant. So what if you have a powerful supreme treasure? You still can't escape death. Laro Wu Chu's voice was cold. He was like a grim reaper from hell as he charged at Lin Feng. The Shenyuan Dipper shield floated in front of him. This guy was good at both offense and defense. He was really a troublesome character. It was too difficult to deal with this kind of cultivator. At this moment, Lin Feng knew that the situation was dangerous. So, Lin Feng decided not to hide his strongest battle power. The Dominator's armor, the Golden Dwarf, the Magic Lotus, the Saint Bone, and the power of his external incarnation all flowed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his fighting strength had started to increase rapidly. Although Lin Feng didn't know the powerful spear technique that went with the Epoch War Spear. However, Lin Feng's battle power soared. Even if he didn't know the powerful spear technique that went with the Epoch War Spear, he could still release the power of the Epoch War Spear. Die! Lin Feng held the Epoch War Spear and stabbed at Laro Wu Chu. Chapter 5131. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Laro Wu Chu still used his Shenyuan Tiangang shield to block it. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly. This guy was really confident. Did he really think that his attack was still the same as before? His attack was different now. Things are no longer the same as they used to be. You'll be crying soon. Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear once again stabbed Laro Wu Chu's Shenyuan Tiangang shield. Last time, the Shenyuan Tiangang shield blocked the Epoch War Spear's attack. But this time, it couldn't block the Epoch War Spear's attack. Puff! A tearing sound was suddenly heard. Laro Wu Chu's Shenyuan Tiangang shield was directly pierced through by Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear. The Epoch War Spear then went straight for Laro Wu Chu's neck. Laro Wu Chu's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to break through his defensive shield. However, Laro Wu Chu was strong and his reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng's spear was still a distance away from Laro Wu Chu, the old man had already moved to the left. Lin Feng's spear pierced through the air. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly used total annihilation. The war spear in his hand swept towards Laro Wu Chu. The Epoch War Spear swept out a powerful spear light. The powerful spear light directly tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of Laro Wu Chu, sweeping towards him. Laro Wu Chu was shocked and quickly retreated. Even so, his neck was still swept. Suddenly, a huge wound appeared and blood flowed out continuously. Damn it! Laro Wu Tu couldn't help but roar in anger. He was actually injured, which made Laro Wu Tu quite angry. Laro Wu Tu's hand flashed. Suddenly, a halberd appeared. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes and say, "Holy shit, you're actually using a weapon like the halberd. Aren't you embarrassed? Don't you think your current appearance is an insult to the halberd?" After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, Laro Wu Tu's heart was filled with hatred. He said coldly, "Kid, I'm going to grind your bones to dust later. Old thing, I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lin Feng sneered and charged toward Laro Wu Tu again with his Epoch War Spear. Lin Feng's spear stabbed toward Laro Wu Tu. Laro Wu Tu swept his halberd toward Lin Feng. Clang! Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear and Laro Wu Tu's halberd collided fiercely. A loud clang. The sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The surrounding void was actually shattered by the shockwave. The collision of such power was truly terrifying. After Laro Wu Tu took out his treasure, his battle prowess had greatly increased. Therefore, it was not easy to rely on the Epoch War Spear to deal with Laro Wu Tu. Even though Laro Wu Tu was injured, it was still quite difficult to deal with him. He needed to use some new methods. Lin Feng used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique. 2 doppelgangers manifested. Together with Lin Feng, they surrounded Laro Wu Tu. Then, Lin Feng's original body and his clones combined to display 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields. After the 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields were displayed, the 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields suppressed Laro Wu Tu. After being enveloped by Lin Feng's 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields, Laro Wu Tu's battle prowess was greatly reduced. The domineering magnetic fields could reduce a cultivator's battle prowess, but how much? It was related to 2 aspects. The first aspect, the number of layers of domineering magnetic fields. The more layers of domineering magnetic fields, the more powerful it was, and the more obvious the suppression on the cultivator's cultivation base. The second aspect, the cultivator's cultivation base was suppressed by the domineering magnetic fields. The stronger the cultivator's cultivation base was, the stronger their ability to resist the domineering magnetic fields. The domineering magnetic fields had less suppression on the cultivator's cultivation base. These 2 aspects complemented each other. Because Laro Wu Tu's cultivation base was relatively high, Lin Feng's domineering magnetic fields did not suppress Laro Wu Tu's cultivation base as much as imagined. Lin Feng's domineering magnetic fields only weakened Laro Wu Tu's battle prowess by 30%. But to be honest, it weakened Laro Wu Tu's battle prowess by 30%. It was already very impressive. In addition to weakening Laro Wu Tu's battle prowess, Laro Wu Tu's speed was also greatly restricted. Lin Feng's battle prowess, under the support of the domineering magnetic fields, was greatly increased. Therefore, in this situation where one side was weakened and the other side was strengthened, the gap between the 2 sides suddenly became obvious. Clang clang clang. Lin Feng's original body and his 2 clones continuously fought with Laro Wu Tu for more than 10 rounds. Laro Wu Tu was suppressed. Laro Wu Tu's face became more and more ugly. Perhaps this old thing definitely did not expect that he would be suppressed to this extent by a young cultivator. "Kid, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Laro Wu Tu's expression darkened as he looked at Lin Feng. "Old thing, now that I've offended you, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." Lin Feng sneered as he said. His attacks became more and more fierce. Laro Wu Tu's resistance became more and more difficult. At this time, the female ghost immortal also recovered a lot, so she also joined the battle. Because Laro Wu Tu was suppressed by Lin Feng's original body and his 2 clones, it was difficult for him to divert his attention to deal with the female ghost immortal. Therefore, after the female ghost immortal joined the battle, Laro Wu Tu's situation became worse and worse. Several times, Laro Wu Tu was almost killed, but Laro Wu Tu's cultivation was strong enough to turn danger into safety. But even so, Laro Wu Tu's back was torn by the female ghost immortal and one of Lin Feng's clones, leaving 2 deep wounds on his back. Blood stained his back red. Ah! Laro Wu Chu suddenly let out a burst of angry roars. Then, his body emitted a crackling sound. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Laro Wu Chu's body. He actually became younger, and his body also became taller. Damn, what's going on? Could it be that he's going to transform? Seeing the situation in front of him, Lin Feng was suddenly very shocked. You all should go to hell. Laro Wu Chu's cold voice came out. Then, his body completed a transformation in an extremely short period of time. His body changed from a white-haired old man to a cultivator in his 30s. Seeing Laro Wu Chu's transformation, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Was this still Laro Wu Chu? Wasn't this too young? Author's note: I'm feeling much better after catching a cold. 9 chapters today, please subscribe to the original version. Recently, the subscription hasn't been ideal. Old Mantu's heart is stifled. There's a new member in the family and I need money. Everyone, come to QQ to read or subscribe to the original version of the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Chapter 5132. It's you. It's actually you. You're still alive. When the female ghost immortal saw the transformed Laro Wu Chu, her eyes were filled with boundless hatred. Lin Feng was very surprised that the female ghost immortal knew Laro Wu Chu. Soon, Lin Feng thought of Laro Wu Chu's identity. Could it be that Laro Wu Chu's true identity was the man who abandoned the female ghost immortal back then? The man who harmed the female ghost immortal back then? That was really possible. This guy was actually still alive. Lin Feng originally thought that this guy had died long ago. There was a saying that went, good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. This saying was indeed true. That's right, it's me, Han Yu. I still love you, so when I found out that you had a vengeful spirit, I helped you gather baleful yin qi in order to help you condense a body. Now that you've condensed a body of flesh and blood, I'm very happy to see that you've condensed a body of flesh and blood. I've always wanted to reunite with you, but because I was worried that you would still hold a grudge against me, I didn't reunite with you and have been silently protecting you in the dark. Laro Wu Chu said. Of course, now that this guy had become younger, it was no longer appropriate to call him Laro Wu Chu. Wu Yuan, do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Back then, you caused me to be so miserable, yet you still have the nerve to say such words. I'm really embarrassed by your shamelessness. The female ghost immortal coldly looked at the younger old man Wu. So this guy's name was Wu Yuan. His name sounded pretty good, but he was so bad that he oozed pus. Wu Yuan said, Han Yu, I know you hate me. You should hate me. After all, I did something wrong to you back then. But can you listen to my explanation? Things have already come to this, what else do you want to explain? The female ghost immortal coldly said. Wu Yuan said, we were about to get married that day, but before that, I was controlled by the god of the 9 heavens god cauldron. The god of the 9 heavens god cauldron was controlled. It was really too powerful. I couldn't fight against the god of the 9 heavens god cauldron. The cauldron controlled my body and did many wrong things, including burning you to death here. My heart was about to break at that time, and I even thought of destroying my own soul to accompany you. However, I was unwilling to do so. I had to destroy the cauldron before I could go to hell to accompany you. That's why I've been living an ignoble life until now. Fortunately, God has eyes and actually allowed you to refine your body again. I'm really happy to see that you've been able to survive this tribulation. Wu Yuan's words was full of tenderness. Lin, Hanue's god Cai, was the immortal? You're not lying? The female ghost immortal asked. Wu Yuan replied, of course I didn't lie to you. How? Asked the immortal. Wu Yuan said, it's because of the 9 heavens god cauldron. It secretly controlled my body and put a curse on it. All these years, I've been resisting the 9 heavens god cauldron, but it's very difficult to fight against this guy. However, if you can help me, I'll definitely be able to destroy it. Do you know where the 9 heavens god cauldron is? Asked the immortal. Wu Yuan nodded. Of course I do. The 9 heavens god cauldron is trapped under the 8 trigrams array in the center of the mansion. How can I help you? Asked the immortal. Join forces with me to kill this kid and use his blood to deal with the god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron. His bloodline is very terrifying. It's unprecedentedly terrifying. So his bloodline can deal with the god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? It'll cause a lot of damage. That's the only way we can succeed, said Wu Yuan. Lin Feng was speechless. Fuck, he wants to sacrifice me? You can't believe this guy's words. However, the immortal chose to remain silent. She didn't answer Lin Feng or Wu Yuan. Her expression was gloomy, and no one knew what she was thinking. Seeing the immortal's expression, Lin Feng's expression sank. He felt that things weren't going well. I know that this guy helped you before, so you don't want to kill him. But think about it carefully. This guy wanted to take you as a slave because he coveted your beauty. Maybe he did all these things for you just to make you like him and then find an opportunity to attack you. But I'm different from him. I love you wholeheartedly without any selfishness. As long as I destroy the Jotian cauldron, I don't know how many innocent people will be saved. This is a good thing for heaven and earth. When the time comes, the curse that the Jotian cauldron imposed on me will disappear and I'll be free. Then, we can be together again. Wu Yuan continued. Wu Yuan is right. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree to his request. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Following that, a cultivator flew over. It was none other than the old witch. Who are you? The immortal looked at the old witch and asked. She had naturally seen the old witch before, but she didn't know much about her identity. I'm a dying person, but I want to seize this opportunity to resolve the crisis of my lifespan. Let's destroy the nine heavens God Cauldron together. When the time comes, I'll be able to devour the energy inside the cauldron. At that time, my cultivation will be greatly enhanced, and I'll be able to defy the heavens and change my fate. You and Wu Yuan can also live together. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Grandma Wu continued to speak. Count me in. At that moment, another cultivator flew over. It was the girl who looked only a few years old. Her name was Ghost Mountain Child, and she was also an extremely powerful cultivator. After Elder Ghost Mountain flew over, Su Wen also flew over and said, I should be able to help. Ha ha ha, with your help, this kid will definitely die today. Wu Yuan laughed loudly, looking extremely proud. What about you? Lin Feng looked at the immortal. The immortal said, I won't participate in this matter. Wu Yuan smiled and said, it's good that you don't participate. Lin Feng was very depressed. The immortal had chosen not to participate, which was no different from betraying him. Next, he would have to face Wu Yuan, Grandma Wu Zhu, Ghost Mountain Child, and Su Wanqing. Chapter 51-33. Although he was very depressed, he still had to face it. At the same time, Lin Feng felt a little emotional. It seemed that the so-called kindness was nothing in front of her old lover. It didn't mean anything. Although it was a little heart-wrenching, the world of cultivators had always been very cruel. To talk about friendship with others? Forget it. This was a world that ate people without spitting out the bones. Unless it was your biological parents, who might be sincere to you, everyone else might betray you. Impulse is the devil. I think there's some misunderstanding between us. Maybe we can sit down and talk calmly. Lin Feng said. Wu Yuan said righteously, boy, we don't want to kill you, but for the sake of the world, we must kill you. After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to curse. He made it sound like he was a heinous demon. Yes, we're killing you for the sake of the world, so I hope you can understand our good intentions. Elder Gui Shan said. Grandma Wu Zhu said, sacrificing you will bring happiness to millions. Su Wanqing didn't say such shameless words, but she obviously decided to participate in the battle against Lin Feng. Then let's see if you can kill me. Lin Feng said indifferently. His two clones stood beside him, and the three pure ones' divine ability hadn't dissipated yet. So now Lin Feng was in his peak state. Do it. Wu Yuan said indifferently. He held the sky pisser and attacked Lin Feng. Elder Ghost Mountain took out a Ghost Emperor streamer. The Ghost Emperor streamer began to shake violently in the void. Every time it shook, It couldn't help but shake out waves of extremely powerful fluctuations. It was also an extremely powerful supreme treasure. Su Wanqing held a jade Rui magic treasure in her hand. Every time she waved the jade Rui magic treasure in her hand, it would sweep out a terrifying light beam. Grandma Wu Zhu took out a demonic blade. With a sweep of the demonic blade, the void was destroyed. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to be outdone. Together with the two great clones, he fought against the four great experts. However, the methods of the four experts were all very powerful. Lin Feng's original body was still manageable. There was no problem for the time being, but Lin Feng's two clones were in an extremely bad situation. This was because Lin Feng had been using the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones for a while now. Therefore, the battle prowess of the two clones had actually dropped quite a bit. As time passed, the strength of the two clones would continue to drop. Therefore, in this kind of confrontation, the two clones were gradually unable to hold on. In the end, the two clones completely disappeared. The situation wasn't looking good. Lin Feng planned to break out of the encirclement. It was obviously not a wise choice to stay and fight. Lin Feng swung the Epoch War Spear at the four experts. The terrifying spear light collided with the opponent's attack. The four experts were forced to retreat. Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear was truly powerful. However, using the Epochal War Spear consumed a lot of energy. It couldn't be maintained for long. Lin Feng felt that his spiritual energy was being consumed too quickly. Therefore, he didn't continue to fight. After repelling the four experts, Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. At this moment, Wu Yuan had actually taken out a powerful treasure. It was a mirror. The mirror emitted a beam of light. In front of Lin Feng, a Star River world suddenly appeared. No matter how Lin Feng flew, he couldn't fly past that Star River world. Damn, so strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout gloomily. Lin Feng had some powerful treasures. Others also had powerful treasures. This was unavoidable. Now that Lin Feng was trapped by someone else's powerful treasure, it was really troublesome. Kid, you can't escape. Prepare to die. Wu Yuan sneered. He, Elder Ghost Mountain, Su Wanqing, and Grandma which all attacked Lin Feng together. Lin Feng was surrounded by the four of them. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. In this battle, Lin Feng was entangled by the four of them. He couldn't escape. Lin Feng's expression became gloomier. Kid, just obediently accept your death. Why do you have to make such a pointless struggle? Elder Ghost Mountain said gloomily. Struggle my ass. Lin Feng cursed. You're courting death, Elder Ghost Mountain shouted angrily. The Ghost Emperor banner shook even more violently. The Ghost Emperor banner's power was constantly increasing. Wu Yuan said, this kid's spiritual energy is being consumed very quickly. Let's put in more effort and we can definitely kill him. Wu Yuan also began to increase his offensive power. Su Wanqing didn't say anything, but she was using her actions to increase her threat. Su Wanqing's Jade Scepter's power was constantly increasing. Grandma Witch's Demonic Blade's power was also constantly increasing. Just as the four experts were increasing their power and wanted to take down Lin Feng in one go. Suddenly, in the void, an 8 trigrams Dharma treasure flew over. The 8 trigrams Dharma treasure quickly grew in size and started to spin rapidly in the void. With each spin, the treasure's power would suddenly increase by a lot. The 8 trigrams treasure directly shattered the river of stars and flew above everyone. Terrifying beams of light shot out from the 8 trigrams treasure towards Wu Yuan, Elder Ghost Mountain, Su Wanqing, and Grandma Witch. Originally, the four of them wanted to kill Lin Feng in one go. However, they were suddenly attacked by the 8 trigrams treasure and had no choice but to block it. Lin Feng took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of the four of them. He saw the person who had used the treasure to help him escape. It was none other than Wan Ling Yu. You came just in time, said Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. It's so lively here. After I heard the commotion, I naturally wanted to come and join in the fun. Wan Ling Yu said. At this moment, Wu Yuan, Elder Ghost Mountain, Su Wanqing, and Grandma, which had already blocked the 8 trigrams treasure's attack. They didn't know who had forged the 8 trigrams treasure, but it was extremely terrifying. It was definitely a top-level treasure. Wu Yuan looked coldly at Wan Lingyu and said, "What do you mean by this? Do you want to join forces with this kid? If that's the case, then you're our enemy. However, if you join forces with us to deal with this kid, then you'll definitely get a lot of benefits from the 9 Heavens God Cauldron." Wu Yuan wanted to pull Wan Lingyu along. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He couldn't control other people's thoughts, so Lin Feng didn't know what Wan Lingyu's decision would be. Wan Lingyu sneered and said, "I've always been a person of my words. Since I've joined forces with Brother Lin, then I'm Brother Lin's ally. After killing you, the 9 Heavens God Cauldron's opportunity will be mine and Brother Lin's." Lin Feng was so touched that he almost burst into tears. "Little sister Lingyu is really a good person. I really want to hug you." Chapter 51-34. "Since you want to die with this brat, we can help you," said Lin Feng coldly. Wu Yuan immediately sneered as a dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. Grandma Wu said, "This girl's bloodline is also very strong. Isn't it better to sacrifice them together? We'll send the 2 of you to hell. Boy, it's a good thing to have such a beautiful girl accompany you on the road." Lin Feng said, "I already knew that you weren't a good person. Now I've confirmed my guess. You're really not a good person. I'll beat you until you kneel and call me Grandpa." Grandma Wu said angrily, "Boy, your mouth is really cheap. When I catch you later, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." After the old witch finished speaking, the 4 strong cultivators once again surrounded Lin Feng and Wan Lingyu. The 2 sides fought fiercely. It was a stalemate. For a while, it was difficult to do anything to each other. "I have a secret technique. Let's combine our strength to deal with them," Wu Yuan shouted when he saw that he couldn't defeat Lin Feng and Wan Lingyu. Grandma Witch Ancestor, Witch Mountain Child, and Su Wanqing all agreed. Then, their powerful spiritual energy flowed into Wu Yuan's body. "My secret technique is called all-directional deterrence. It can form a special magnetic field. When this magnetic field is formed, it can immediately erupt with an unimaginably strong deterrent force. Any cultivator who is enveloped by this deterrent force will be suppressed. Those with a weak cultivation level will probably die on the spot," Wu Yuan said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice fell. Wu Yuan started to condense this special magnetic field. This magnetic field was a bit similar to the domineering magnetic field, but it was different. When Wu Yuan condensed this magnetic field, Lin Feng immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure fill the air. This pressure contained a very strange and terrifying energy. This kind of power couldn't be underestimated. "Lend me a hand." Lin Feng looked at Wan Lingyu and said, "Okay." Wan Lingyu nodded, and her magic power started to flow towards Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng thought of using the domineering magnetic field to deal with Wu Yuan's method. After all, Wu Yuan's method seemed to be similar to a magnetic field. Although it wasn't the domineering magnetic field, it was still extremely terrifying. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. Now, Lin Feng planned to attack the magnetic field with the magnetic field. Of course, Lin Feng was no longer able to condense 12 domineering magnetic fields. This was because the prerequisite for condensing the 12 domineering magnetic fields was that Lin Feng could also use the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. However, Lin Feng had just used the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. This ability needed to cool down for a period of time before it could be used again. Therefore, Lin Feng could only activate 4 domineering magnetic fields. Of course, in Lin Feng's opinion, 4 domineering magnetic fields were already strong enough. With the support of Wan Lingyu's spiritual power, Lin Feng felt that the spiritual power in his body had become much stronger. He guided Wan Lingyu's spiritual power to converge with the spiritual power in his body. Then, Lin Feng began to try to condense 4 domineering magnetic fields. Soon, the 4 domineering magnetic fields were condensed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's domineering magnetic fields shrouded Wu Yuan's omniscient deterrence. The two attacks suddenly collided in the void, and then a stalemate was formed. Lin Feng's 4 domineering magnetic fields were only supported by the spiritual power of Lin Feng and Wn Lingyu, but it was able to form a stalemate with the omniscient deterrence. It could be seen that Lin Feng's 4 domineering magnetic fields were stronger. Both sides were trying to suppress each other, and the 2 magnetic fields formed a special field. When the balance was tilted, the other side would suffer from the attack brought about by this domain. This kind of force field was extremely terrifying. Once one was attacked by this kind of force field, it was very likely that the cultivator would suffer a fatal injury. Therefore, whether it was Lin Feng's side or Wu Yuan's side, they didn't dare to stop easily. Both sides wanted to see who would be the first to give up. Han Yu, help me kill that boy. At that moment, Wu Yuan looked at the female ghost immortal. I already said that I won't participate in this battle. The female ghost immortal refused Wu Yuan again. Wu Yuan said, Han Yu, I know that in your heart, you must believe what I said before. That boy helped you because he wanted to obtain your body. He's ambitious, so you don't have to care about old feelings, and you don't have to feel sorry. Kill him, and we can use his blood to destroy the Jotian god of the 9 heavens and earth cauldron. Think about it, all these years, we can't get married because of the Jotian god of the 9 heavens and earth cauldron? You want to get rid of the Jotian god of the 9 heavens and earth cauldron? Not only will we be able to take revenge, but we will also be able to help countless innocent people and prevent them from being wiped out. How great of a fortune is this? Don't tell me that you want to put yourself and countless pitiful people in danger just because you can't bear to kill this person. After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to stomp this guy to death. This guy really deserved a beating. He was clearly not a good person, but now he actually bit back. However, Lin Feng did not say anything. He did not know what choice the female ghost immortal would make. Lin Feng did not have much hope for the female ghost immortal. After all, previously, when Lin Feng was surrounded by the 4 experts, the female ghost immortal chose to stand by and watch. It was already a betrayal. Could it be that he still hoped that the female ghost immortal would have a conscience and help him? All right, I promise you. The female ghost immortal nodded. Great, we'll be able to be together very soon. Wu Yuan immediately revealed a smile. However, a sinister look appeared in the depths of his eyes. That sinister look was hidden very well by Wu Yuan. Thus, no one saw it. The female ghost immortal quickly flew over from afar. Her nails were the most powerful magic treasure. When she passed by Wu Yuan said, "Don't destroy his soul. Leave his soul, I have a use for it." Okay. The female ghost immortal nodded. The corners of Wu Yuan's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Just as the female ghost immortal was about to fly towards Lin Feng, she suddenly exploded. Her sharp claws pierced towards Wu Yuan's chest. Wu Yuan's expression was filled with shock. He did not expect the female ghost immortal to suddenly attack him. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff. In the next moment, the female ghost immortal's sharp claws directly pierced Wang Yuan's chest.